1. Blake. Blake, thanks for coming right over. It wasn't like I had much choice. You're the boss and you don't take no for an answer. Yes, sir. What do you need? Riley has failed out of yet another school. He couldn't even manage to get a decent grade retaking a class in fucking summer school. He had one class and still fucked it up. I'm sorry, sir. Riley was Lawson's only child, and to call their relationship rocky would be a huge understatement. If his father wanted him to do something, Riley made sure he failed at it, whether that was conducting himself at a society party, getting good grades, or following in his father's footsteps as a businessman. So am I. I told him if he wants one more cent from me, he could come back here and work the ranch, since he refuses to learn anything else. Lawson's housekeeper, Mary Ellen, kept me informed on all the family gossip, and from what she'd said, Riley was only allowed to major in business, or something else his father deemed worthy, like pre-law. Sir, I know. The boy's an idiot. That wasn't what I was going to say at all, but it was better that Lawson cut me off because what I wanted to say would only piss him off. I hadn't spent much time around Riley before Lawson shipped him off to boarding school, but even our brief acquaintance had taught me he was quick-witted and more than capable when he wanted to be. He could learn anything he chose, but if he knew it was what his father wanted, he wouldn't do it. Having him here on the ranch would likely make that worse, not better. The boy needs to learn the value of hard work. Yes, sir. I couldn't argue with that in principle. Not that arguing would do me any good. Mr. Lawson wasn't one to listen to opinions other than his own. Thing is, Lawson continued, he's going to need someone riding his ass if he's actually going to do any work. Sir, I'm not sure. He went on like he hadn't heard me. I want you to be the one to show him what's expected. I sputtered. What? I was the ranch foreman, not a fucking babysitter. He'll never listen to me. That was true enough. Not that I believed for a second the Lawson would be willing to put in the time needed to teach his son anything of importance. So I need someone else to teach him how to be the kind of man who gets things done. I resisted the urge to tell Lawson I knew plenty of women who could run the ranch better than he could. He hadn't been hands-on with the operation for years. He'd gotten bored with it, not long after his acquisition, and left it mostly to me for the last 10 years. That had meant a salary increase, which was the reason I'd stayed. The faster I could save up to buy my own place, the better. It also meant I didn't have time to train some kid who didn't want to be there. Sir, I understand your position, but considering all I have to do, maybe one of the... No. You know what needs to be done better than anyone else, and you aren't going to let him get away with whatever he wants. In fact, I'd say give him the worst jobs you've got. He was right that I wouldn't let Riley, or anyone else, slack on the job. But supervising him would take way too much of my energy, unless he'd changed a lot since he'd left home. Based on the fact that he was now leaving a third school, I doubted it. What about Vic? He's good with... No. I want you doing this. Damn. Vic was the most patient person I knew. He would be perfect for the job. Great. More fucking responsibility right when I'd hoped to finally have time to make some adjustments to some of our processes, including most of the record keeping. When is he getting in? Tonight sometime. He glanced at his watch. It'll be a few more hours, probably. You can get him started in the morning. When should I tell him to be in the barn? 6. If the boss wanted me to work Riley like anyone else, then one of the first lessons he needed to learn was that animals don't wait for us to lie around in bed. Lawson scoffed. I doubt that boy's been up before noon in years. This'll be good for him. It could be. But what would be better would be if his dad would stop putting the boy down and show some interest in him as a person instead of an asset like the cattle. Is that all, sir? Yes. He waved toward the door, signaling for me to go. But before I'd turned the knob, he spoke again. Actually, there's one more thing. I barely kept myself from rolling my eyes as I turned back to face him. Yes, sir. I want a report from you at the end of each day. I need to know how things are going with the boy and if you think he can actually do this. Run the ranch, sir? He nodded. Of course, he had to make this as time-consuming as possible, but I knew arguing was pointless. Will do, sir. I didn't point out that he could get a report by actually talking to his son each night. And there's a damn good chance he's on God only knows what drugs. Found some pills in his things last time he was home. He claimed they were a friend's, but we all know what that means. If you even think he's taking something, bring him right to me. I didn't want drugs on the ranch any more than Lawson did, especially considering the trouble we'd had right after Riley left for college, when one of the hands got involved in drug trafficking and ended up dead. That had been scary as shit. But if I found him with something, I'd handle it myself. I was far more likely to get the boy to listen than Lawson was. I dressed quickly the next morning, grabbed some breakfast, and then headed to the barn, carrying a thermos of coffee with me. I wanted to get a few things done before I had to deal with Riley, who would likely be at his brattiest, since he was being forced out of bed at dawn. When I stepped into the barn, I froze. Someone was leaning into Ginger's stall, and holy hell, his ass was perfection. Had Mr. Lawson hired someone new and not bothered to tell me? You're a good girl, aren't you? The man cooed at Ginger, who was one of our steadiest mares. She is. The man whirled around at the sound of my voice, and we both sucked in our breaths. Riley? Blake? I'd known he would have changed in the 4 years since I'd seen him. Once he'd left for his first attempt at college. He'd only returned once, and I'd been gone at a cattle show that week. But Jesus, I hadn't expected him to look like this. Perfect ass, tight jeans clinging to his thighs, T-shirt stretched across his shoulders that were much wider than they'd been at 18. He was still lean, but his muscles were more defined, and after some time on the ranch, they'd only be more so. And his dirty blonde hair would grow lighter like it was when he was a teenager. I'd known working with him wouldn't be easy, but I hadn't realized it would be as hard on my dick as it would be on my patience. And fuck if that wasn't messed up. He's my boss's son, and technically young enough to be mine. We were still staring at each other, and someone needed to break the silence. Well, I didn't expect you to be on time, much less early. He smiled, and damn if that didn't make him hotter. I never went to bed. Made it easy to get up. And it would make my job for the day all that much harder, since he hadn't had any sleep. Ginger would be a good mount for you if you haven't ridden in a while. He shrugged. Whatever. Great. It looked like things were going to go as badly as I expected. Can we just go ahead and start so we can get this over with? You do realize you're going to be working with me all day. Every day. His blue eyes widened, but he hardened his expression quickly. Not every day. Yes, every single damn day. He frowned. You get a day off, right? Nobody works 7 days a week. I assure you plenty of people do. When things aren't insanely busy, I take some time for myself, but the ranch won't run on your schedule. You'll show up when I tell you. He huffed, and I wondered if he realized it made him look even younger than his 21 years. You're not my boss. If anything, I'm yours. Oh, hell no. This was not how things were going to go. Your father is my boss, and he told me you were working the ranch just like any of the other hands. I'm the foreman, so that does, in fact, make me your boss. If you can't listen to me and learn what I have to teach you, your father is going to cut you off. That means no more money to fund all the shit you seem to care about, like parties, fancy cars, fancy phones, and whatever the hell else you want. You have no idea what I want, or what matters to me. His face was pinched with anger now, the nonchalance completely gone. He was right. I was making a lot of assumptions, but he was also being as difficult as I expected him to be. Fair enough, but I do know your father's fed up, and this might be your last chance with him, so you need to figure out how to get along with me and stop acting like a disrespectful brat. He huffed and rolled his eyes. You're going to treat me just like he does, aren't you? That pissed me off worse than anything else Riley had said. I'm not like your father. I'm fair, and I'm willing to listen as long as you're fair with me. But I do expect hard work from every single man or woman out here, and that includes you. I don't get why I have to be up at dawn working my ass off when all my dad does is sit in his office and shuffle papers and only remembers he has a son when he thinks it's convenient. Well, fuck. He had a point there. If you're going to meet your father's demands, you'll have to learn to keep your mouth shut about all that. He gave me a startled look. You're not going to tell me off for saying that? What you think of your father isn't my business. My business is to assign you work to do on this ranch. If you can prove to your father that you can actually hold down a job, maybe he'll let you do something you choose. That's what you want, isn't it? He chewed his lower lip for a moment, and I held my breath. It couldn't be that easy to get him to cooperate, could it? I figured it would take me weeks, if not longer, to make him see the necessity of giving in to his father just this once. Do you really think my dad will actually accept that I'm doing a good job, even if I am? I'm pretty sure he just dragged me back here so when I fail yet again, he'll have the pleasure of watching. I didn't know how to respond to something so damn sad. Why did you agree to this anyway? Riley asked. No, let me guess. My dad didn't give you a choice. You're the one he chose to shove me off on, and it was take me or lose your job. God knows you wouldn't be the first one. That's how I got my first college roommate, you know? My dad got him into the school even though the guy's grades were shit. The old bastard paid the guy to keep an eye on me. It took me 2 months to realize the guy didn't actually want to be friends with me. I'd known Lawson had done some shady things, but paying someone to keep an eye on his son while pretending to be Riley's friend? That was all kinds of wrong. There was no doubt Riley had reasons to be a brat. Lawson deserved a thorough ass-kicking for the way he'd treated the boy, but that didn't mean I was going to put up with Riley's attitude. I have no interest in playing those kinds of games with you. I'm going to give you a work assignment each day and the training you need to complete it. Do what I ask, and we'll get along fine. Give me shit, and there will be consequences. What kind of consequences? The challenge in Riley's eyes should have pissed me off. Instead, it made my cock twitch with interest. I wanted to walk him back until he hit the barn wall, pin him in place, and show him how easily I could make him stop protesting and beg for me. But I didn't think that was actually what his father had in mind when he said someone needed to ride the boy's ass. Ones you won't like. If I had my choice, that would mean a good, hard spanking. Though from the flirtatious look in Riley's eyes, he might like a spanking all too much. How had he gotten so fucking sexy? And since when was I attracted to 21-year-old brats? Maybe the best thing to do was push him away right from the get-go. I have to report to your father every evening and tell him how things are going with you. You really don't want me telling him you fucked up or defied me, do you? The color drained from Riley's face, and he took a step back, making me immediately regret my words. He didn't need to know one more horrible thing his father had done. I took a step toward him and rested my hand on his upper arm. I meant the gesture to be comforting, but the moment my hand made contact with Riley, a jolt of electricity ran through me. The boy's gaze met mine, and I knew he'd felt it too. His lips were parted, and his eyes had darkened. I couldn't look away, and I'd forgotten whatever it was I'd intended to say. How the hell was I going to work with this boy day in and day out? Finally, I stepped back, looked down, and brushed at my jeans as if I cared about the dust there. Go on and saddle Ginger. We'll take a ride around the place, and I'll show you some of the improvements we've made recently. Don't make this harder than it has to be, and I won't either. And please, for God's sake, stop looking at me like you want to get on your knees for me. I'd never met a boy who needed a daddy more than Riley did. A caring, protective daddy, who wasn't afraid to make sure his boy followed the rules so he could prove to himself that he could succeed at something, even if it was something he was being forced to do. But I needed this job if I was ever going to save enough for my own ranch. If I got caught doing anything with Riley other than teaching him, Mr. Lawson would fire my ass and make sure I didn't get hired anywhere else around here. Chapter 2. Riley. I was utterly exhausted by the time we finished dinner in the bunkhouse. The hands were wary of me, being the boss's son and all, so they didn't say a lot as we ate. Blake managed to keep just enough conversation going that it wasn't as painfully awkward as it could have been. I was thankful for that, but I still wasn't sure where I stood with him. He seemed to alternate between being pissed off at me and feeling sorry for me. I didn't want either. I'd thought about running away at least 10 times while I was sweating in the summer sun and fucking up everything I tried to do, even when I tried. But where would I go? I had a decent amount of money saved up, cash I'd taken out in case my father followed through on his threat to lock me out of my accounts because I refused to apply myself to classes I didn't want to take. But I wasn't stupid enough to think it would last long, and I wasn't qualified to do shit. I'd never had a job, and I tended to fuck up everything I tried. My dad expected me to act like a self-indulgent loser, so that's what I'd done. Problem was, I'd gotten damn used to that lifestyle. I'd done more work that day than I'd done in years, and I was going to be sore as hell the next day. I reached into my pocket and felt for the little horse trinket Celeste, a grad student who taught an art class my father didn't know I'd added to my summer school schedule, had given me. She'd somehow sensed how unhappy I was, and we'd become friends over the weeks of class. When I'd told her I was getting kicked out of school and I was going to have to work on my father's ranch, she'd given me the horse and told me she was sure I could do anything I put my mind to. I glanced over at Blake. He'd said the same thing. If I could please my father this once, could I really get a chance to do something I chose for myself? I rubbed my fingers over the little horse. Celeste had deemed it my good luck charm, but so far, it hadn't helped. Except, Blake was all right. Okay, he was more than all right. He was hot as fuck, and it had been wrong of me to tell him he was like my dad. So far, Blake was patient and kind, just like he'd always been when I'd still lived at home, and he seemed to want me to do well. I just wasn't sure there was any point in trying. I wish Celeste lived in Houston instead of all the way back in Atlanta. I might have a chance of seeing her again, maybe even taking another class with her. My father had been disappointed with me my whole life, and the more I became the type of person he assumed I was, the more people gave up on me. Celeste saw through all that. I was beginning to wonder if Blake did too. I wasn't sure I wanted him to. "Riley!" I had a feeling it wasn't the first time Blake had said my name. When I met his gaze, heat ran over me. His dark eyes seemed to see right into me. "Yeah?" "You look exhausted. You should probably turn in early." I nodded in response. All I could think about was when he'd touched my arm that morning, and the moments our bodies had brushed against each other during the day. Every single time I thought I might go up in flames. The last few years that I'd lived on the ranch, I'd watched Blake every chance I got. He was gorgeous, big, and perfectly toned from all the work he did. Lifting hay bales just did something to a man's arms that no gym could match. It wasn't just his body that attracted me, though. He was confident and strong, but he didn't take advantage of people. He didn't yell when he wanted something done. He always got what he wanted, yet he was gentle about it. I wanted him, and I was plenty old enough now to have him. But what would he want with a whiny loser like me? He probably thought of me as nothing but a difficult kid, except there'd been something in his eyes when he'd touched me. He'd seemed almost as captivated as I was. But even if he'd felt something too, seducing the foreman would definitely not get me in my father's good graces. Not that I really thought anything would. I wasn't even sure if my dad knew I was gay. I'd never told him. I doubted he'd care from a moral standpoint. He wasn't the least bit religious. He drove into Houston to go to a fancy church, but only because it was good for business. My being gay might lower his social standing, though, which would surely be a sin in his eyes. Blake knew. He'd caught me with another boy when I was 15. I'd been so glad it had been him who had caught us, because he was the only out gay man I knew. He'd given me a lecture about being careful both with my body and about getting caught. But he hadn't shamed me, and he'd never told my father. I'd been sent away to boarding school the next year after beating up one of the star football players at my local school. As far as I knew, my father hadn't figured out that I'd beaten the boy up for calling a friend a fag. It wasn't going to be easy to please Blake, but at least, unlike with my father, it was possible, and I could enjoy the scenery. Maybe I wouldn't get to fuck him, but that didn't mean I couldn't think about it as I was lying in bed at night, after watching him all damn day. Several days later, the tractor broke down, and Blake expected me to help him fix it. I was hot and tired and really fucking sick of my father punishing me for failing at something I made very clear I didn't want to do. "Why don't we just call a mechanic to work on it?" Blake lifted his Stetson long enough to wipe sweat off his brow. "You tell me." "My dad's got plenty of money. I'm sure we can hire someone." "Your dad doesn't always choose to spend his money on the things that might help the ranch most." "What would he say if I told him you said that?" I hated myself the moment the words came out. I was being a brat, but I couldn't stop myself. I was too used to playing my expected role, and I didn't have the energy to fight my worst instincts when I was dizzy from the heat and my entire body ached. "Not a damn thing, because you're not going to tell him. Just like I'm not going to tell him you're being a privileged little shit." I scowled at him. "Are you blackmailing me?" "Boy, you don't want to go there." Damn. Him calling me boy made me even hotter for him. "What are you going to do? Spank me?" He looked up from where he'd been bent over the engine. This time I had no doubt there was heat in his eyes. He held my gaze, and my cock started to swell. I never wanted to be spanked before, but right then, I wanted it more than anything. If he'd asked me to drop my pants and bend over his knee, I wouldn't have even thought twice. I wanted his hands on me. I wanted him to make me good, to show me how to stop saying things I didn't mean. Tears stung the back of my eyes, and I looked away quickly. Just show me what to do, okay? The only thing I know about tractors is how to drive one. First, I want you to understand that it's not just about money. It takes time to get a mechanic out here. If you can fix something yourself, you can get it done quickly and get back to work. A lot of what we need to do out here can't wait on someone else's schedule. So if you learn to do the tasks you can, it helps everyone. And sometimes it's just about my dad being a bastard. Blake glanced at me, and his lips quirked up in a grin. No comment. I tried again to turn the stubborn bolt Blake had asked me to remove. My hand slipped, and the pliers dug into the base of my thumb, tearing the skin. Ow! Fuck! I'm sick of this goddamn thing! I threw the pliers across the grass and pushed to my feet. Before I could stomp off, Blake grabbed my arm and whirled me around to face him. Show me your thumb. I held it up for him to see. It was covered in grease. Dirt and blood ran down my arm. Don't you dare move. His words rooted me in place. When he used that tone with me, I couldn't disobey. I felt dizzy as my mind buzzed with inner voices telling me I couldn't learn, that I was never going to stick with anything, and there was something wrong with me. I needed something to block them out. Maybe Blake would let me quit early, and I could raid my father's liquor cabinet. Blake jogged back from his truck, carrying a box that I assumed was a first aid kit. I tried to focus on him, but I still felt dizzy and sick. Based on the look of concern in his eyes, I looked as bad as I felt. Sit down and put your head between your knees. I let him guide me down to the ground. Then I pulled my legs up and dropped my head between them. He kept a hand on the back of my neck for a few seconds. That simple touch sent tingles all through me. As bad as I felt, I couldn't stop the rush of desire. How was I going to be this close to him all summer without doing something about the crush I'd had on him forever? I'd expected my feelings for him to have faded. I was more mature now, even if my father didn't think so. But instead, my desire for Blake had gotten much more intense. Keep your head down. I'm going to take a look at your thumb. I heard him open the first aid kit. Something cold touched my thumb and pain flared. Ow! Fuck! Ow! What are you doing? I tried to yank my hand away from him. I'm using an alcohol wipe. I've got to get your thumb cleaned up so it won't get infected. I expected Blake to berate me and tell me what a baby I was for not staying still. That's what my father would have done. Instead, he lifted my hand toward his mouth and blew on it, lessening the sting. His tender gesture made the tears I'd been holding back break free. I wasn't even sure why I was crying. Was it because someone actually bothered to take care of me? Because I didn't get yelled at? Because I was afraid I would never be able to do any of the things Blake tried to teach me? Blake didn't say a thing about my tears. He just put some cool cream on my wound and placed a Band-Aid over it. Look at me, Riley. Before I did, I wiped my eyes with my other hand, likely smearing dirt and grease across my face. You're going to get up and go find the pliers. And you're going to try again because you can do this. No one expects you to know how to do anything instantly. But I do expect you to try. It's not working. I can't. Yes, you can. It took me a while to find the pliers in the grass, but I did, and then slowly, I followed Blake's instructions as he stood next to me. The heat of his body was distracting as hell, but also comforting. I worked carefully this time instead of trying to rush things, and I managed to follow all his instructions. "Crank the engine," Blake said to me when I was done. "Let's see if that did it." When the engine came to life, I couldn't help but holler with excitement. I'd done it, with Blake's help, of course. I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own, but I'd helped get the tractor running again. I turned the engine off, and Blake held up his hand for a high five. "Good work." I took a long, full breath and felt the tension in my shoulders lessen as pride warmed my chest. "I'm sorry about. No need to talk about it anymore. I think you learned something today. Not just about the tractor." He was right. I had. Whether I would remember that lesson the next time I was hot and frustrated and ready to be done, I wasn't sure. But it had been a good afternoon. Chapter 3. Blake. During Riley's first week on the ranch, it was one step forward and 2 steps back with him. There were moments when I thought he was going to stop fighting me, like when I saw the happiness and pride on his face after he'd fixed the tractor. Then there were moments when he acted like the spoiled brat his father insisted he was, like the day he fell off his horse and pitched a fit, blaming the animal instead of his own inattention and poor seat. The boy had known how to ride since he was little, but that didn't mean he didn't have to pay attention. No matter what happened, though, I told his father he was making good progress, and overall he was. Unless he did something that endangered one of the other hands or the animals, I had no intention of tattling on him for his transgressions. And I certainly didn't plan to mention those infuriating moments when he challenged my authority, and I wanted to drag him into an empty stall, spank his pert little ass, and then give him the rough, punishing fuck he was begging for. When he'd stood there, leaning against the tractor, and asked if I was going to spank him, I had been so damn tempted to do exactly that. It had taken every bit of self-control I had not to. Even now, images of him bent over the tractor, pants around his ankles, my handprint stamped onto his ass had my cock hard as steel. What kind of sounds would he make as I spanked him? What would he do if I pulled off my belt and used it on him instead of my hand? Fuck. I had to stop thinking about that. No matter how compliant he was, working with him was not getting easier. It was getting harder. I was getting harder. At least I was getting used to the pain of riding with my cock like an iron bar in my pants. That afternoon, we were moving a group of cattle to another pasture so we could replace some fencing. I'd warned Riley to stay focused, but he'd gotten distracted by one of our cattle dogs. They were fun to watch as they did their job, but they weren't there for his entertainment. Some cattle had escaped and led us on a hell of a chase. I sent Riley on with the rest of the herd, putting Angelo, my most experienced hand, in charge, and took Vic with me to chase down the stray cattle. I needed to work with someone level-headed for a change. By the time we got back to the barn, I was pissed as hell. When I saw Riley smiling and laughing with Casey, the youngest of the hands, as they splashed water on each other when they should have been washing up, my temper boiled over. "What the hell were you thinking out there?" Riley tensed. When he turned to face me, I saw fury in his eyes. "I'm new at this, okay? I was never allowed to help with the cattle when I was a kid." "That's a good thing if this is how you're going to react." I managed not to say that out loud. I was not going to treat him like his dad did, no matter how angry I was. "This didn't happen because you're learning. It happened because you let yourself get distracted. You knew what to do. You just didn't do it." I glanced at the time. "And now I'm late for my weekly planning meeting with your dad." I caught the flash of fear in Riley's eyes, though he covered it quickly. Was he wondering if I was going to say something about his screw-up? I guess you better get going then. Riley threw down the towel he'd been holding and strutted toward the door. I'm out of here. Several of the hands sucked in their breaths. They knew better than to talk to me like that. Turn around, Riley. At first, he didn't stop. Riley. His back rose and fell like he'd taken a big breath. Then he turned to face me. Yes? Apologize for your attitude. He glared at me. I'm not a fucking kid. You're sure as shit acting like one. That's right. You're an adult who takes responsibility for his actions and knows how to speak respectfully to others. He kicked at the dusty floor, but his defiant posture softened. Fine. I'm sorry. I should have paid attention. I could have called him on the things he'd said to me, but getting him to apologize without a fight was enough of a victory. It showed my men I wasn't going to take shit from Riley just because he was the boss's son. It also showed Riley I cared enough to make him follow my rules, unlike his dad who just let things go until it embarrassed him publicly or affected him financially. That's better. You can go now. I'll see you at the usual time tomorrow. Mr. Lawson had taken a phone meeting since I was late, so he told me to come back after dinner. When I entered the main house later that evening, I heard Lawson's raised voice from down the hall, but he stopped speaking before I could make out his words. The office door was halfway open, so I entered. Riley was there, standing in front of his father's desk like a boy called before the principal. His shoulders were rigid with tension. Fuck. What had I walked in on? Riley glanced my way briefly, then looked back toward his feet. I understand some cattle had to be chased down, Lawson said. And that's why you are late for our meeting. That's right, sir. Whose fault was that? My son's? I could have guessed this kind of thing would happen if he was given real responsibilities. Riley was standing there, but his father didn't even look at him. I clenched my fists in my sides. It wasn't anyone's fault, sir. Sometimes a few get away. Not if they're being watched carefully. Had someone told him what had happened? Had Riley confessed because he thought I would tell his dad eventually? When I asked you to put my son to work, I expected you to start with small jobs, having him responsible for keeping the herd together. He wasn't. He was shadowing someone else. That wasn't true, and Riley knew it. I felt him look at me, but I kept my gaze locked with his father's. Well, just keep an eye on him yourself next time. I couldn't do that if I was going to lead the drive, as Lawson would know if he regularly did the work he expected his son to do. Dad, I can... He glared at Riley. I don't need your input. You obviously don't know how to manage yourself, or you wouldn't be here. I know I'm asking Blake to perform a miracle, but it's my last hope. I've got to do something with you. I saw Riley stiffen, and I wanted to punch Lawson. How did he not see that he was setting Riley up to fail? No wonder the kid thought he couldn't do anything. He was just meeting Lawson's expectations. Mr. Lawson, Riley has learned a lot this week. I'm impressed with his progress. He narrowed his eyes at me. That's a credit to your teaching, then. Riley is a good student. His track record would say otherwise. Sir, that's enough. We've got ranch business to discuss. He glanced toward Riley. You're dismissed. I wished like hell I could follow him. I had a feeling he needed a friend, and as far as I knew, I was the closest thing he had to one here. I was still annoyed with the way he'd acted in the barn. He needed to work on his attitude, but his father treating him like that was only going to make it worse. It was over an hour before our meeting ended, because Lawson decided to put up an argument about the change in feed supplier I'd proposed. Yes, the new feed would cost a little more, but studies showed the switch could easily pay for itself in increased health for our cows. When I left his office, I walked out the front door and then sneaked back in through the kitchen. I didn't want Lawson knowing I intended to talk to Riley. Mary Ellen was rolling out some dough on the counter. "Do you know where Riley is?" I kept my voice low. "In his room. I'm glad you're here to check on him. He was crying after he left that man's office." Mary Ellen often referred to Lawson as that man. She said she only stayed on to cook for me and the hands. "I tried to get the boy to eat something, but he refused." Fuck. Why did Lawson have to be such an asshole? I got why he was frustrated with Riley. Hell, the boy pissed me off multiple times every day, but I could tell he was hurting. He wouldn't be half as much of a pain in the ass if Lawson showed the least bit of real concern for him. All he cared about was how Riley wasted his money, or how his actions looked to others. He was a person, not a fucking showpiece. "I'll go see if he wants something now," I said. "Whatever he's done, don't be too hard on him." "I won't, but he's got to give a little. I want him to succeed, but if he doesn't change his attitude, that's not going to happen." "Isn't there one of the younger hands that could help him out a little?" "Maybe Casey." He was also out and about Riley's age. They mostly just see him as the boss's son, so they're hesitant to talk to him. I would be his friend if he'd let me. She narrowed her eyes. "Don't tell me you don't see how hard that boy is crushing on you." Shit. I didn't think anyone else had noticed. That doesn't mean I can't help him. "No, it doesn't. But you need to be careful." She was right. But I was tired of being careful. Tired of the tension between us. Tired of catching him looking at me and wanting to take him in hand in every possible way. "I know what I'm doing, Mary Ellen. Which room is he in?" "Upstairs, second on the left." "Thanks." I braced myself for confrontation and headed toward Riley's room. I knocked softly, hoping his father was still down in his office. The last thing I needed was to get caught in Riley's room. When I got no response, I tried the door. It wasn't locked, so I let myself in. Riley was face down on top of his comforter, sound asleep. I could have turned around and left. He was safe, and I wasn't going to wake him to rehash what had happened when we could talk the next day. But I didn't leave. I walked to the bed and very carefully eased myself down until I was sitting on the mattress. Riley's eyelashes were damp, and I could see the tear tracks on his face. I wanted to march downstairs and tell his father exactly what I thought of his parenting skills. Riley might lack discipline, but he didn't deserve to be demeaned. I reached for the blanket that was folded at the end of the bed and pulled it up over him. He smiled softly and made a contented little sound. I wanted to hear more from him, gasps and pants as he let me know how much he needed me. But that wasn't going to happen. I forced myself to stand up and slowly backed out of the room, closing the door without a sound. Chapter 4. Riley. The next morning, I beat Blake to the barn for the first time since the day I'd arrived. I wasn't sure why I'd bothered, though. I couldn't seem to make myself give in and accept that Blake was trying to help me, even if I knew it was true. And after last night, it was obvious my father was never going to believe I could do anything right. As I entered the tack room, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the little horse trinket. It slipped from my hand and slid across the floor. I considered just leaving it there. I didn't think God or the universe or what the fuck ever wanted to send me any good luck. But when I remembered the earnestness on Celeste's face as she'd given it to me, I couldn't let myself give up, especially not when I'd woken with a blanket tucked around me and a vague memory of Blake's hand brushing my cheek. Had he really come into my room last night? I'd pretty much given up on the idea of anyone here being interested in my well-being. I bent down and started searching the floor for the little horse. It was almost the same color as the straw that was scattered all over the floor, and I didn't see it anywhere. Shit, where is it? I crawled around, moving farther and farther from the spot where I dropped it. Had it really gotten that far away? Finally, I saw a glint of gold. When I scooped it up and stood, I realized Blake had come in. He was watching me, a wary look on his face. What were you looking for? I shook my head. Nothing. He narrowed his eyes. Riley, what's in your hand? My pulse sped up, and heat rushed to my face. It's nothing. I started to back away. I need to go to the bathroom. I turned to go, but Blake seized my wrist. I tried to pull away, but he pried my fingers open before I could. You're not taking drugs while you're working for me, he snapped just before he saw the tiny horse. This is... Fuck. It's a little horse. I closed my fingers back around it and pulled away. I know what it is. Why wouldn't you just... Because you don't have a right to know everything about me, okay? But I love that you just assumed anything I would hide would be drugs. I'm sorry, Riley. Your father said... Right, because my father really knows me. I turned to walk away again. I was wrong, Blake said. His words froze me in my tracks. I hadn't expected him to admit that. I shouldn't have made an assumption. I won't listen to anything else he says about you. You won't? I promise. I turned around, and we stared at each other. The air felt thick between us. I wanted to hate Blake. I wanted to hate everything about this fucking ranch. But I didn't. I liked the animals, and I was starting to appreciate how well Blake had everything running. I didn't want to have to live with my father, but maybe I wouldn't have to if I could just stick this out. This horse was supposed to be a good luck charm. A friend gave it to me before I came back home. Supposed to be. I moved closer to Blake. Celeste, she taught an art class I took, but she was also my friend. She thought I could find a way to do what my father wanted, to please him, and then maybe I could move back to Atlanta and... I don't know. But I don't think it's working. Riley. I looked at him, and heat seared into me from his dark eyes. He was so close he seemed to surround me with his heat, his scent, sweat, fresh grass, and something musky that was just Blake. Need thrummed through me, dizzying me with its intensity. Yes, I believe in you. He held my gaze, and I reached for him, hooking my fingers in his belt loops and pulling him to me. His lips brushed mine. Then the barn door banged open, and we jumped apart. Blake, you in there? It was Casey, a ranch hand about my age and a fucking cock blocker. Blake cleared his throat. Back here, in the tack room. He turned back to me. I'm sorry. That shouldn't have. I wanted it. And you did too. Blake shook his head. We can't, Riley. There wasn't time for him to say anything else before Casey appeared in the doorway. One of the pregnant cows is acting funny. I brought her into the covered pen for you to take a look. Thanks, Casey. I'll check her now. Why don't you and Riley go have a look at the new fence? I'm hoping to move the cows back out there in the morning. Yes, sir. Blake walked away, and I didn't get another chance to talk to him alone that day. The rest of the week passed, and absolutely nothing happened between me and Blake. Not that I'd thought it would. He wasn't going to risk his job for me, and I shouldn't want him to. But every time we touched as we worked, even the smallest brush of forearms, electricity crackled through me. Blake never acknowledged it, but I heard his intake of breath on more than one occasion. A few times when no one was near us, I glanced down and saw his hard cock pressing against his tight jeans. He wanted me. I knew he was right. There were all kinds of reasons why he shouldn't have pushed me up against the tackroom wall, shoved my pants down, and fucked me hard and rough like he was punishing me for all the times I'd defied him. Not the least of which was that Casey would have caught us. That would have been bad. My father catching us would have been far worse. But that hadn't stopped me from longing for exactly that, along with a dozen other reckless scenarios. I needed Blake to bring me to heel, to force me to obey him, to make me care. Riley, are you paying attention? What? I stared at Blake's mouth for a few seconds. Jesus, I wanted it on me. Riley! His tone was sharper this time. Sorry, You can't be fucking daydreaming while we're doing this. Someone's going to get hurt. We'd been standing out in the baking sun for hours. I was tired and hungry and horny as fuck. Several of the other men had been sniping at each other too. It had been a long damn day, and I just wanted to be done. Couldn't somebody else do this? I could hear the whine in my voice, but I didn't bother to moderate it. It's just like what I told you with the tractor, Riley. We can't always wait for someone else to do this for us. This fence needs to be fixed right now, not whenever some crew can get out here to fix it for us. It's almost dinner time, boss, Casey said. That earned him a glare from Blake. We'll get dinner when we're finished. He turned back to me then. Hold this for me. Can you at least focus enough to do that? Fuck you. I'd said the words softly, but he'd probably heard me. I'm so sorry for asking you to do your job. It's not a real job. No one's paying me for this. So you're supporting yourself now, are you? Not taking any more of your father's money? Anger burned in me. Don't you fucking talk to me like that. I turned to go. Blake reached for me, but he was too close to the fence. The barbed wire caught his arm, and I stared in horror as blood welled up from a long cut. Fuck! He yelled. Riley, why couldn't you just do what I told you? He'd warned me someone would get hurt. I could have just shut up and gotten the work done so we could all be finished for the day, but I'd had to be a brat. Now Blake was hurt and it was my fault. I needed to get the first aid kit from the truck and take care of him like he had me that day by the tractor. I needed to apologize. My chest felt heavy. I could hardly breathe. The world pressed in on me from all sides, and all I could do was run. Chapter 5. Blake. Riley, God damn it, get back here! He didn't even slow down. In fact, he ran faster. I should never have said that to him. It was my fault as much as his. I'd been careless around the fence because he'd pissed me off. I was hot and hungry, and I'd sounded just like his fucking father. I looked at my arm. Blood obscured the cut, and I couldn't tell if it was deep enough to need stitches. The ground began to waver, and the edges of my vision darkened. Maybe I should sit down. Boss, are you okay? Casey's voice sounded far away. My pulse thrummed in my ears, and my hands felt tingly and cold. Casey took hold of my arm and helped me to the ground, insisting I lie back. Lift your arm. He tugged on my wrist. That'll help slow the bleeding. Have you been drinking water? A little, I think. He huffed. You've been too focused on Riley to take care of yourself. That's because he wasn't focused on fucking anything this morning. He was pretty well focused on you. Shit. It wasn't just Mary Ellen who'd noticed. What's that supposed to mean? Casey raised his brows. You know. I didn't say anything else, because Angelo was there now, kneeling beside me with the first aid kit. How bad is it? I asked after he checked out my arm. It should be all right once I get it cleaned up. You're current on your tetanus shot, right? I am. I had a booster last year. Good. Casey looked at the cut too, and also agreed a few butterfly bandages would take care of it. What happened? Angelo asked. Riley pissed me off, and I wasn't paying attention. Angelo shook his head. That boy is trouble. His father is mostly to blame for that, Casey said. Angelo started to protest, but Casey cut him off. You know it's true. Blake is the only reason most of us stay here. True or not, Angelo said. You better be careful who you say that around. Is there something I should know? I asked. I didn't like thinking that some of my hands were ready to snitch to Lawson if they heard a word against him. That wasn't the kind of environment I wanted to work in. Nah, Angelo said. Just some people are old-fashioned and won't badmouth an owner, no matter how much of a bastard he is. I appreciate a respectful tone, I said, glancing at Casey. But I also want us to be able to speak our minds if need be. Is there something else you'd like to say, Casey? No, sir. Okay, then. Let's call it a day. We'll keep the cattle out of this pasture for another night and finish up in the morning. Everyone was subdued at dinner. The unseasonably hot weather and the frustrations of the day had gotten to all of us. Riley didn't show up. I was going to let that go and let him cool off overnight. But as I headed back to my place after dinner, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. And it wasn't from the welcome breeze that was whistling through the leaves. Something was wrong. I wasn't sure how I knew, but I did. And thank God I listened to my instincts. When I found Riley, he was in the driveway, fumbling with the door of his car, so drunk he could barely stay on his feet. He must have started drinking as soon as he reached the house and not let up. I took hold of his waist to steady him. You're not going anywhere in this condition. He tried to free himself from my hold. M2, going to town. Need more alcohol. That is the last thing you need. You're not the boss of me. Right now, I'm just a friend saving you from killing yourself or someone else. He gave a disgusted snort. No one admits me. His slurred words made my chest tighten. I would. He looked at me, eyes unfocused. Why? 'Cause you want to punish me? Only if he wanted me to, and never harshly. No, you want me, but you won't do nothing about it. Riley, I can't. I get it. I'm a pain in the ass. I sighed. Sometimes, yes, but just let me go. That's not an option. Give me your keys and let's get you inside. Not going back. My Dad's never gonna think I'm any good. Lawson shouldn't be allowed near this boy again. I'm going to help you prove him wrong, but not if you do shit like this. You take me then. He thrust the keys toward me. Get me another drink. I grabbed the keys and put them in my pocket. The only place I'm taking you is to bed. I realized how that sounded as soon as the words left my mouth. I can handle that. No, I didn't think he could. Not in this condition. I'm going to put you in bed so you can sleep this off. He shook his head, then swayed. I thought he was going to be sick, but he righted himself. If you won't do it, I'm going to go to town and get laid. I bit back a growl. I couldn't even think about another man's hands on him. "You're too drunk for that." "Afraid someone'll take advantage of me?" "Yes." "But what if that's what I want?" He laid a hand on my chest and slid it down over my abs. I grabbed his wrist when he reached my waistband. "You're not thinking clearly." "So clearly. You're hot. Always have been. Used to jerk off thinking about you when I still lived here. Sometimes I still do." Jesus. I did not need to know that. "Nothing is going to happen between us. It can't." "Because you'll get in trouble with the big boss?" "Because you're drunk and not making good decisions." "What if I was sober?" He met my gaze, and I couldn't look away. "Riley, you know we shouldn't do this." He leaned in, lips close to mine. "Don't you want to kiss me?" I did, so badly. Before I could stop myself, I brought my hands up to cup his face. He tilted his head, leaning into my touch, and my heart banged against my ribs. I let my gaze drop to his lush, pink mouth and wondered how he would taste. His tongue snaked out to lick the seductive curve of his lower lip. I told myself to step away, but I waited too long. He took hold of my belt loops like he had that day in the tack room and pulled our bodies together. "Please." He sounded so fucking lost. I couldn't deny him a kiss. Just one kiss. That's all it could be tonight. That was all it should ever be. I pressed my lips against his with the barest hint of pressure, and he sucked in his breath. "More." A groan escaped me as I gave him what he asked for, kissing him for real this time, running my tongue over the seam of his lips until he opened for me. I could taste the tequila he'd drunk as my tongue slid along his. He tried to pull me even closer, and I felt his cock press against my hip. "Need you," he murmured against my lips. I needed him too. My cock was hard as an iron bar, and desperate to be freed from the confines of my jeans. But I couldn't fuck him now when I had no way to be sure it was what he truly wanted. As we continued to kiss, I let my hands drag over his neck. My thumbs brushed his pulse points, and I could feel how wildly his heart was racing. I massaged his shoulders for a moment before caressing his back, and then gripping his firm ass, settling him tight against me. "Yes," he groaned. I broke our kiss so I could slide my lips along his jaw and tease his earlobe with my teeth. He shuddered against me, and I kissed his neck and nipped at the thin skin of his throat. I wanted more. I wanted to run my hands and teeth over every inch of him. "Please, Blake." He reached for the fastenings of my pants. That was when I knew I had to put a stop to this before we went too far. We were already taking a huge risk. His father could walk out of the ranch house and see us. What the fuck was I thinking? "Don't stop," he begged when I pulled away. "I know you want this." I do. There was no point in trying to deny it after what we'd done. But what I want, and what's going to happen, aren't necessarily the same thing. Life's more fun when you do what you want. If only I could act as spoiled as him and forget all my responsibilities. Maybe so, but I need my job. I need you. His words were softer, more serious, almost like he'd sobered up for a moment. The pain in his eyes showed how desperate he was to know somebody cared, and I did. I wanted to be the daddy he needed. I could take such good care of him. But I could also cost us both what we wanted if I let myself cross that line. Riley, you're drunk. You don't know what you're saying. I do too. I always tell my secrets when I drink. He started to laugh then, so hard he doubled over. The sound wasn't happy at all. It was harsh and bitter, and it echoed around us in the night. He needed comfort. Another night, when he was sober, I might have considered giving him that, but I knew it would never work. One night with him wouldn't be enough. He wasn't like the men I hooked up with when I went into the city for some stress relief. The way I felt about him was way more intense. I wanted more than just sex with him, but he was going to leave as soon as his father decided he'd forced him to work long enough. A few months is better than nothing. True, but we could get caught, and he's so young, and please don't leave. He sounded so fucking desolate. I'm not leaving you, but we're not going any further right now. What about later? That's something to figure out when you're sober. I held out my hand to him. Come on. He swayed as he stepped toward me, so I scooped him up bridal style. I don't think walking is good for you right now. Do you regret it? He asked as I led us into the cabin where I lived. What? I assumed he meant kissing him, but I wanted to be sure. All of it? Kissing me, agreeing to supervise me, working for my dad? No, I don't regret any of it. Really? Yes. I laid him down on my bed. I didn't have a guest room, but I'd be fine on the couch. I doubted I'd get much sleep knowing he was close by, but I wasn't going to force him to go back to the main house. I'm going to get you some water and ibuprofen. Then you're going to sleep this off, and we'll talk more in the morning. He looked around like he was registering his surroundings for the first time. Is this your bed? Yes. Are you going to cuddle me while I fall asleep? Dear God, I wanted to. I wanted to strip down, climb into bed with him, pull him against me, and stay there all night to make him feel warm and comforted. But helping him get his act together so he could satisfy his father would do a lot more to comfort him in the long run. He'd get to decide his own future, and I would get to keep adding to my savings so I could have a ranch of my own. No, I'm going to sleep on the couch. There's plenty of room here. I shook my head. That doesn't matter. You're still drunk. He gave a dramatic sigh. When I got back with his water, he'd opened up his jeans, and he had his cock in his hand. Riley? Can't help it. So hot for you. He moved his hand up and down, making slow strokes and curving his palm over the head of his cock every time he reached the top. Pre-cum glistened at his slit, and I wanted to lick it off. Let me get you settled. You can finish that after I'm gone if you need to. Want you to watch. I told myself I wouldn't touch him again. I wouldn't have to touch him to watch. But this felt even more intimate somehow. If I watched him and saw the look on his face as his climax hit, it would be even harder for me to say no next time. I'm going to set the water down and please. The pain in his voice kept me there, frozen in place, watching him as his strokes grew faster. My cock was so hard, I wondered if it might split the seam of my jeans. I longed to lower my zipper, wrap my hand around my own cock, and mirror his strokes. A wicked voice in my head told me to go ahead and do just that. I'd already crossed so many lines tonight. What was one more? No, Riley was drunk and not thinking straight. I didn't have that excuse. If I jerked off watching him, that would be a conscious choice, and it would be a wrong one, at least right now. "You see me, don't you?" Riley asked. I knew he didn't just mean that I saw him getting himself off. I saw who he really was. I knew he wasn't the boy his father thought he was. "Yeah, I see you. And you're fucking gorgeous." Riley smiled as he arched his hips, pushing his cock through the circle of his hand. "Need you so much." "Riley, I know. You're all noble and kind. You want to take care of me. It makes me want to please you." I bit my lip to hold in a groan. I had no question he could please me if he wanted to, in bed and out. "I do want to take care of you, and that means not taking advantage of you." "You're just watching. You're not touching me. You're not doing anything. This is all me." He was wrong, but this felt so fucking right. My hand shook as I set the water on top of the dresser. I didn't dare get close enough to him to put it on the nightstand. I only had so much willpower, and I was already doing a poor job of using it. "I wish you were over here with me," he purred. "I wish this was your hand around me. I wish your cock was feeling me, owning me." Jesus. I was going to cum in my pants if he kept talking like that. "I'm so close. Watch me. Watch me come for you." Nothing could have made me look away. If Riley was this seductive drunk, he had to be goddamn lethal when he was sober. He was everything I wanted. A boy to care for. A boy who wanted to please me. One who needed me to teach him his own worth. I could be his daddy. I could make him feel cherished and loved. I could... A frantic whimper from Riley ended my ability to think. "Blake, it feels so good." Hearing my name on his lips in that breathless tone made me have to squeeze my dick to keep from spilling right there. I should have been terrified of the power he had over me, but all I could think about was what I would do to him once he was in his right mind. "Yes, please, need you," Riley cried, as cum shot from his cock. It was almost as if he'd read my thoughts. I clenched my sweaty hands into fists and tried to quiet my ragged breathing. I was more turned on than I had been after thoroughly plowing some of the men I'd been with. Riley kept working himself as he shot again and again, coating his chest and belly with sticky fluid. He giggled as he collapsed back against the mattress and laid a hand over his face. "Holy fuck. Is the room spinning?" "No, baby. That's the tequila." "You sure? Feels like a fucking merry-go-round." Honestly, it kind of felt like that to me too, and I was totally sober. Riley rose up on his elbows and met my gaze, a worried expression on his face. "Blake, are you mad about that?" "I didn't..." "No, I'm not mad. That was fucking beautiful, Riley." "It was? But you didn't... Did you?" I ran a hand over my dick, drawing his attention to the way it pressed against my pants. "I'm hard as fuck, but I told you I wouldn't do anything about that while you're drunk. Stay right there. I'll be back." I went to the bathroom to get a washcloth so I could clean him up. I seriously considered finishing myself off while I was in there, but I chose to wait, certain Riley would know if I did. That would only be slightly less wrong than doing it right in front of him. I put the glass of water and some ibuprofen on the nightstand. I stayed by him as he cleaned up the mess he'd made of himself. When he slid the washcloth over his cock, a groan escaped me. Our eyes met, and I knew he could see the heat in mine. He reached for my hand. "Stay with me." I shook my head and freed myself from his grip. "Good night, Riley." I thought he would protest again, but he didn't. "Good night, Blake. Thank you for taking such good care of me." Those words were almost as seductive as his jerk-off session. I should stay away from him. The risk was huge for both of us. But at this point, it felt inevitable that I was going to teach Riley discipline, while showing him just how much pleasure I could wring from his body. I let Riley sleep in the next morning, intending to get my first chores done, send the other hands out with their morning assignments, then talk to him about what had happened. Not that I had a clue what I was going to say. My phone buzzed in my pocket as I was feeding the last of the horses. It was Lawson. Hearing from him at this time of day could not be a good thing.
"Hello? I need to see you in my office as soon as possible."
Oh, shit. Had he or someone else seen me with Riley the night before? Did someone know Riley had spent the night at my house? I should never have brought him there. "I'm finishing feeding the horses, sir. I'll be there in a few minutes." Lawson ended the call without another word. I considered waking Riley to warn him, but I didn't know for sure that Lawson knew anything. If he did, I'd weather the first wave of the storm myself and see if there was anything I could do to mitigate the damage. I cleaned up a little but decided to forego taking another shower. I wanted this over and done with. Lawson's office door was open when I got there. He looked up from the papers on his desk and waved me in.
"Have a seat."
He gestured to one of the chairs placed in front of his desk. This was interesting. If he was about to fire me, surely he'd make me stand. If this wasn't about me and Riley, what was it?
"I appreciate the attempts you've made with my son, but I'm going to have to find him a job somewhere else."
No way. Sir, he really is making progress, and he's more than willing to work." He waved his hand dismissively.
"So you've said, but I've asked Leanne to move in. I'm thinking about proposing to her."
I'd only seen Leanne a few times, and hadn't realized their relationship was serious. Partly because I was well aware she wasn't the only woman Lawson was sleeping with. Not that it was any of my business. "I guess I don't see how that affects where Riley works, sir."
"If she moves in with me here, she doesn't want Riley around. It's awkward for her, since they're about the same age."
So rather than introduce them and help her get more comfortable with Riley and the age difference between her and Lawson, he was just going to dismiss his son. And if that was awkward, how would it be if he found out Riley had a thing for older men? 17 years separated Riley and me.
"I'll find a place for him in my Houston office or maybe in New York,"
Lawson continued. Lawson ran a sizable development company. The ranch was merely a side business for him. He'd forced Riley to major in business in college. The fact that he'd failed out 3 times didn't bode well for him taking a business job. He might want to move back to Atlanta or try another city, but I couldn't imagine him enjoying a job that confined him to a desk. Every time I asked him to help with record keeping, he fidgeted like a 5-year-old on a long car ride. The last thing I wanted to do was talk down about Riley the way his father did, but it would be worth it if Riley got to stay here. "I'm not sure he'd be very good at office work, sir. He doesn't like to sit still, and he seems to enjoy being outside." Lawson grimaced.
"You got a better idea?"
Was he actually asking for my opinion? Or was that a rhetorical question? I decided to act like he wanted my advice. Assuming Leanne wouldn't be ready to move in right away, or that she wouldn't mind sharing the space for a short time, what if you gave Riley a set amount of time, say 2 months, to prove that he could learn how to run this ranch? If he succeeds and proves he can have a good work ethic, maybe you could let him choose his own major or apply for a job in a field he's interested in. Lawson narrowed his eyes at me, and for a moment, I thought I was going to have to kiss my job goodbye.
All right. If Riley can do all that in 2 months, I'll give him access to half his trust fund, and he can go do whatever the hell he wants. I'm tired of worrying about him.
My jaw tightened, and I clenched my hands into fists. How could anyone talk like that about their son? From what I'd heard, Riley had a large sum of money his grandparents had set aside for him, but he didn't have access to it until he turned 30.
I'm not paying any more tuition or bailing him out of any more shit, though, Lawson said. So if, or more likely when, he fails at this, he can take whatever job I can find him, or he's on his own.
I was confident Riley could do this if he was willing to try. Should I tell him or...
Where is he?
Lawson asked. He was in my bed, unless he'd woken up and headed for the barn to look for me, which I seriously doubted. I'm not sure. I can call him and...
What do you mean you're not sure? Didn't he show up this morning?
This was not going well. We worked late last night, so I told him he could start a little later this morning. Lawson scowled.
Don't give him any special treatment. He doesn't need to get any softer than he already is.
Lawson was one to talk about soft. I kept that thought to myself.
I'll call him.
Lawson was tapping on his phone before I could protest again. I pulled out my own phone, hoping Lawson would think I'd gotten an important text from one of the hands. I quickly messaged Riley that everything was okay, and told him to go along with whatever his dad said. I had no idea if he'd read it before he answered his phone. All I could do was pray he wasn't about to fuck up the deal I'd secured for him. Chapter 6. Riley. I was awakened by a persistent buzz. My head was pounding, and at first, I thought the sound was coming from inside it. Eventually, I realized my phone was vibrating against the nightstand. I reached for it, quickly realizing movement was a bad idea. My stomach churned as I pulled the phone to my ear. Hello? The damn thing kept buzzing, and it felt like someone was drilling into my skull. Was it broken? I opened my eyes just enough to see the screen, wincing in the bright light. I hadn't accepted the call. I found the strength to move my hand and tap the green circle. Hello? My mouth was so dry I wasn't sure the word was audible.
I need you in my office. Now.
It was my dad. Why was he calling me? I opened my eyes again and looked around. Where was I? For a moment, I thought I was back in my dorm room. Then I remembered I was at the ranch. But this wasn't my bedroom. This was... Holy shit. Was I really in Blake's bed? Had we... I remembered kissing him, making out with him. He hadn't fucked me though, had he? I hope like hell I hadn't forgotten that, because Blake inside me would be a memory I'd want to replay again and again. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Don't tell me you're still lying around in bed.
I had no idea what time it was, but I could tell the sun was fully up. That wasn't a good sign, considering I was supposed to be at work at 6. Why hadn't Blake woken me? I'm sorry, sir. I guess
Blake told me he gave you permission to come in a little late today, but this is pushing your luck.
Had he told me that? I'll be there as fast as I can, sir.
Keep in mind that Blake and I are waiting.
He disconnected the call, leaving me with questions spinning through my aching head. Blake was there? This didn't sound good. Why would my father summon me to talk to both him and Blake? Had someone seen us? Was he about to kick me out with nothing? Or worse, fire Blake? My stomach heaved, and I was damn glad Blake had thought to set a trash can by the bed. I would never have made it to the bathroom. When my body was done attempting to expel everything I'd eaten for a week, I stumbled to the bathroom and rinsed out my mouth. I wanted to go back to bed, curl up, and pull the covers over my head, but I forced myself to turn the shower on. If my father was about to kick me out, I was at least going to face him clean and dressed like I had a bit of dignity. I had to turn the water to cold to keep from passing out in the shower, but I got through it. I even managed to keep down a few sips of water after I dried off. I only had the clothes I'd worn the day before. I could borrow one of Blake's shirts, but it would be huge on me, and my father was more likely to notice that than a dirty t-shirt. Maybe if I entered by the kitchen, I could sneak up to my room and quickly change. I wished to hell I had time for coffee. I truly didn't know if I could face my father without it. Mary Ellen would have some ready in the kitchen, but I doubted my father wanted me showing up with a mug in hand. I'd manage somehow. I had to get dressed sitting on the floor to keep my stomach from revolting again. As I tried to convince myself I could walk to the main house without getting sick again, I realized I had a text from Blake. When I finished reading it, my stomach felt more settled. I still didn't know what the hell was going on, but Blake assured me everything was okay. I could trust Blake. That was one thing I was sure of. I survived the walk to the house, and a few minutes after I got there, I entered my father's office, wearing a clean t-shirt and having managed about half of the coffee I'd poured myself before sneaking upstairs. Blake and my father were talking over figures for the ranch. Blake gave me a reassuring smile, but my father didn't acknowledge me until he was done speaking to Blake.
That took long enough.
I thought you'd prefer me to be showered, sir.
I'd prefer you to wake up at a decent hour and be on time.
Blake gave me a look that reminded me to keep my temper in check. So instead of pointing out that it was hard to be on time for a meeting I didn't know existed, I kept my mouth closed.
I'm thinking about proposing to Leanne,
my father announced. I never even met the woman, but he obviously didn't care about such formalities.
That will mean she'll be moving here to the ranch. Having the two of you here together isn't going to work.
So he was kicking me out in favor of a trophy wife. Perfect. A few weeks ago, I probably wouldn't have cared. I was used to the fact he didn't give a damn about me. But now I wanted to stay. I didn't mind the work I was doing like I'd thought I would, and I wasn't ready to leave Blake, not when there was the possibility of more between us, even if that more was only fucking. I don't want to...
I'm not finished, son.
Yes, sir. I barely got the words out through gritted teeth. I hoped to God Blake knew something I didn't. He told me to go along with whatever my father said, but I wasn't sure how much more I could stand.
I was going to send you to my Houston office, but I don't have the right opening there, and I'm reluctant to push someone else out of a job you'll no doubt fail at.
Wow, such confidence in me. This was exactly how I'd hoped to start my day.
Blake had another idea, though, and since I'm desperate, I'm going to give it a go.
I glanced at Blake. He wouldn't sell me out, would he? Not after the way he'd taken care of me last night.
Son, are you even listening?
Not really. Yes, sir.
You have 2 months to learn all there is to know about running this ranch. If you can prove to me that you've listened to Blake and learned from him, then I'll advance you half the amount in your trust fund, and you can spend it however you'd like. That's it, though. No more allowance, and not another cent of tuition money.
Was he serious? Had Blake really suggested this? I would never have thought my father would agree to it. That was a hell of a lot to learn in a short time, but it would be totally worth it if I could gain my freedom from my dad. I'd have enough money to be comfortable while I figured out my next step. No more business classes or jobs he forced me into. Could I do it? Blake would be there to help me. If nothing else, I'd get 2 more months with him, hopefully with him in my bed. I held out my hand to my father. It's a deal.
You haven't asked what happens if you can't prove your knowledge to me when your time is up.
My heart pounded. I should have known there was a catch. What happens?
You either take whatever job is available in Houston, or you walk away with nothing.
The trust fund is still mine when I turn 30. My father gave a reluctant nod.
Yes, there's nothing I can do about that.
Thank God for my grandparents' foresight. The bastard would take it from me if he could. So worst case, I would have a few rough years. I did have a little saved up, and I would just have to do my best to be a good student and take in everything Blake told me. I held out my hand again. I accept your terms. My father and I shook on the deal. Then he turned to Blake.
I'll expect him to know enough to take over if you had to be gone.
I understand, sir.
You're a damn good foreman, but I'm not sure even you are up for this task. I'll be interested to see what you can do with him.
I clenched my fists, but I didn't say anything. I wasn't even sure why I cared what he thought anymore. My father wasn't ever going to see me for who I was. He looked back down at the paperwork in front of him. I turned to leave, and Blake followed me out. Neither of us spoke until we were several yards from the house. You actually suggested this to him? That you teach me how to run the ranch?
I did. There's no way in hell you'd be happy working in one of his offices. This way, you have a chance to get away from him and still have means to live on.
While you're stuck here working your ass off. God, you must think I'm such a privileged little shit.
Blake chuckled. Sometimes. But it's not like he gave you the skills to be much else. Maybe if you'd been allowed to pick your own major, you'd still be in school right now.
Or maybe I still would have failed out and been a drunken loser. Blake raised his brows.
Do you really think that?
I don't know. He laid a hand on my shoulder, and the heat seared into my skin.
You're not a loser, Riley.
Did you really suggest this because you wanted me to be happy? It's so much work for you.
Blake nodded. It is. But I don't like seeing Lawson treat you the way he does. You're not who he thinks you are.
Why had Blake believed me when I'd told him that? No one ever believed me. Did he actually want me here as much as I wanted to stay? Would he miss me if my dad sent me away? You really think I can do this? His hand tightened on my shoulder, and I bit back a moan.
If you want to, then you can. You're capable of learning whatever you set your mind to. If I didn't think that, I would never have made the suggestion.
Blake reached into his pocket and pulled something out. When I looked down at his open palm, I saw the horse Celeste had given me.
I found it on the ground by your car.
I tried to throw it the night before, but I'd been so drunk it had just fallen to the ground. I remembered thinking I could run it over instead. Thank you.
I expect you to keep it safe. Let it remind you that your friend believed in you, and I do too. You're going to learn everything about this ranch so you can gain your freedom. You only have to put up with this for 2 months. That will fly by with all the work you'll be doing.
I should be thrilled by that, shouldn't I? But when I thought about walking away from Blake, I felt heavy and sad. What was I going to do about that, though? I couldn't stay here, and asking him to come with me would be ridiculous. He wanted me, but it wasn't like we were actually together or anything. He belonged here on the ranch, and he told me he needed this job if he was going to save for land of his own. At least I'd have a few months with him, but I needed to make the most of them. Blake, you said we could talk about...
There you are, boss.
It was Casey. Blake blew out a long breath.
Sorry, Lawson called me in for a meeting unexpectedly. That's all right. I was wondering if we should head on out and finish up the fence we were working on yesterday. Yes. Go on and take the truck. Riley and I will follow on horseback. There are a few things I want to check out. Sure thing, boss.
Blake looked to me when Casey had gone.
I did tell you we'd talk today, but things started off differently than I imagined. Training starts now. We'll save talking for tonight.
I started to protest, but he tucked the horse trinket into my pocket.
Keep that with you, and let it remind you why you're doing this.
Yes, sir. He grinned.
Better.
Blake showed me several of the different pastures and explained how cows and calves were rounded up to be sorted every spring by moving them into smaller pastures, then into the small corral. We headed to where Casey was working on the fence.
You can trust Casey. He's impulsive sometimes, but he's a good guy. If you need something and I'm not around, he'll help you out.
Is he gay? I heard some of the guys talking and...
He is, and he's open about it. But
it's not like he's going to flaunt it on a ranch. I know.
Blake nodded. It's getting better. Ken and Andy next door make no effort to hide how they feel about each other. They've lost some workers because of that, but it's easier for them to hire hands who support them or truly don't care than it was even a few years ago.
A few moments later, we met up with Casey, and Blake left me there to work on the fence while he rode on to check on the cows in the farthest pasture. Casey gave a low whistle as Blake rode off.
That is one sexy as fuck man.
I pressed my lips together, barely holding back the word mine. Casey laughed.
You've got nothing to worry about. He's never looked at me the way he looks at you.
What? What do you mean?
Casey raised his brow. Are you seriously telling me you two aren't...
We're not. Not really, but... Fuck. I'm not good at this.
Hiding?
Yeah. Blake told me I could trust Casey, but I didn't think he wanted me to go this far. I shouldn't be talking about this. If my dad found out,
I wouldn't tell him if he paid me.
I snorted. Are you sure about that? Because he damn well would pay for dirt on me. He'd done it before. He laid a hand on my arm.
I'm serious, Riley. I would never snitch on you or Blake.
Blake hired me when no one else around here would. And while some of the hands here are nicer than others, no one gives me shit for being gay. I like it here, but it's because of the way Blake runs things. I was kind of hoping since you're back that you might be taking over. Your dad doesn't seem very into the whole ranch operation. Oh, no. I made a bargain with my dad. I have to prove I can learn how to run the place, and then I can get some of my inheritance and move on. Should I have told him that? Everyone would find out eventually, wouldn't they? My dad never said to keep it a secret. Casey looked disappointed.
Well, that's too bad. I mean, not the part about the money, but I was hoping you'd be staying.
I can't stay.
Can't? Or don't want to? Casey asked. I'm not judging, just curious.
A few weeks ago, I would have said it was both. The ranch held a lot of bad memories, and I'd thought I was a hell of a lot happier in town. Now I wasn't sure I'd been happy in a long time. I can't. Once I satisfy the deal with my dad, he wants me to leave.
What do you want?
I shrugged. That's the last thing he cares about.
Forget about Lawson.
Where do you want to go?
What do you want to do?
I thought I'd move back to Atlanta to see if I could figure out something I did want to study. But being here, feeling the connection I did with Blake, was making me reconsider. I wish I knew. Well, I guess you'll figure that out. As long as you've got money to live on, you could do whatever, right? Yeah, I guess so. But could I? I was beginning to worry that what I actually wanted was the one thing I couldn't have. If you ever want to talk about it or whatever, I'm a good listener. I smiled at him. Thanks. I really appreciate that. We focused on the fence then, but I felt more comfortable now, like I had a friend here other than Blake. That was good, because as Blake and I had ridden out here, I'd started to really think about what I'd agreed to. There was way too much to learn, more than I'd ever realized. My chances of figuring it all out, even with Blake and Casey behind me, were frighteningly low. Chapter 7. Blake. You said yourself I wouldn't be any good at office work. Riley slumped back against the chair, making it slide across the floor. Riley. I ran my hand through my hair and took a deep breath. As much as I wanted to shout at him, I wasn't going to. What I said was that you wouldn't be happy confined in an office all day. You wouldn't like the monotony of it, and you wouldn't like sitting still for that long. That is not the same as saying you aren't capable of it. Record keeping and finance are part of running a ranch. I don't understand this shit. None of these numbers make any sense. I've never been any good at math. There's no complicated math involved. Yes, it might take a while to learn the formulas and be able to create the spreadsheet yourself, but I'm not asking you to do that yet. I'm just asking you to learn what data you need to put in for this to work. Then I'm fucked because I can't do it. My patience was running very thin. It had been a hell of a day. We'd had to deal with a sick cow in the pouring rain. Our feed hadn't been delivered when it was supposed to be, and I had to send Riley and Casey to the supplier. And there was a leak in the barn. Riley had gotten progressively more antsy all day. Seeing the number of problems that could come up all at once probably made him realize just how big a job running this ranch was. But that didn't mean he could just stop trying. Do you really think that's all this is? I hated my conscience sometimes. It had been days since we'd kissed and he'd jerked off in front of me while he was drunk. We'd yet to talk about it even though I'd promised him we would. The first night, we hadn't been able to risk any private time and things had been crazy since then. But I could have made time. I just hadn't. And that wasn't fair. Do you want to do this or not, Riley? Because if you don't, then I'm done. You can go right to your father's office and tell him you'd rather go work for the asshole who runs his Houston office than pay attention to me and put in some effort here. I'm not working for my father. Then you're either going to have to figure out how to support yourself without any of his help, or you're going to learn what I'm teaching you. He dropped his head and speared his hands through his hair. I'm just not sure I can. Maybe I really am as stupid as my father thinks I am. No, I was not going to listen to that. Look at me, Riley. I waited until he did before I continued. I'm making a rule right now, and I expect it to be obeyed. His gaze slid away from mine again. Fine, whatever. I really don't know if I can do this. I get that it's frustrating. It would be ideal for us to have a lot more time, but we don't. And you putting yourself down is only making it worse. From now on, you're not allowed to say, I can't, anymore. You don't get to tell me you're stupid or incapable or any other negative thing about yourself. Riley turned back to me. At least now there was challenge in his eyes instead of defeat. What are you going to do about it if I do? I should have told him I'd assign him some extra chores, or refuse to teach him any more, or really anything that wouldn't lead to my hand on his bare ass. But I was tired of fighting the tension between us. Are you sure you want to find out? His eyes widened. What? You spend most of the afternoon putting yourself down and keeping us from making progress. You need to be punished for that. Do you think you can handle it?" He stared at me. The air between us felt too thick to breathe. "Do you mean you're really going to—" "You asked me the other day if I was going to spank you and you defied me." I watched his throat work as he swallowed. "Yeah, but I didn't think you would." "That's one thing you need to learn about me right now. Don't challenge me if you're not prepared to take the consequences. If you want someone to discipline you the way you need to be disciplined, if you want someone to take care of you, to teach you how to take care of yourself, how to feel better about yourself, then I'll do that for you. If that's not what you want, we'll find another way to make this work. Or you can tell me right now that you're done." Riley's cheeks were deeply pink. He sank his teeth into his lower lip and looked up at me through his lashes. He looked so damn young, so uncertain, and I started to question myself all over again. But then he said, "I want that. All of that." "Then explain what you've learned from this spreadsheet. After dinner, we'll go back to my cabin." His mouth dropped open. "You think I can explain this now? I was already having trouble focusing, and now you... and I'm..." He reached down and adjusted himself. "Part of running a ranch is learning how to focus on one thing when there are a million others going on. Tell me about the spreadsheet, boy." "Yes, Daddy." The cheeky grin he gave me begged for a spanking even if he hadn't already earned one. "If you're going to call me that, you'd better take it seriously. You do what I say. You accept that I know what's best for you, and you commit to being exclusively mine while you're here." "I don't want anyone else, and I want to be good for you. I'm going to need a lot of help with that, though, and maybe a lot of discipline." "I will take care of that. I promise." "Okay." His voice was shaky now, less sure, but he managed to do as I asked. With a few long pauses to stare at me, he told me what each of the spreadsheet columns were for, and what the totals at the bottom meant. When he was done, I closed my laptop. The click seemed to echo in the room, and Riley's chest rose and fell with a long sigh. "You weren't kidding about this, were you?" he asked. "About taking me back to your house?" "I would never joke about something like this. That wouldn't be fair to you, and the most important rule between us is that we both respect each other." "I don't know that I've ever respected anyone more than you, Blake. I know I don't always show it, but I do." I took his hand and tugged him to his feet. "As long as you try, that's all I can ask." I'll try, Daddy." Fuck. Hearing him call me that was hot. "Before we go, I need you to understand one more thing. If I could, I'd be happy to tell the world you were mine, but we're going to have to be discreet. I think you know as well as I do how your father would react to us being together. It would be all that much worse if he knew the nature of our relationship. The Hands all know I'm gay. They know Casey is too, but even if they don't mind that, the foreman fucking the boss's son would not be okay. Mary Ellen has already noticed the way we watch each other. Casey has too." I sighed. "Yeah, he has. We're going to have to be damn careful. Can you do that for me?" He nodded, and I saw concern in his eyes. I didn't want to worry him, but I needed to take this seriously. He was used to getting away with whatever he wanted, but if he lost his chance to prove himself, he would care about the consequences, and I would sure as hell care about losing my job. I was so distracted at dinner I was lucky to have been able to get food from my plate to my mouth, but somehow, Riley and I both managed. I deliberately sat at the opposite end of the table from him, and I was glad to see him conversing easily with Casey. I texted him that he should walk back to the main house and wait until everyone had time to settle in for the evening, then come knock on my door. Hopefully, if anyone saw him, they would think he had a question about what we'd done that day. I saw him look at his phone when he got my message. He glanced up at me, and his expression said he might die if he had to wait any longer. He wasn't the only one who was anxious. By the time he knocked on my door, I was pacing the floor, ready to come out of my skin. I forced myself to cross the room slowly and take a long, slow breath before letting him in. I did not want to rush this. It felt like I'd been waiting ages to have him like this. I didn't care anymore how wrong it was. He needed this, and so did I. I was damn good at running the ranch. If we got caught and Lawson fired me, I would find somewhere else to work, and I'd make sure Riley was taken care of too. He was my responsibility now. When the time came for him to leave the ranch, well, I'd worry about that later. I opened the door, and Riley practically bounded in. "I can't believe you made me wait that long." I started to respond, but my words stuck in my throat as he gave me a careful once-over. "I swear, you just get sexier every fucking day. I mean, I thought you were so hot back when I was 15, but now you're just..." He sighed. I wanted to kiss him so badly. I'd loved feeling the passion in him the other night. I didn't think it would be diminished now that he was sober, but that wasn't how we were going to start out. "You asked me what would happen if you demeaned yourself again, or told me you couldn't do something." He shivered. "I did." "It's time for me to show you. I want you to know that any time I discipline you, it's for your own good. You'll always have a safe word because I don't ever want to go too far with you, or do something you truly don't want. There are other ways to deal with you breaking the rules." "I don't want other ways. I want this. I want you." Hopefully he'd feel the same way once he felt the sting of my hand on his ass. "Have you ever used a safe word before?" He shook his head. "I've probably got a lot less experience than you think, and all of that was pretty vanilla. Just normal college boy hookups." His cheeks were adorably pink. "There's no reason you should have any more experience than you have. If you want me to stop, say red. And if you just need to take a break or for me to slow down, say yellow." "I can do that." "Good." I sat down on the couch. I'd spread a towel out before he'd arrive so he didn't have to worry about making a mess. If Riley enjoyed this as much as I suspected, he might not be able to keep himself from coming as he took his punishment. "Have you ever been spanked before?" Riley shook his head. "Not since I was a kid." "This will be very different." "I know. I mean, I never got hard from any of that." "But you're already hard now, and I haven't even touched you." He grinned. "I'm hard for you most of the time." I did not need to think about that. "Drop your pants and lie over my lap." Riley's hand shook as he unfastened his belt and undid his jeans. I wanted to take charge and do it for him, but I reminded myself that he needed to make this choice. If he was going to make himself vulnerable to me like this, then this first time, it had to all come from him. That way, I'd know this was absolutely what he wanted. He pushed his pants over his hips, and his cock sprang free. I couldn't help but stare. He was truly beautiful, and I wanted to take his cock in my mouth and taste him. Later, I would. Right now, He needed to know that I cared enough to enforce the rules I set down by disciplining him when he broke them. Riley shoved his pants to his knees before he realized he couldn't easily walk like that. I smiled as I watched him pull them back up, hurry forward, and sink to his knees beside me. He looked up at me, uncertainty in his eyes. "This is your choice. You can change your mind any time."
"I want this. I'm just wondering how I'm going to keep from coming before this even starts."
"Fuck, boy. Now I was wondering the same thing."
"I told you I wanted you."
"You did. But I want you to try your best to hold back until this is over. I want to watch your face as you come."
"Like you did the other night?"
So he did remember. "Yes, just like that."
"I'll try, Daddy."
Jesus, he was way too hot. He lay over my lap, and I helped him arrange himself before I finally allowed myself to run a hand over his round ass. His skin was as soft and smooth as I'd expected it to be. I squeezed his cheeks and pulled them apart, making him suck in his breath. "Does that feel good, boy? My hands on you?"
"Yes, Daddy."
"I expect you to take your punishment like a good boy. If you do, then we can enjoy ourselves." I could feel his cock against my leg. He was so damn hard. I longed to stroke him, to watch him fall apart like he had the night I'd watched him bring himself off. But he needed me to redden his ass first, to show him how serious I was. I felt like I'd waited forever to do it, even though he'd only been here a few weeks. I was going to enjoy every second before I let myself pleasure us both. Crack! He jumped when I brought my hand down on his ass.
"Fuck, that hurts."
"You can handle it, boy." I spanked him again, and he squirmed, pressing into me like he was trying to get away from my hand. I slapped him harder than I had before, and he cried out. "The more you struggle, the longer this will last." I ran a hand up and down his back, trying to soothe him. "Relax, and let it happen. You have your safe word if you truly need me to stop."
"No, I need this."
"I agree, you do. And this is just a taste of what will happen if you disobey again. I'm going easy on you today, boy."
"Please."
At first, I thought he was begging me to stop, but he arched his back, pushing his ass out toward my hand. I spanked him again, hard enough to leave a handprint. He whimpered, but he didn't pull away. I laid a hand against the back of his neck. "Breathe through it. You're doing great." I kept going, sometimes alternating cheeks, sometimes hitting the same spot twice in a row. I varied the strokes from soft, barely there ones, to ones I knew really hurt. He squirmed and struggled and cried, but I kept him pinned against me. His movements rubbed against my cock, and I wasn't sure I'd ever been this hard. When I paused to run my hand over his heated, reddened ass, he sagged against me, panting. I felt dampness against my leg from the tears that were running down his cheeks. "Are you okay, boy? Do you need me to stop?" Chapter 8. Riley. My ass felt like it was on fire. I didn't know if I could take any more.
"You're not done?"
"I want to give you 5 more. 5 hard slaps of his big, strong hand. Why did that still sound so hot when my ass stung so much? I never thought a spanking would hurt this much, but the pain was different from any other kind of pain I'd felt. It seemed to pulse through my whole body, sensitizing my skin and making my cock ache to be touched. I was buzzing all over, and I couldn't figure out how something could hurt and feel so good at the same time. Blake's warm hand caressed the sorest part of my ass, and I blew out a shaky breath. It's okay to say no. I won't be disappointed in you, but I'd like to push you a little further. His voice was low and gravelly, letting me know he was as affected by this as I was. At first, I'd been sure the pain would be too much for me, but then he told me to relax and try not to fight him. I thought that was impossible, ridiculous even, but at some point, my body just gave into it. All the pain seemed to pour out of me then. I hadn't meant to cry, but I couldn't keep my tears back. I tried to blink away the last of them. I squirmed against him, letting my cock rub along his leg. I needed friction, and I needed to come. He gave my ass a light slap. Not yet. I forced myself to still and took a slow breath as Blake bent and kissed the back of my neck. That soft brush of his lips warmed me, giving me the strength to answer him. I can do this. He slid a hand into my hair, massaging my scalp. I know you can. You're my capable boy. Yes, Daddy. He groaned, and the sound made me shiver. Damn. I love hearing you say that. His cock felt huge where it pressed against my side. I was desperate to have him inside me. I like saying it, Daddy. I said the word with a seductive purr, wiggling my ass and sticking it up, asking for what he wanted to give me. He spanked me even harder than he had before, and he gave me no time to recover before he slapped my ass again. Fuck! 3 more, boy, and then... He paused and drew his fingers along my crack, brushing them over my hole. I held my breath. If he touched me like that again, my dick was going to go off. I'll give you even more proof I own this ass now. Please. I worked myself blatantly against his leg. He tightened the hand that was still tangled in my hair, pulling just hard enough to really get my attention. Don't you dare come. My only answer was a whimper. I was right there on the edge, desperate to go over. 1. He cracked his hand down on my ass, and I cried out, tears welling in my eyes again. 2. Another slap, lower this time, the vibration echoing through my cock. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself not to come. 3. When he delivered the last blow, I couldn't tell if I felt pain or ecstasy. Need pulsed through me as I hung there over his lap, trying to keep my cock from touching him again, trying to process everything that had happened. His hand slid from my hair and stroked down my spine. You're so beautiful, boy. I love the way you respond to me. I tried to say something, but my mouth was too dry. All that came out was another whimper. It's okay, boy. You don't have to talk. You did good taking so much. His hands roamed over my ass, making it light up with pain all over again. I'm going to make you feel so good now. Please. The word came out so softly, I wasn't sure he heard me. Can you sit up? I nodded, though I actually wasn't sure. He lifted me, and when our eyes met, tears began to flow again. I'd been trying to hold them back, but seeing the way he looked at me like he adored me was too much. I'd never felt so cared for by anyone. Was that crazy when he just made my ass more sore than it had ever been?
Come on, let's get your pants off.
He leaned down and helped me remove my shoes, socks, and pants. Then he pulled me onto his lap. I straddled him and lay against his chest, needing to feel him solid beneath me. He kissed the top of my head.
I've got you, boy.
I wanted to say something, to tell him how perfect the spanking had been, how much I needed him, how much it meant that he cared. But my tears were flowing faster and faster. I felt like I was vibrating inside.
Let it all out, boy. It's okay.
He pulled me tight against him, pressing my head to his shoulder. I felt safe surrounded by him, but I was also confused. My ass hurt, my cock ached, and I was so happy to be with him, but I was crying. I moved my head back and forth, rubbing tears onto his shirt. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Nothing is wrong with you, Riley. You're perfect just as you are.
But I'm not sad. I loved that. He hummed his approval, and I could feel it in his chest.
I'm glad you did, and I never thought your tears meant otherwise. Discipline like that can bring out a lot of emotions. It's all okay.
I sat back and looked at him. But I want... His gaze fell to my cock. It was red and straining toward him. Pre-cum glistened at the tip.
I can see what you want, boy.
My cock jumped, reacting to his words. I reached down and wrapped my hand around it, stroking it slowly. Blake licked his lips as he watched me. Our eyes met, and he grabbed my wrist.
Hands off, boy.
Please, don't make me wait, Daddy. I've wanted you for so damn long. I dragged my hand the rest of the way up my shaft before letting go. Blake growled as he tugged on the edges of my shirt, lifting it. I raised my arm so he could pull it off. He tossed it to the floor on top of my pants, then laid his hands against the sides of my neck and used his thumbs to lift my jaw. When our gazes met, I lost the ability to breathe.
I've waited a long time to have you like this, Riley. I've thought about it every single day since I saw you leaning into Ginger's stall with your ass on display in those tight jeans, like you were begging somebody to take it.
Please. His hand slid down over my chest, and I gasped when he tweaked my nipples. He kept going, moving lower, sliding over my abs.
I want to touch every inch of you. I want to savor you. But I don't think either of us have the patience for that right now.
I shook my head frantically. I need you. Really need you. His hand skimmed over my hips, then along my thighs. Touch me, please, Daddy. He grinned.
I am touching you.
Now who was being bratty? Touch my cock. I need to feel your hands on me there. I thought he would keep tormenting me, but he wrapped his strong hand around my dick and stroked. If he kept going, I'd end up coming in seconds. So good, Daddy. He must have known how close I was, because after a few strokes, he swiped his hand over my slit and brought it to his lips. I shivered as I watched him taste my pre-cum.
You taste as good as I thought you would, boy. Maybe even better.
I want to taste you too. I want to touch you. I want to see your cock. I looked down where it strained against his pants. Is it as big as it looks? He chuckled. Help me take my pants off, and you can find out. I reached for his belt, undid the buckle, and tugged on it. The soft leather slipped easily through the loops. I loved how it felt against my hand. Are you going to use that on me one day? If you need it, I will. I chewed my lower lip as I worked up the courage to ask, what if I want it? He held my gaze as he stroked my cheek with a rough finger. Sometimes, rewards and punishments are very similar. I nodded, unable to look away. His eyes were filled with heat. My cock pulsed as I focused back on what I was supposed to be doing. With shaky fingers, I popped the button on his jeans and slid the zipper down. When I was done, he squeezed my ass, making me yelp. Sit up a bit so I can get these off. I rose up on my knees, and he pushed his pants and briefs over his hips and along his thighs, before letting them fall to the floor. My eyes widened as I stared at his cock. Fuck. That's quite a weapon you've got there. He laughed, the sound skittering over me. Think you can take it? I want to. But damn, he was as big as the ambitious dildo I'd bought and been too nervous to use. If you want to, then I'm sure you can. We'll go slow. I didn't want slow. I wrapped my hand around his impressive girth. He sucked in his breath as I stroked him. He felt good in my hand, but he pushed me away a moment later. No more of that now. After feeling you writhing on my lap as I spanked you, whimpering and begging, I'm way too close to the edge. Really? If you think for a second you're more affected by all this than I am, you're wrong, boy. I want you. Badly. I leaned in and kissed him, needing that contact. His lips were soft. That had surprised me the first time we'd kissed. His tongue slid along mine, and he hummed against my lips. I shifted so my cock rubbed along his, and he took us both in hand, stroking us together. He was so warm, and he tasted so good that I was right at the edge again. Just as I was about to spill, he let go of our cocks and pulled away. My whine of protest died on my lips as he pulled his t-shirt over his head. I'd seen him without a shirt plenty of times, both years ago and in the last few weeks, so I already knew he had the perfect amount of dark blonde chest hair that tapered to a thin treasure trail. But now I could see all the way to where it widened again into the trimmed hair framing the base of his gorgeous cock. And unlike all those other times I'd seen him and tried to hide my desire, this time I could not only look as much as I wanted, I could touch him. I let my hand skim over his firm pecs, brushing his nipples with my thumbs. His deep groan encouraged me to lean down and suck one of the nubs into my mouth. Blake pressed a hand to the back of my head. Fuck, Riley. That feels so good. I flicked my tongue back and forth, teasing him before lifting my eyes to meet his. Tell me what else you like. I want to please you. Just having you here pleases me. But what I want right now is to watch your face while I push inside you, to fill you up and claim you as mine. Yes, please. I want that too. It had been a while since I'd been with a guy, longer than I'd like to admit. It was going to hurt for him to stretch me, but I knew it would be just as good as the pain from the spanking, and once I adjusted, it would feel incredible. Blake would make sure of that, unlike some of the guys I'd been with who only cared about getting themselves off. He gripped my waist, ready to lift me off him. Let's go to the bedroom. There was no way in hell I could walk. I don't want to move. I want you right here. I reached for his cock, stroking him again.
I want to ride you right now. The bed would be more. Please, Daddy. Do you remember what happens to bratty boys? He squeezed my ass, fingers pressing into the sore flesh. I whimpered. I do, but I just... Please. I wasn't sure why it mattered, but I felt like somehow if we left this spot where something magical had happened to me, as his hand cracked down on my ass, I might lose the connection I felt with him. I wanted him inside me while I still felt this magic. All right, boy. There's some lube in the end table drawer. He gestured to his right. And if you grab my jeans, you'll find a condom in my wallet. I smiled as I rose up on my knees to reach for the drawer he'd indicated. I love that you have lube out here. I like to watch porn out here on the big screen. Maybe sometime we can watch it together. Maybe. If you're a very good boy. I retrieved the lube and managed to snag his jeans with my foot and lift them toward us. I rolled the condom onto his cock as he squirted lube onto his fingers, then tapped my thigh. Stick your ass out and brace yourself on my shoulders. I'm going to open you up. I did as he said, leaning forward and arching my back to give him the access he needed. He gripped one of my ass cheeks, and the sting made me gasp. Your skin is still so hot, he said. Are you going to remember that I take rules seriously? Yes, Daddy. Good. He teased me with the tips of his blunt fingers and pushed one inside. Yes, please. Just like that. Please. Need you. I love how fucking responsive you are, boy. Blake worked his finger in and out, and I pushed back, longing for more. But when he pushed a second finger inside, my ass burned inside and out, and I started to wonder if I really could take him. Easy, boy. Relax and breathe. You're so damn tight. It's been a while. How long? I didn't want to tell him. Everybody thought I was this wild party boy. My dad assumed that was why I'd failed out of school. I did drink too much, but a hell of a lot of that I did alone. Like 8 months. I'd been hurt by a boy I thought actually cared for me, when all he cared about was my father's money. I hadn't been interested for a while after that, and then hookups just seemed pointless. They really weren't much better than jerking off. So that's why you're so tight. Tell me if you need me to stop. He acted like it was completely normal for a 21-year-old gay man to go so long without sex. Blake was the accepting man I'd dreamed of. The knight in shining armor I'd wished would rescue me when I felt the heaviness of my father's expectations. When I doubted my ability to do anything. When I just longed for someone to hold me. He wouldn't be mine forever, though. Not like the man of my dreams. Once he taught me what I needed to learn to gain my freedom from my father, I'd leave, and he'd stay here with my father and his trophy wife. Whatever you're thinking about, boy, stop it. Holy fuck. Blake pushed deeper, pressing his fingers against my prostate and lighting up my entire body. You don't need to think right now. Just focus on how you feel. I pushed back against him, trying to force his fingers even deeper. You're so good to me. I caught myself just in time. I'd almost said I didn't deserve him. That could have earned me another spanking. And as good as Blake's hand on my ass had been, I was way too sore to handle it again right now. More, I begged instead. Oh, there's lots more. Chapter 9.
Blake. I worked my fingers in and out for several more seconds. When I added a third, Riley tensed. I kissed his neck, teasing and nibbling until I reached his ear. Just breathe and let me in. I blew warm breath against him, and he shivered as he relaxed enough for me to push deeper. That's right, baby. Doesn't that stretch feel good? So fucking good, he groaned. I twisted my fingers and pressed against his sweet spot again, making him groan. Please, he begged. I'm ready now. Not yet. I pulled my fingers from his body and added more lube before working them back into him. I finger-fucked him until he was squirming against me, working his hips fast and hard in his desperation. When I pulled my fingers from his ass again, he whimpered. Feels so empty. It's okay, baby. I'm going to really fill you up in a second. I added a generous amount of lube to my cock, then gripped the base, angling it up and holding his gaze. Ride me, boy. Take your time getting seated. Then you can go as fast or slow as you want. That's your reward for taking all that I asked of you. Riley gave me a look of wonder as he laid his hand over mine at the base of my shaft. He lowered himself nearly onto me, but first he dragged my cock back and forth, teasing his hole with the tip. When he finally started to sink down, the heat of him nearly made me come. You might be the death of me, he giggled. I hope not. I don't want this to be our only time. He gasped as he lowered himself. Fuck. I think you're going to split me in two. I felt sweat run down my face as I worked to hold myself still. I didn't think anyone had challenged my self-control this thoroughly before. Go slow, Riley. There's no need to rush this. Other than the fact that I might actually combust if I can't get all the way inside you. His ass was almost painfully tight around me. I fisted my hands in the towel I'd used to cover the couch, and tried not to tug so hard on it I ripped it in two. Fuck, Blake. I can feel all the power in you. You want this as much as I do. That's right, boy. But you can trust me. I can wait for you. Riley eased himself down, taking another inch of me. It was almost too much. The look on his face, the hot clasp of his ass. I squeezed the base of my cock hard enough to hurt. Fuck, you almost made me come. He grinned as he sank lower, thigh muscles taut as he held himself still. I let go of my cock, once I felt sure it wouldn't go off, and slid my hands along those tense muscles before squeezing his ass and spreading him wider. He gasped as he sank lower. Are you sure it's possible to fit all of you inside me? I'm positive. I reached for the lube. Here, let me help you. I teased the stretched edge of his hole with a slick finger. The sound he made had me nearly at the edge again. Next time I might need a cock ring for this. Riley was too much for my control. The way he alternated between coquettish and uncertain was making me insane. Riley rose off me, and I added more slick to the rest of my length. You're almost there, baby. Just a little more. He sank down again, and that time he took the last of me. He held himself there, panting, head hung as his fingers dug into my shoulders. You're so deep inside me. I sure am, baby. Is that what you need? Yes, Daddy. It's so good. Ride me. Bring us both off. When he met my gaze, his pupils were blown, his eyes dark. I took hold of his hips, squeezing hard. I fought the urge to lift him and drive back into him. I feel it. Riley wriggled his hips, and I sucked in my breath. I feel how close you are to losing it. Don't tease me, boy. What if I want you to lose it? To go at me as hard as I know you can? Can he be any fucking hotter? Not this time. Not until you're used to me. Riley gave me a sly smile. I guess I'll just have to go really slow then, since I'm so fragile. His voice was low and sultry, and he actually fluttered his goddamn eyelashes at me. Boy, you're working on another spanking. He rose off me so slowly, it was like he was hardly moving. Then he sank back down, not going much faster. I wasn't going to be able to take much of that. This feels too good to be real. You need to fuck me hard to prove I'm not dreaming. Brat. I slapped his ass, and he yelped. In retaliation, he rose up again and hovered there with only the tip of my cock inside him. Please, Daddy, fuck me like you want to. I should have been more annoyed by the way he was baiting me, but I was too thrilled to see him so confident. I lifted my hips and drove up into him, hard enough to make him moan as our bodies collided. More, he begged. I gave it to him hard and fast, until he took over, riding me wildly, hands slipping on my sweaty shoulders. Yes, boy. God, yes. Just like that. I need to come. Please, Daddy, let me come. I wrapped a hand around his cock. I want to watch you just like I did the other night. But I can touch you now. It's my hand bringing you off right now. My cock stuffing your ass. Yes. Please, it's so good. I held his hip with one hand as I worked his cock and drove into him. His head dropped back. Blake. Yes. Yes. Cum shot from his cock, splashing my chest and slicking my hand so I could work him even faster. He spurted again and again. When he was finally done, he collapsed against me, lips pressed to my neck. He whimpered as I gripped his hips tightly and slammed into him with one last stroke before I let go and pumped out my release. Utterly drained, I collapsed back against the cushions, wrapped my arms around Riley, and held him to my chest. Just in case it's not incredibly obvious, I said, there's no way you could have pleased me any more. Thank you. He sounded so small. I kissed the top of his head and squeezed him more tightly against me. You're exactly what I want, Riley. It was crazy to feel so much so fast, though I'd apparently been part of his fantasies for years. But I knew this was way more than lust, more than a simple desire to protect someone who wasn't being valued. I wanted Riley to truly be mine. It was going to be hell when he had to leave because, crazy or not, I was already sure he was going to take my heart with him. We almost fell asleep on the couch, but I eventually carried Riley to the shower, bathed him, rubbed some soothing lotion on his ass, and reluctantly sent him back to the main house. I wanted to sleep curled around him, and he clearly wanted that too, but it was too risky. He'd already slept in my house the night before. The chance that we could hide from Mary Ellen was already slim. If he didn't turn up for breakfast 2 days in a row, she'd be knocking on my door. I considered just telling her so we wouldn't have to worry. She wouldn't approve, but she would also never tell Lawson. But I didn't want to put her in a position of having to lie for us. There was part of me that was still second-guessing my decision. But after the way Riley had responded to me, there was no way I could go back to keeping him at arm's length. I just had to make sure we didn't give ourselves away and figure out how to focus on teaching him what he needed to know, rather than contemplating all the things I wanted to do to him. I wouldn't let our relationship hold him back. He deserved a chance to do what he wanted, even if his future wouldn't include me. The next few days were insanely busy. 2 of the pregnant cows were showing signs of distress, and they had to be brought into the small covered pens. I ended up spending most of one night out there with them, and the next night I was too worn out to do anything but fall into bed. I hadn't planned to see Riley every night. In fact, I'd told him we couldn't risk it. As much as I wanted Riley sleeping beside me, it felt inevitable that we'd be caught if we saw each other regularly. It kind of seemed inevitable anyway. But if he came over occasionally and someone noticed, I could say we were working on the business side of the ranch, or watching training videos on handling cattle, or something to explain him being with me in the evenings. I hadn't thought it would be so hard to send him to the main house most nights. But once we'd given in to our desire for each other, I wanted him even more. Knowing how good it felt to hold him, to feel him relax against me, made it harder than ever to keep my hands off him. I wanted to give him comfort, but being with him comforted me too. It wasn't just the need to fuck him, not that I didn't want that too, but I'd be content just to hold him. It had been a long time since I'd spent much time around someone who cared about what I wanted. I gave orders, and people did what I said, but that was their job. I wasn't close to any of the men here. Most of them knew little about me personally, other than the fact I was gay. I should be thankful they didn't care about that, or at least they didn't care enough to refuse to work with me or to trust me, which could be vital when handling animals weighing close to 1,000 pounds. I was glad to have the crew I'd put together here, but I had to admit I hadn't done much to attempt to foster friendships with them. Casey had tried, both friendship and something more, but I'd gotten so used to being closed off that I'd brushed off his efforts. Having Riley with me made me realize how damn lonely I'd been. And having him look at me like he truly wanted to please me, like he truly cared, reminded me that I needed a hell of a lot more than random hookups. Maybe when I finally got my own ranch, I could work on trying to find someone who'd want more. Or maybe you've already found that person. No, I couldn't think like that. Even if Riley could stay, he didn't want to. He wanted a life in the city doing something else. How are they today? Riley's voice surprised me, and it took me a moment to realize he was talking about the sick cows. Better. I glanced at him over my shoulder. You're up early? It was at least half an hour before he was supposed to meet me in the office so I could teach him all about our calving process. He'd be gone by the time most of the calves dropped, but he might be there for the first ones. And he couldn't claim to know how to run the ranch if he didn't understand our breeding program, as well as the work that had to be done once we had calves on the ground. When will their calves be born? Riley asked, reaching a hand over the gate and petting the cow I'd been examining. In about 6 weeks. He studied the cow, frowning. How can you tell? Well, for one thing, we only put the bulls in with the cows for 30 days, so we know they were impregnated during that time. About 45 days after the bulls go back in the bullpen, we check to see if the cows are pregnant. Riley frowned. And you do that by rectal exam. I laughed at the look of disgust on his face. A vet can be called to check, but over the years I've learned how to do it myself. It's hardly the grossest thing I've done working a cattle operation. I'm not sure I could do that. I raised a brow. Riley, that's getting awful close to telling me you're not capable. He flushed, and his hand went to his ass. I just got to where I can sit down again. If you think that will stop me, No, sir, I don't think that. The look on his face was too adorable. Good. Now rephrase what you said. It sounds really gross, but I guess I could do it if I had to. Yes, you could. He glanced at the cows, frown still on his face. Maybe. On a ranch, no one gets to decide they don't do certain jobs, no matter how hard or how gross. He frowned. My dad doesn't do any of that, does he? No, but he's the owner. I'm talking about the people who work the ranch. But he used to work. I shook my head. He used to play at working the ranch. Riley laughed. I'm sure you're right. But to hear him tell it, he worked just as hard as you or anyone else. I should know better than to believe anything he says, though. You should, especially when it comes to you. He's wrong about you. You're a fast learner. If you believe anything I tell you, believe that. Thank you. The way he smiled reinforced what I already knew. He needed constant reminders of his worth. I would get frustrated with him in the coming weeks, but I would keep reminding myself that he needed encouragement, not criticism. Chapter 10. Riley. Once we'd fed the horses and checked them over, I followed Blake to the office. He talked me through all the ins and outs of calving, the breeding period, watching over pregnant cows, tagging and checking the calves as soon as they were born, watching to make sure their mothers were caring for them, and all the many things that could go wrong at every stage of the process. By the time he finished, I wasn't sure how they ever ended up with enough healthy calves to sell. I was also about to lose my mind from being expected to focus for so long. When Blake suggested we ride out and check on the rest of the soon-to-be mamas, I jumped up so fast I turned my chair over. Ready to get out of here? Yes, I've never been good at sitting still that long. Blake laughed. I knew I was right about that office job not being the thing for you. You totally were. I took off out the door. When we reached the barn, Blake handed me Rollo's saddle. He was one of the bigger horses and thus more intimidating to the cows. Ginger was such a softy, Blake didn't like to ride her when working cattle. Blake rode his stallion, Midnight, and I was very happy to follow along behind him. He was clearly as comfortable on horseback as he was on foot, and he looked damn fine in the saddle, legs hugging the side of his horse, moving like he was part of the animal. He sat up tall with his ever-present Stetson on his head. I let my gaze roam over his broad shoulders and down to his tapered waist and gorgeous ass. Riley, did you hear what I said? What? He glanced back at me. How many times do we have to go over the importance of not getting distracted while we're working? We're just riding, I protested. He gave me his, "You're asking for a spanking" look. If you don't want me distracted, stop looking so fucking hot. Blake rolled his eyes and motioned for me to come up beside him. When we get to the pasture, I want you to practice opening the gate the way I taught you. Didn't we do enough of that yesterday? We're not doing a roundup, so can't I just open it normally? No. You need to practice until you can do it without thinking. If you've got cows coming in behind you, you need to be able to get through that gate and get it closed. You've got to take this seriously. I doubted he meant for his scolding tone to turn me on, but damn if it didn't make my dick swell. I know it's serious. Cows are big, they can hurt me. This time, his glare made me shiver. Didn't you just tell me it was nice to be able to sit down comfortably again? Yes, Daddy, I said, not even trying to modulate my petulant tone. His look turned truly serious. Not out here. That name is for when we're in private. I glanced at the wide expanse of pasture land. There's no one around.
I know, but if you get used to it.
I won't. I liked calling him that, and I didn't want to stop unless there was truly a chance of getting caught.
Boy,
now you're doing it, I huffed.
It's not the same.
I wanted to argue. I wasn't sure why, but the bratty side of me needed to rile him up. Maybe it was because I'd sat still so long and I was filled with too much restless energy. Always a dangerous thing for me. But I was trying to be more mature and responsible. I didn't want him to think I had to be a brat all the time. I won't call you that, except when we're completely alone. Okay? My voice sounded sadder than I'd intended. I truly didn't want anyone knowing I called him Daddy, but I also didn't want to hide what I felt for him.
Riley, I'm sorry things have to be this way.
So am I. I figured he just meant us having to hide, but I meant all of it. The hiding, me having to leave, our time together being temporary. I already knew that no matter how much I wanted to get away from my father, I wasn't going to want to leave Blake. The way he looked at me made me feel like I was actually as capable as he said. There was something between us that felt more real than any connection I'd ever felt. We reached the pasture, and my pulse sped up. I wanted to prove I could open the gate and close it behind me the way he taught me, but I'd only ever practiced on Ginger. Would Rollo cooperate? I moved toward the gate, positioning him parallel to it as I used my foot on the latch to open it. Then I maneuvered Rollo to block the opening with his body as we slipped inside, and I pushed the gate closed. I glanced at Blake, nervous I'd done something wrong, but he was beaming at me.
That was perfect, even on a new horse.
I did it just like you taught me.
Yes, you did. If you learn how to do everything else I teach you just as well, you'll have no problem proving you can run this place.
I moved farther into the pasture so Blake could come through the gate, but before we could head out to find the cows he wanted to check, a message from Vic came through on his radio.
Andy from the KC just called. There's a loose bull along the fence line. He didn't get close enough to verify that it's ours, but it likely is. Damn. I'll take care of it. Can you check the cows we're monitoring?
You think the bull is ours? I asked as Blake put his radio back on his belt.
Almost certainly. Stay here and wait for Vic. You can watch him check the cows.
Blake sounded distracted, and I didn't like that. Rounding up a loose bull sounds dangerous.
It is. That's why you need to stay here.
Are you sure you should do this alone? Blake sighed.
It's not ideal, but there's too much going on today, and
I'm going with you.
No, Riley.
Tell me what I need to do. I swear I'll listen to every word you say.
Riley, I
had a bad feeling about this that I couldn't shake. I wasn't going to back down. You told me I could do anything.
That doesn't mean I'm going to deliberately put your life in danger.
I don't want you in danger either.
A ranch is a dangerous place, but I chose this. You didn't.
Maybe not, but I did choose Blake. I'm choosing it now.
Only because your father.
It doesn't matter. I'm going with you. I held his gaze. Didn't he understand how worried I was? Please. I'm supposed to learn everything.
When your father told me to teach you how to run this ranch, he didn't mean for me to put you in danger like this.
Maybe, but you've told me plenty of the stuff we do every day is dangerous. And it's not like my father actually cares about me. I think Don't try to tell me I'm wrong. He might care about some way I could be useful to him, but he's never been interested in me as a person.
Come on,
Blake said. Did that mean he'd given up arguing with me?
We've got to swing by the barn to get a couple of poles from the storeroom. We may need them to ward him off.
He studied my horse for a moment, then nodded.
Rollo is a good mount for this. Midnight isn't ideal. He's easier to spook, but I don't have time to tack up another horse. We need to take care of this quickly. Our bulls are way too valuable and dangerous to have on the loose."
Blake grabbed 2 long fiberglass poles. He taught me how to use them to push cattle when it wasn't safe to get close to them, or if they were behaving aggressively. Once we had what we needed, we headed toward the border with the neighboring ranch. The bull was hanging out near one of the pasture fences.
"At least I don't see any cows up this way," Blake said. "He'd be a lot harder to move if there was a cow in heat nearby."
"Yeah, I guess so."
"I'm going to do my best to get him moving in the direction of the bullpen. Hopefully, he'll want to get back to our herd. As long as that works, just follow along behind me."
Blake approached the bull, and initially everything went fine. The bull started moving in the right direction, but a few moments later, he turned back, glared at Blake, and pawed the ground. Midnight spooked, and Blake fell from his back and hit the ground. "Hey, bull, hey!" I yelled. I didn't even think about danger. All that mattered was keeping the bull away from Blake. From the corner of my eye, I could tell that Blake was slowly standing up. At least he wasn't seriously injured. I moved Rollo closer to the bull, keeping a grip on my pole, ready to use it if I needed to. But the bull turned and headed off in the right direction again. Blake followed like he'd told me to do. When we were almost at the bullpen, he called to me.
"Move past him and open the gate like we practiced. I'll keep him moving through. Don't hesitate to use your pole."
We got him in the pen, and I moved out and swung the gate closed. The bull bent to munch the grass, giving us a side-eye. "Asshole," I muttered. Blake was watching me, a look of awe on his face.
"That was amazing, Riley. You have no idea how proud of you I am."
His compliment would have warmed me all over if I weren't already pouring sweat in the summer sun. "I wasn't going to let him hurt you. I know you're I can't say it out here, but you know. But that doesn't mean I can't take care of you sometimes."
"No, it doesn't. I want to take care of you. I want to be there for you. But I'm not perfect and things aren't always going to go as planned out here. You did exactly the right things. You've got great instincts."
I grinned at him. "Does that mean I deserve a reward?" Blake laughed. The tension from those scary moments completely gone now.
"You absolutely do. But it's going to have to wait."
I wasn't sure that was possible. I was buzzing with adrenaline and already half hard from the thought of what I wanted from him.
Chapter 11. Blake. As soon as I returned the poles to the storeroom, Riley grabbed my hand and began to pull me toward the office.
"What are you... Please, I need a minute with you."
His voice was shaky, and he sounded out of breath. "Riley, are you all right?" When we stepped into the office, he pushed the door shut behind us, rushed to the window, and closed the blinds. "Riley, what are you—" He pounced on me, jumping up and wrapping his legs around my waist. I had no choice but to cup his ass to keep him from falling. He kissed me, seeming to pour all the emotions he must be feeling into me. Abandoning the restraint I should have shown, I kissed him back with equal fervor. Adrenaline still pumped through me from the experience with the bull, and instead of holding back, I unleashed it, devouring Riley, squeezing his ass tight to hold him so our hard cocks could rub against each other through our jeans. I wanted him naked and spread for me. This was so wrong. I was supposed to be taking care of him, teaching him to be responsible. When I'd landed on the ground and Riley got the bull's attention, I'd been way more scared for him than for myself. I knew how to handle these animals, and most likely I would have been all right. But Riley facing down a 2,000-pound bull had my heart in my throat.
I needed to touch him now to prove to myself he was all right. Riley leaned back, his breath coming in wild pants as he stared at me. I want my reward now. How could I deny him when he'd endangered himself for me? What do you want? He unwrapped his legs from my waist. I lowered him to the floor, but he didn't stay standing. He went to his knees, hands reaching for my belt. I want to suck your cock. I made a strangled sound as warmth spread through my chest. That's the reward you want? Riley smiled as he held my gaze. Yes, I've been wanting to do this since my first day on the ranch. You could have told me one of the nights we've been together. Riley shook his head. I was saving it. I wanted to earn it. I cupped his face, tilting his head back so he would look at me. I want to make you happy. I want you to learn how to make yourself happy. You can earn respect for working hard on the ranch. You can earn praise for doing an amazing job or for trying your best. You can earn the right to have the freedom you want from your father. But you don't ever have to earn pleasure from me. Do you understand? Eyes wide, he nodded slowly. If you want to save something to make it more special, that's fine. But don't do it because you think you don't deserve it. If you fuck up and need to be disciplined, I'll take care of that. But I will never withhold the pleasure we share. Riley licked his lips. Oh, okay. I undid my pants, pulled my cock out, and gave it a few strokes. Suck me, Riley. His eyes brightened, and he smiled. Yes, Daddy. I couldn't even scold him for saying it there. The office door was locked, so we were more or less in private. If I was going to let him put his mouth on me, I might as well let him call me Daddy. He started by sucking just the head of my cock, swirling his tongue around it. I groaned as he ran his tongue up and down my length, and he cupped my balls, weighing them in his hands. Stop teasing, boy. He grinned up at me before taking me deep into his throat. I made a strangled sound, not expecting him to take so much at once. When he tried to take even more, he gagged and pulled off. Riley, you don't. I want to. He toyed with me some more, then took me down again, almost all the way that time. His lips were stretched obscenely, and when he looked up at me, he appeared totally blissed out. A wave of dizziness hit me, and I had to reach behind me to grab the edge of the desk. No way could I stay on my feet without bracing myself. Riley sucked me like it was the best thing he'd ever done. I'd had plenty of blowjobs before, but I'd never had a man pleasure me with his mouth as intently as Riley. He might believe it was a reward for him, but I felt like I'd won the lottery. I gripped the desk tightly, ignoring the urge to grip his head and fuck deeper into the tight heat of his throat. I wanted to allow him to control things, but I couldn't keep my hips still. He pulled off and teased my slit with his tongue, making me growl. I was too close for him to play around like this. I needed his lips around me so I could spill my load down his throat. He must have sensed how close I was to breaking, because he tugged on my wrists, pulling my hands from the desk and bringing them to the sides of his head. You can fuck me like this, he said, voice hoarse from what he'd already taken. I can handle it. I don't want to hurt you, Riley. You won't. I trust you. Those words penetrated the haze of lust, making my pulse speed up for a different reason. This boy trusted me to take care of him, to give him pleasure, to let him take what he wanted from me. I wanted to be worthy of that trust. If you need me to stop, pinch my thigh.
Yes, Daddy.
I gripped the side of his head with one hand, but put the other one back on the desk. That way I wouldn't use quite as much force as I pulled him onto my cock. I was still wary of hurting him, but if he could face down a bull, surely he could determine his own limits. I teased his lips with the head of my cock, and then pushed into him. He swallowed around me, and it felt so fucking good. I thrust harder than I meant to, but he hummed around me, obviously enjoying it. I worked myself deeper, and he looked up, seeming to encourage me to go harder with his eyes. I was already close as I slid in over his slick, swollen lips. No matter how hard I drove into him, he took it eagerly. Even when he choked around me as I gave him my whole length, he never struggled. I'm going to come any second. I want you to swallow every drop. Can you do that for me, boy? He nodded frantically, the motion nearly dislodging me from his mouth. I thrust back in, and he took all of me. I nearly bit through my lip to keep from shouting as I came. My cock pulsed, and his throat worked around me. When I was done, he wrapped a hand around the base of my shaft and licked me clean before sitting back on his heels. I dropped to my knees in front of him, intending to use my hand to finish him off. But as I reached for him, I saw the damp spot on the front of his pants. Our eyes met, and I fought for breath. His cheeks were deeply red, his lips swollen, his mouth slick. His eyes were wide and dark, and anyone who saw him would know he'd been thoroughly used. I couldn't help myself, he said, and I realized he was worried I'd be angry that he'd come. Do you have any idea how fucking hot it is that you got off from sucking me without even being touched?
No.
Baby, you're incredible. I took his face in my hands and kissed him, loving that I could taste myself on his lips. He sighed, relaxing totally in my arms. I wish I could take you back to my place and just hold you for a while, but I've got to get back to work. Riley nodded and started to rise to his feet. I gripped his hands, keeping them there. Listen, you can't go back out there like this. I want you to go to the main house, slip in the side door, take a shower and change.
What will you tell everyone if they ask where I am?
I'll tell them you were shaken up by what happened with the bull. He frowned. But I don't want them to. Most of them would have been far worse off than you. Hell, I was scared as shit out there. If I hadn't been, I would never have let this happen in the office.
I'm sorry. I just needed to.
I laid a finger over his lips. Listen to me, boy. There's no shame in being upset about a bull turning on you, or needing what you did for me afterwards. I allowed this to happen because I wanted it too. But now you need to go get cleaned up. Call me when you're done, and I'll figure out what you should do for the afternoon.
Thank you for everything.
You don't have to thank me.
I do. No one's ever cared for me like this. And no man has ever been... sex has never been...
It's okay. You don't have to explain. It was probably better if you didn't. Go on now. I needed him to leave before one of us said something we might regret. We only had a short time with each other. We needed to be careful how far we let this go. Chapter 12. Riley. When I reached the main house, I noticed that my father's car wasn't in the driveway. At least I wouldn't have to worry about running into him. I heard Mary Ellen moving around in the kitchen, but I managed to slip past the kitchen doorway and scurry down the hall without her seeing me. None of the other household staff were around. Mary Ellen might hear the shower running, but by the time I cleaned up and changed, I'd be able to tell her about the bull, and it would no longer be obvious how I dealt with my fear. The warm shower felt amazing, and when I started remembering the way my heart had stuttered when Blake had fallen off midnight, I forced those thoughts from my mind by replaying every glorious moment with him in the office. The way his cock stretched my lips and made my jaw ache. The pride I felt at being able to take him all the way down. The satisfaction of knowing how much I affected him. The way he looked at me like I meant something. I knew I shouldn't let myself get carried away with thoughts like that, not when this was all going to end far too soon. I should focus on the pleasure we could give each other. I dropped my hand to my cock, which was already hard and ready to go again. It took almost no time to bring myself to a shattering climax. I leaned against the shower wall, catching my breath as the warm water splattered against me. When I could stand without my legs wobbling, I quickly rinsed myself, turned the water off, and found myself some clean clothes. I reached into the pocket of the jeans I'd been wearing and pulled out the little golden horse. I rubbed it with my fingers as I thought about how I'd gotten the bull to ignore Blake. I pushed it into my pocket. Maybe it was good luck after all. That afternoon, Blake asked me to work with Casey, and I thought I was fine when I headed out to meet him. But whether I was crashing from all the adrenaline or just having a delayed reaction, I felt more shaken up when I got out to the pasture than I had in those moments when I was ordering a 2,000-pound bull away from the man I loved. "Are you all right?" Casey asked. "You look kind of pale." The world started to swim around me. I managed to swing down from Ginger before I fell off. Casey dismounted too and grabbed her reins. "Do you need some water?" he asked. "The heat's crazy today." Maybe. He handed me a bottle of water from Ginger's saddlebag. I took some careful sips, but I still felt shaky. "I might have to sit down. I'll tether these girls and join you. I was ready for a break anyway." Fortunately, there were some trees close by where we could sit in the shade. I sank down under one and leaned back against its trunk. A moment later, Casey sank down beside me. "Are you sure you're okay?" I was starting to feel a little better. "Did Blake tell you what happened earlier?" Casey frowned. "No, he just said you'd be coming out to check the water with me. One of our bulls got loose. I went with Blake to round him up. Midnight spooked and threw Blake, and I had to get the bull away from him. We're both fine, but it was scary as fuck." Casey looked pale himself now. "I bet. Did Blake send you straight out here after that? No wonder you need to rest." "Oh, no, You what?" Casey looked eager for me to continue. Did he sense there was a juicy story? Did I dare admit what Blake and I had done? I needed someone I could talk to. Blake had said Casey was trustworthy, but still. I needed to shower after. Blake and I were really shaken up, and we... Casey's eyes went wide. "Damn! So y'all are really together now?" "I guess so. But this has got to stay between you and me." Casey held up his hands. "I get it. I won't say a thing. But is he as good as... better? Fuck." We both burst out laughing. When our laughter settled down, I took a steadying breath. "It's more than that, though." "More than him being sexy as fuck?" Casey asked. "Yeah. I really like him. He seems like a great guy. Perfect if you're into that daddy vibe. Heat rushed into my cheeks, and Casey grinned. Damn, y'all got some kind of daddy kink thing going on? Casey, my cheeks were so hot, I thought they might burst into flames. How kinky is he? Kinky enough to spank me, and I didn't know yet what else. I am not having this conversation. Casey grinned. Fine. And just so we're clear, I'm totally not kink-shaming you. I think it's hot as fuck that you get to play boy to your cowboy daddy. Oh my God, stop! Okay, stopping for real this time. Do you think you might change your mind about staying here now? All the happiness I'd felt drained away. I can't. Whether or not I can prove to my dad that I can run the ranch, he's going to make me leave because he's moving his latest girlfriend in, and she doesn't want me here. Casey looked horrified. That's just... Your dad is... An asshole? Yeah, he really is. Even when he was theoretically giving me what I wanted, he was still fucking me over. You can move to Houston. Well, that's not too far, and then you... That might be a good idea, but Blake hardly ever takes a day off, and he probably isn't even interested in this lasting past the time we're here. Sorry, I guess I'm just always trying to be a matchmaker. It drives my brothers crazy. Casey blushed, and I felt terrible. He was only trying to help. It's okay. I wish things were different, but they're not. And it's pretty crazy to even think that way when this is all so new. Casey shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. My parents were together like a week when they got engaged, and they've been married for 30 years now. An image flashed into my mind of me and Blake on the ranch he would one day buy, married, happy. I shook my head. I was being ridiculous. I don't think that's where Blake and I are headed. You never know. I gave him a get serious look. All right, I'll stop. But I'm glad he's got you at least for a little while. I think he's lonely a lot of the time. Really? Casey nodded. Yeah. Should we go check the water now? Yeah, sure. Casey stood, offered me a hand, and pulled me to my feet. Sure you're okay? I am. I feel a lot better. Thanks for listening. Anytime. Seriously. Chapter 13. Blake. The afternoon seemed to drag on forever, and around 4 o'clock I needed to pick me up before tackling the last few chores of the day. So I stopped by the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Mary Ellen was there, rolling out crust for some chicken pot pies. My stomach growled as soon as I smelled the filling cooking. Hungry? She asked. Apparently, but coffee will do for now. I grabbed a mug from the cabinet, poured myself a cup, and sat down on one of the bar stools at the kitchen island. Have a few cookies with that, Mary Ellen insisted. Before I could respond, she'd put some chocolate chip cookies on a plate and handed them to me. They were still warm from the oven. You know I can't turn your cookies down. I should hope not. She gave me an appraising look. Rough day? Yeah, kinda. One with a lot of unexpected shit anyway. You'd think as long as I've been at this, I wouldn't expect days to run smoothly, but I'm still hopeful. She smiled as she picked up her rolling pin again. You always manage to handle it well. I guess. A few moments passed in silence. Then she said, What happened with Riley? I jumped, nearly dumping hot coffee on myself. What do you mean? Something had that boy sneaking in here and taking a shower in the late morning. I don't think he meant to be sneaking. Shit. I couldn't have sounded less like myself. Mary Ellen put a hand on her hip and glared at me. Blake North, are you lying to me? I decided not to answer that. A bull got out. I went to get it, and Riley came with me.
I was riding midnight. He spooked and threw me. Riley got the bull away from me and herded him back to his pen. He did a damn good job, but he was shaken up, and I sent him back here to take a break.
It's probably good I didn't know about that then. What a terrifying thing for him, and you.
It was, but Riley couldn't have handled it better.
I hoped she'd drop the subject then, but she kept studying me. There's more, isn't there?
Mary Ellen, She rolled a circle of pie crust around her rolling pin and transferred it to a pie pan.
Be careful with that boy and with yourself. If Lawson finds out.
I know he didn't mean for me to take Riley out to wrangle bulls, but he said Riley had to... She raised her brows.
You know, that's not what I mean.
I don't.
Lawson can't find out that his son disappears for several hours most evenings and comes home all rumpled, clothes askew, and looking happier than I've ever seen him.
Look, I know what you...
Don't lie to me, Blake. You don't have to give me any details. In fact, I'd rather you not. But if I noticed, Lawson could too.
She started rolling another crust and seemed to be taking her annoyance at me out on the pastry. He's never paid attention to Riley before. Why would he start now?
If it's right in his face, he might not be able to help himself. And he will fire you if he finds out.
I sighed. I know, but Riley, he needs someone. Her expression softened. I know. This isn't just... I care about him. Mary Ellen placed the crust in the last of the pie pan she'd set out.
Lawson might well blame Riley and kick him out.
Then I'll quit and make sure he's taken care of. The words were out before I even thought about them, but they were true. Blake, I won't let Riley suffer because of this. She tilted her head and studied me.
You know, you don't have to stay here forever, and Riley might decide ranching isn't so bad after all.
Was she serious? I thought you said this was a bad idea.
In your current situation, it is. But I know you, Blake. You wouldn't be taking a risk like this for yourself or for Riley if this was nothing more than you getting your needs met.
Dear God, why was this happening to me?
Mary Ellen, don't act like I don't understand how this works. I'm just saying, as much as we would all miss you if you left, there might be a way to work this out.
I wanted to believe that, but I just didn't see it. I'm not going to ask him to give up what he wants. He deserves a chance to choose his own future.
Have you asked him what he wants?
Mary Ellen asked, as she turned to the sink to wash the flour off her hands. He wants to go back to Atlanta, and then... She glanced over her shoulder.
And then what?
He's not sure.
Then maybe... She grabbed a towel from the island to dry her hands. He could find something he likes doing here.
I shook my head. I'm not asking him to stay here for me.
How's he doing with the lessons you've been giving him?
I was thrown by the change of subject, and it took me a moment to answer. He's come a long way, but I'm not sure his father recognizes that.
Just keep working with him. He's lucky to have you.
I'm doing everything I can.
I know. Just be careful. And think about what I said. All of it.
I don't.
Hush up and eat your cookies.
Chapter 14.
Riley. The next morning, Blake brought a cow into the corral because he needed to check to see if she was pregnant. I thought you'd already checked the whole herd.
We did. This girl wasn't pregnant then, but she escaped and got mixed in with Dahlia's herd when her bulls were loose.
Dahlia owned the ranch on the other side of us from the KC.
It's finally been long enough for me to check her.
Oh, I frowned, remembering how he'd told me he'd checked for pregnancy. Or rather, it's time for you to check her.
Wait, what? Fisting a cow was so not on my bucket list. Blake clapped a hand on my shoulder.
You can do this, Riley.
I knew better than to contradict him. I can, but do I really have to? Are you telling me my father has done this?
Not that I've seen, but he didn't say you needed to be able to do what he did. He said you needed to be able to do my job. This is part of my job. You've got this.
Blake drove the cow down the narrow lane that led to the head chute where she could be held safely in place while we did the exam. He shut the gate behind her, and I brought down the latch to secure her just like he'd shown me. Then he pulled out an arm-length sheath and handed it to me.
Put this on.
I shuddered as I took it, and he ignored me, moving to stand by the cow's head. Tell me again what I'm feeling for.
If she's pregnant, you'll feel a strong pulse from the thickened vein running along her uterus.
I pulled the glove on. Could I really do this? How will I know if I'm touching her uterus or, something else?
You're overthinking it. Just focus on what you feel, and don't think too much about what you're actually doing. If you can't tell, I'll check her.
I glanced at the rear end of the cow and back at my arm. You've really done this a lot?
Blake laughed. Yes, you get used to it.
I didn't think this was something I would ever get used to. I secured the glove, took a deep breath, and went for it. It was gross and fascinating all at once. There was a moment when I regretted eating a big breakfast, but I got past it. I think I found it. I think she's pregnant.
Good job, Riley.
Blake was proud of me, and that made even this worth it. But when I looked back at the cow and thought again about exactly what I'd done, the queasiness returned.
Riley, look kind of green. Are you okay?
I don't... I laid my hand against my stomach and prayed for my breakfast to stay down.
Step away and take some deep breaths.
I got far enough away for the air to smell fresher. I almost had my stomach under control when I heard my father call out,
I thought I'd come to see how things are going out here.
Blake had finished double-checking, and I heard the chute clang as he released the cow.
Good morning, Mr. Lawson. I was just teaching Riley how to verify pregnancy in a cow.
And then he ran off. Typical.
No, sir. He just needed a little fresh air. My father snorted.
Doesn't have the stomach for it, huh?
Blake glanced my way.
I think it's a bit hard on anyone their first time.
It didn't matter what Blake said. My father wasn't ever going to give me a break. Why had he picked that moment to decide to come out and check on me? So I was a little nauseous. I'd like to see him arm deep in a cow, see how well he took it.
Riley managed just fine, Blake said. He was even able to feel the pulse along the uterus.
I walked toward them, knowing my father wouldn't leave until he'd found more ways to demean me. He looked me up and down, frowning.
So, you fumbled your way through this. Tell me what else you've been learning.
I looked to Blake, but I knew he couldn't save me. I had to be the one to speak, but my stomach was still unsettled, and the smell of cow was stronger here. I really needed to end this quickly. Blake smiled at me, and I could hear him telling me I could do this as clearly as if he'd spoken out loud. I blurted out the first thing I thought of. I led a bull that had strayed back into the bullpen. My father sniffed.
Hardly something you need to do on a regular basis, especially if the fences are properly checked.
He jumped the fence, sir, Blake said. At least that's what we concluded. There were no brakes, and the gate was closed.
My father waved him off.
I suppose such things happen occasionally, but it's hardly a significant part of running the ranch. Tell me more.
I'd learned so much, but in that moment, I couldn't remember any of it. I tried to explain a few more things to my father, but I mixed up the steps to follow when the calves were born, and I couldn't answer more than half his questions.
That's enough,
he said, after nearly bringing me to tears.
You're not ready to lead us through calving season, that's for sure. You've got a lot to learn and not much time. You'd best be paying attention.
Riley needs more practice with everything, Blake said. But he's working hard, Mr. Lawson, and it is a lot of information to take in.
That may be true, but you both agreed to this, and so far I'm not impressed.
My father had never been impressed with me, and I didn't think he ever would be. Why was I even bothering to try? He wasn't going to let me win, no matter what I did. Blake scowled at my father, and I was afraid he was going to say something that would get him fired. I was a lost cause, but I wasn't going to let Blake fuck up his future for me. I'm sorry, sir. I'm trying, but there's a lot to learn. My father focused back on me like I'd wanted him to.
No more excuses, son. You either learn the information or prepare to be on your own.
Mr. Lawson.
I shook my head at Blake and mouthed, "Don't." My father sighed.
I know you're trying, Blake, but be sure you don't waste too much time on this. I was foolish to agree to it in the first place.
He glanced at his Rolex.
I've got a phone meeting now. I'll check on you again in a few days, Riley, and I expect some better answers.
Yes, sir. I choked out words around the bile that rose in my throat. My stomach churned, and my pulse seemed to bang against my skull. As soon as my father walked away, I did what I'd been longing to do since I'd heard his voice. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the rise behind the main house where I used to go when I needed to get away as a kid. I'd enjoyed sitting there, looking out at the grazing cows and the hills beyond. The large trees hid me if my dad was looking for me, and sometimes Mary Ellen would pack food for me. I'd take my iPod and stay out there for hours. I pressed my hand against my eyes, trying to stop the tears. I wanted to believe Blake when he told me I could do this, but I'd never been any good under pressure. It didn't matter how many times Blake showed me something. I wouldn't be able to answer my dad's questions if he fired them off at me like that. How had I ever thought I could learn everything so quickly? And what if I did? What if I kept working my ass off, drilling myself on all the things I needed to know, and my father still didn't accept that I'd learned what I needed to? I should just quit now. Except I was terrified of truly being on my own. I might not be the spoiled kid I pretended to be, but I had no idea what it was like to have to survive without my father's help. I wouldn't be able to afford to go to school, even if I knew what the fuck I wanted to major in. But staying here was pointless, wasn't it? I was wasting Blake's time, and the longer I stayed, the harder I was going to fall for him. Or maybe it was too late already. I tried to tell myself it was crazy, but I knew I was in love with him. My whole body vibrated with the need to get away. Even this special place didn't feel peaceful anymore. Not when all I could think about was how I would fail. My mind kept running through all the things my father had asked. Things I knew but had forgotten in the moment. So many things. So much to learn. In the years I'd lived here, I never realized how very hard everyone worked. Everyone but me and my dad. Blake didn't need one more burden. I thought of the times I'd argued with him or refused to listen, especially in the first weeks I'd been here. I'd been exactly the brat I'd told him I wasn't. He should have spanked me every single night. I wished I could ask him to discipline me right then. but I wasn't going to ask any more of him. I was going to leave and never come back. Blake would be disappointed in me. He'd be pissed off, maybe even hurt if I left without saying goodbye. But I couldn't face him, not after my dad had humiliated me in front of him, not when he knew how little I'd really learned from him. I spun around, intending to sneak into the house and grab as much of my stuff as I could pack quickly. But Blake was there, only a few yards away. I hadn't heard him coming. "Run," my mind screamed. But I remained there, frozen, watching Blake stalk toward me. My body seemed to know I needed him, even if my mind was still fighting it.
Chapter 15. Blake. I'd barely restrained myself from punching the shit out of Lawson. If he hadn't left when he did, I might have done it, or at least told him to get the fuck out of my corral. I didn't care that it was technically his. I did the work around here, and I knew how hard Riley was trying. His father would too if he would give Riley time to think instead of being an intimidating asshole. Riley had finally been starting to accept that he could do whatever he wanted if he set his mind to it, and now his father had likely fucked all that up. Would Riley even want to try anymore? I'd start over with him if I had to. I would do everything I could to convince him to stay, because I wanted him to prove his bastard of a father wrong, and because I wasn't ready to let Riley go. It took me a little while to find Riley. He was on a hill behind the main house, standing under a beautiful, old oak tree. He turned abruptly and then stopped. I thought he'd heard me coming, but the surprise on his face told me he hadn't. I could see fear, anger, and sadness in his eyes. His fists were clenched at his sides, and I was sure he was close to a meltdown. I took a deep breath. I was going to need a lot of patience to be the daddy he needed. "Riley." He held up his hands like he was warding me off. "I can't. I know you believe I can learn everything you want to teach me. I know you want me to believe in myself. But you saw that I couldn't answer my father's questions. I couldn't remember anything. I'm never going to be able to do this in the time we have left. You should be able to focus on running this ranch instead of babying me. Even if I learned it all, I can't pass my father's tests. So what's the point?" I wanted to reach out to him, but I was afraid that would make him run. Ranching isn't something you can just quiz people on. It's more about muscle memory than spouting off a series of steps, and a rancher has to be able to react in the moment. None of that matters. My father's not going to believe me no matter what I do. "He'll have to if we show him. Let me talk to him about—" "No." Riley shook his head. "I can't. I'm just not. It's too much to learn too fast. I'm not the person you think I am." Riley started to walk around me, but I moved in front of him. "Riley, look at me." "I don't think I can." The tremble in his voice made my chest ache. "Don't let your father win. You weren't prepared for that bullshit today, and neither was I. Next time, we'll be ready." "You shouldn't have to defend me." He turned his back to me and wiped at his eyes. "No, I shouldn't. Your father should be a decent human being. But considering that's not likely to happen, there's nothing wrong with having people who care by your side, so you don't have to confront him on your own." "It would be easier to just leave." "You're right. It's always easier to walk away. But if you do, and he cuts you off, it's not your job to fix me. I'm a fuck-up, okay? Just accept that." "The hell I would. You've made some bad choices, but that doesn't make you anything other than human.
You are just meeting your father's expectations of you. If he'd been more concerned with your feelings than his own image, his expectations would have been a lot different. You're not who he says you are, Riley." He shrugged. "Maybe I am. Maybe I became that person, and it's too late to change." "If that's true, then you definitely need his money." He whirled to face me then, anger flashing in his eyes. "You said I—" He froze, as if unable to complete the sentence. "That's right. I said you are capable of making it on your own. You're also capable of learning how to run this ranch. And you're capable of learning it so well you can show your father and pass his quizzes. I believe that because I know nothing he says about you is true." "Why do you want to help me so badly?" "Because—" I held back. It wasn't time to talk about deeper feelings. "Because I care about you." Riley turned, and we stared at each other. The air between us felt even thicker and heavier than the air out here always did. I'd come close to saying too much, and Riley knew it. What I didn't know was whether he felt the same way. Maybe not if he was willing to walk away. I'd known I couldn't be a daddy to him and keep things casual. Silence stretched between us for too long, so I added, "And because that asshole has bullied enough people. He doesn't deserve to win." That was safer, something any decent person might feel. Riley nodded, but he didn't say anything. He still held himself rigid, like he was in fight or flight mode. I'd rather him fight with me than run, so I kept pushing. "Think about it, Riley. You could win. You could do what he thinks you can't and get your freedom. You'll be free of him if you walk away now, but you won't have the means to start yourself on another path. You'll manage somehow, but things could be a hell of a lot better if you're willing to work at this. I have been working. I smiled. "Yes, you have. And you've learned a lot." But he said, "Your father doesn't know how to praise people." I've never figured out if he intends to motivate people by putting them down and making them prove him wrong, or if he truly thinks everyone but him is a piece of shit. He's rarely praised anything I've done, not even when I've significantly increased our revenue. Riley looked indignant on my behalf. I wanted to grab him and kiss him, but I held back. "That's not right, Blake. You're damn good at what you do. You're good with the hands, with the cattle. You work so hard. Why do you stay here when he's like that?" "Because I negotiated a good salary. And if I keep at it a few more years, I'll have enough saved to get a small place of my own." "Then why not focus on that instead of worrying about me?" "Because then I wouldn't be the person I want to be. I wouldn't be the foreman I want to be. Anyone who gets into this business just for the money is crazy. You've got to like what you do. You've got to like hard work. If you don't care about the animals or the people or the land, it's just drudgery, heat, muck, and stubborn animals." His expression softened. "You're one of the most caring people I've ever met, Blake." "I'm no saint. I get frustrated. But you don't hold grudges. And you run this place like a family. Or like I imagine a family should be." "Then can you understand why it matters to me to help you? It's not just about checking off a list and getting the job done. It's about creating a place that feels like home. And if this is going to be home for my employees, then I want everyone here to be as happy and comfortable as they can." "My dad never made me feel comfortable anywhere. But you—" Riley looked away and wiped his eyes again. I laid a hand on his shoulder. "Don't leave, Riley. Give yourself a chance. What if all this work doesn't matter, because my dad won't agree that I can do it? Then we figure out another way for you to be happy. His eyes widened. We? I told you I was here to take care of you, and to help you learn how to help yourself. I'll always be here for you. Always? My hand shook as I took hold of his biceps. I wanted to cup his face, but that would look too intimate if anyone noticed us out here. Always. Even after you've left. Even after we're not. I'm your friend, whether you want me as your daddy or not. I do want you. I want you as my daddy for as long as you'll have me. I couldn't imagine a time when I wouldn't want this vulnerable boy who needed to be praised and shown he could succeed. If that's how you feel, then you know what has to happen tonight, right? He chewed his lower lip. You told me you weren't capable, that you couldn't learn how to run the ranch. And you're going to discipline me for that, to remind me I am capable. That's right. I wish I could do it right now, but we have to finish the day's chores. He exhaled a shaky breath. Okay. I'm going to send you out to check the fence line where we had joined the KC, but tonight, you're going to come to me, and I'm going to remind you how important it is to obey my rules. Riley nodded. And then? Then, I'm going to remind you just how good I can make you feel. Thank you, Daddy. You're welcome. He chewed on his lower lip. I wish you could kiss me now. I wish I could too. But at least I can do this. I pulled him into my arms and hugged him tightly. When I pulled back, I held his gaze. Do you need some time, or can you go back to work now? I'm ready to work. I've got shit to learn, so I can show my father he can't treat me like he did today. I gave him a huge smile. That's the boy I want to see. Head on to the barn and saddle Ginger. I'll call Casey to come meet you. Okay. He looked up at me through his damp lashes. I'm looking forward to tonight. I don't intend to go easy on you. That's why I'm looking forward to it. I laughed as I watched him scurry down the hill and head toward the barn. Somehow, we were going to be okay. Chapter 16. Riley. Casey was surprised by how happy I seemed when I joined him. I told him Blake had cheered me up, and he raised his brows. By talking to me, I told him. Uh-huh. You're blushing. I clapped my hands to my cheeks. Seriously, we just talked. Casey grinned. Will you just be talking tonight? I hope not. But promise me you won't say anything when there's anyone else around. He lifted a hand. I swear. I didn't mean to upset you. You can tell me to shut up. No. It's good to have someone I can talk to. But if my dad finds out, I'll lose my chance to prove I can run this place. And worse, Blake will lose his job. Blake losing his job is worse than you getting cut off? I thought about that for a second. Yeah, it was. Blake works so hard, and my dad made him do this for me. He doesn't seem unhappy about it. I don't know why. I'd been a huge pain in the ass, especially at first. Casey grinned. I do. Do you think anyone else suspects anything? Casey shook his head. Most of the guys don't think about men looking at each other like that, even knowing Blake's gay. I noticed because I watch Blake all the time. I scowled at him, and he laughed. The man is fucking hot. How could I not watch him? He really is. And thanks for being supportive. I didn't think anyone out here would even give me a chance. Everyone deserves a chance, and you're nothing like I thought you were. I probably don't even want to know what you thought. A rich boy running through his father's money, thinking he'll never have to work. That's what I assumed for the first few days you were here. But then you got it together. Now you work as hard as any of us. I don't think anybody works harder than Blake. You're good for him. I studied my boots. Nah, I'm just a lot of trouble. You being here is forcing him to think about something other than working this ranch. He needs that. He needs someone who makes him take a break once in a while. I hadn't thought about it that way. Blake had done so much for me. I needed to do something for him for a change. Maybe I could encourage him to do something just for fun one day soon. The day was cooler than it had been for a while. It was nice being out on horseback with Casey. We chatted about my experiences with school. I told him how I'd been so resentful at being forced into a major my father thought was proper, that I'd gotten back at him by spending as much of his money as I could, drinking myself into oblivion, and sleeping through class most days. Basically, I'd given up on myself. I never went to college, Casey said. I've been working ranches since I managed to graduate high school. I almost quit, but my mama made me stay and get my diploma. If I hadn't had her behind me, I don't know where I'd be now. Nowhere as good as this, that's for sure. Were you out in high school? I asked. Fuck no. I've really only been out since I got hired here, because Blake was. I figured this was my chance to just be who I am. I smiled at him, happy he felt like he could share that with me. Well, I'm glad you took the chance. You deserve to be the person you want to be. It's not easy. I don't get many chances to go out or anything, but it does feel good not to hide all the time. Back in high school, I tried to date girls and be like my friends, but I just couldn't keep it up. I got tired of pretending, so I took up with some kids who really didn't care who you were or what you did as long as you provided them with some alcohol or weed. Is that how you ended up almost quitting? Yeah. My mama told me off over and over for skipping school and coming home drunk, but nothing changed until one day I had some friends over and things got wild. They broke some furniture and ransacked the kitchen. The whole place stunk of cheap weed. My mom came home from work and just about tore them apart. She told them if she ever saw any of them again, she'd call the police. I was so angry with her. But it was the best thing that could have happened to me. If only my dad had cared that much. Does your mom know you're gay? Yeah, I told her when I took this job. She's all right with it. Well, I don't think she gets it, but she told off her friends at her church when they dared talk about what a sinner I was. I grinned as I imagined that. I think I'd like to meet your mom. Maybe someday you can. She lives in Houston now. After I graduated, she decided to go back to school. She works as a nurse at Houston Methodist. That's awesome. You're really lucky to have a supportive parent. I am. And I'm sorry you don't. But you've got other people who are happy to support you, like me and Blake. Thank you. That means a lot. It was nearly time for dinner. We raced back to the barn, untacked the horses, and made sure they had plenty of water and hay to eat after their long day. Or maybe sometime we could go to Houston together, Casey suggested. You don't really have to meet my mom if you don't want to, but I'd like that. We could go out, and I could be your wingman. I'd never thought I'd end up with both a friend and a daddy when I'd slunk back home to the ranch in disgrace. You won't be looking for yourself? I grinned. No, definitely not. I've got all I can handle right here. Strip, and then kneel on the end of the bed, head down, ass in the air. Those were the first words Blake said to me when he let me into his cabin. A shiver ran over me as I kicked off my shoes. I undressed quickly, glad I'd only worn athletic shorts and a t-shirt. I was quivering with a mix of nerves and anticipation as I positioned myself on the bed. I remembered how badly my first spanking had hurt, and this time my fuck-up was far more serious. I trusted Blake not to push me too far, though, so I did as he asked, laying my head against my folded arms and exposing myself to him fully.
"Do you remember your safe words?"
Blake asked.
"Red to stop, yellow to slow down."
"Good boy." He ran a hand over my ass and squeezed. I sucked in a breath as he brushed my hole with his thumb.
"I'm going to use my belt this time, but I'm going to warm you up with my hand first."
"It's going to hurt a lot worse, isn't it?"
"It is, but I know you can take it. Trust me to give you what you need, and no more."
"I trust you, Daddy." He brought his hand down on my ass. I yelped and jerked away, but he pressed a hand to my lower back to hold me in place.
"Keep still."
I nodded, and he gave my ass a light tap.
"I want to hear your answer."
"I'll try, Daddy."
"That's all I need, boy."
He spanked me again, and this time he kept going, bringing his hand down again and again. The blows weren't nearly as hard as some he'd given me, but my ass was warm and stinging before he stopped. I glanced over my shoulder when I heard the jangle of his belt buckle.
"I'm going to use my belt now,"
he told me as he pulled it from his waist.
"Remember, it will hurt worse if you tense up."
I did remember that, but I had no idea how I was supposed to relax as I waited for him to bring the soft leather down on my already sore ass. My cock was rock hard. I wanted this, but I was also scared. The first slap was light, but it still stung enough to make me pull away from him. When he brought the belt down again, pain bloomed across my ass, seeming to radiate through my whole body. I whimpered, sounding desperate. Blake brushed his fingers over the spot he'd just struck. That made the pain flare again, but instead of pulling away, I worked my hips, reaching into his touch. That burn was what I needed. "Please."
"More?"
he asked. "Yes, more." His fingers skimmed down the back of my thigh, and then, slap. The belt came down again, and then again in quick succession. I squirmed, not knowing if I wanted to push toward the belt or scurry away. My entire body buzzed, and my cock ached. I was overloaded with sensation. Blake brought the belt down again, the hardest stroke he'd given me yet. I screamed that time. It hurt so much, I wasn't sure if I could take it. My legs shook and tears threatened to spill from my eyes, but I knew I wasn't done. I was only going to be done when Daddy decided I was. Blake caressed my back, his touch gentle.
"You're doing so good, boy."
"Thank you." My voice was so soft, I wasn't sure he'd heard me.
"Are you going to remember how capable you are from now on?"
"Yes, Daddy."
"If you can take this, you can stand up to anything."
"Please," I whined.
"We're almost done. Take a deep breath." Chapter 17. Blake. I laid my hand flat against Riley's back as I felt his body expand with air. Just as he began to exhale, I brought the belt down again. Riley jumped as it slapped against his skin. He was so fucking beautiful, struggling to take his punishment.
"Hurts so bad."
I kissed Riley's bright red ass. "I know, baby. You're almost done."
Reaching under him, I wrapped my hand around his cock, and pumped him with slow strokes. He groaned, pushing into the circle of my fingers. I'm not really sure what hurts and what feels good anymore. You don't have to figure that out. You just have to obey. I can do that. Please, Daddy. I let go of his cock and cracked the belt down, slapping first one cheek and then the other. He gasped, wriggling his ass and arching his back more deeply. I brought the belt down a final time, and the crack echoed in the room. Too much, Riley sobbed. Too much. It's okay, baby. You're done now. You did it. He sniffled. I did? Yes. I brushed damp strands of hair from his face. I didn't go easy on you either. Not just anyone could handle that. But you did. And you can handle everything else I ask you to do now, can't you? Yes, Daddy. You can do anything you choose. Yes, Daddy. Do you understand what will happen if you tell me otherwise? I do. Thank you. I needed this. He had. But now he needed something else. I took hold of his cock again, and he shuddered. So close. I kept stroking him. I'm going to make you come more than once tonight. In fact, we might find out just how much stamina you have. Blake, Please. I let go of him, climbed up on the bed, and positioned myself on my back. He pushed up onto his elbows. What are you doing? I reached for him, tugging him toward me. Straddle me and hold on to the headboard. I want your gorgeous cock in my mouth. His eyes went wide. You really? Yes. Remember how you saved sucking me off as a reward? You told me I didn't have to earn something like that. You don't. And if you'd asked me for this, I would have given it to you. But I decided I'd save it for a treat for myself. I want that treat. Right now. Fuck, Riley gasped. I almost came just from you saying that. Then you'd better get up here quick, because I'm afraid I'll have to discipline you again if you come anywhere other than in my mouth. Riley moved then, straddling my shoulders and holding onto the headboard. I gripped his hips, helping him get the right angle so he could thrust into my mouth. Then I looked up and held his gaze. You don't have to be gentle with me. I can tell. I gave a quick lick to the tip of his cock, capturing the pre-cum visible there. How much you need this. Don't hold back. I want to taste you, feel you, give you what you need. You needed some pain, a reminder of what you can handle. Now you need pleasure. You need to remember the joy of letting go. Riley's eyes were filled with something I was almost certain was love. How are you so perfect? I shook my head. I'm not. I know what you need. No one's ever understood me like you do. Most people don't bother to try, but even the ones who have never made me feel. I drew my tongue along the underside of his cock, wanting him focused on his immediate needs. He worked his hips, sliding into my mouth. He made a few shallow strokes before I gripped his hips and pulled him forward, forcing him deeper into me. Fuck, Blake. Feels so good. I hummed around him and sucked hard, making him gasp. He pulled back and thrust into me again, going even deeper this time. I looked up at him and gave a slight nod to encourage him. Something in him broke then. He was no longer hesitant. He was a man who knew what he wanted and intended to get it. He fucked my mouth like he truly believed he couldn't hurt me, pushing into the root and cutting off my air. I happily took it all. I loved the feel of him in my mouth and the happiness on his face. His pleasure became mine. Moments later, with a loud groan, he dropped his head back and shot his load into me. I swallowed around him, drinking it down, thrilled he'd let go with me like that. My own cock was dripping pre-cum onto my belly. I almost reached for it, but I waited. I knew what I really wanted. Riley hung over me, panting, spent cock resting against my chin. I licked him clean, then lifted him off me. Lie on your back. He winced as he lay down. His ass had to be sore, but the sheets were soft, and he could handle it for now. Knees bent, legs open. Riley obeyed immediately, and I settled between his legs, finally allowing myself to touch my aching cock. I didn't bother with finesse or try to make it last. I just jerked myself off with tight, fast strokes. Riley watched me, eyes wide. So fucking hot. His words were all it took. My balls drew up, and heat sizzled through me. I coated his belly and his already hard-again cock with my cum. My climax was so strong I nearly blacked out. That had never happened to me before, and I hadn't even been inside him. Riley was so fucking perfect for me. When I remembered how to move, I pulled off my t-shirt, used it to clean us both up, and tossed it to the floor before stretching out beside Riley and pulling him into my arms. That was... Yeah. We both laughed then. I don't know how to describe the way you make me feel, Riley said. Probably better if we don't try. I felt him tense, and I slid my hand up and down his back. Well, I didn't mean... I know. I just wish things were different. It was the closest we'd come to voicing a desire that this could last. It couldn't, though, so it was better for those words to go unheard. We shouldn't think too hard. We need to rest up for round 2. You're really going to be able to go again? Are you calling me old? Riley grinned. Never. Fuck. You've probably got more stamina than me. If once is enough for you, Riley, you don't have to. No, I want you again. But I'd also be happy just to stay here as long as you'll let me. I wanted him to stay forever. How is it that I feel like I know you so well, when I don't really know much about you? What do you want to know? You'll really answer? I frowned at him. Of course I will. Anything? I raised my brows. Within reason. Favorite color? Blue. Favorite time of year? Spring, just after breeding season. Favorite candy? Reese's Cups. When did you know you were gay? I laughed. Trying to sneak that one in? Maybe. I was probably 10 or 11 when I started to realize that the way I looked at men, actors, singers, sports stars, wasn't the same as other boys. But it wasn't until I was 14 and staying over to a friend's house that I began to seriously think men were it for me. We were watching TV and my friend's older brother came in after taking a shower. He wasn't wearing anything but his boxers. His chest was still damp and he looked so damn good, I had to drag a pillow over my lap to hide my heart on. I ended up sneaking to the bathroom in the middle of the night to jerk off, imagining the things I wanted to do with his brother. Riley grinned. That's kind of adorable. It's embarrassing as hell. Thank God his brother left for college a few months later, or I might have taken to following him around like a lost puppy. Riley shook his head. I can't imagine you doing that. You're so sure of yourself, so unapologetic. Trust me, it took years of working through how I felt and learning not to give a fuck what people said about me to gain that confidence. Yeah? Yeah. So, what about you? When did you know you were gay? Riley gave me a deer in headlights look, then turned away. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. No, it's just... He stayed turned away, but a few moments later, he started speaking again. I think I always knew. I mean, I was never interested in girls, not like a straight boy would be. And when friends talked about their crushes, I had to play along or just not say anything. But then, he rolled over to face me, and his cheeks were bright red. Baby, you know you can tell me anything, right? I won't laugh at you. Yeah. Come here. I sat up, leaning against the headboard, and pulled him onto my lap. Is that better? Yes, Daddy. Good. You've got me all curious, so snuggle up and finish your story. I was 13 the first time I ever actually admitted to myself that I was gay. It was when you took care of me after I fell off the fence. You probably don't even remember that, though. Of course I do. You wouldn't let me drive you to urgent care because your dad would be mad that you were out in the pasture instead of at something he was making you go to. Cotillion class. I rolled my eyes. Of course. You iced my ankle and wrapped it and made me swear I would tell you if it got worse. And I pestered you every day until I believed you when you said it didn't hurt. Riley grinned. Yep, you did. And I pretended to hate it. But you didn't? No. I love the attention from you. I think I would have even if I hadn't gotten a boner the second you put your hand on my leg. Fuck, boy. How had I missed that? Sorry, but I did. I thought you were the most gorgeous man I'd ever seen. He paused for a moment, and then met my gaze. I still do. You were much too young then, but damn, Riley, the man you've grown into. And I don't just mean physically. He sighed. I'm a mess. Riley. My stern tone made him jump. I'm learning how not to be. Better. Even after that day with you, I didn't want to be gay, and I spent almost as much time wishing it away as I did jerking off to gay porn. I couldn't help but laugh at that. I don't see how you had time to do anything else. I basically didn't. But then you caught me with Alex, and you didn't shame me. Well, how could I? I'm gay too. That hasn't stopped other men, including ones I've fucked. I clenched my fists. It's a good thing I don't know who these bastards are. Yeah, we should probably keep it that way. Riley smiled up at me, color rising in his cheeks. You're the one who made me okay with it. It's not like it was easy all the time after that or anything, but I didn't wish for my feelings to disappear anymore. And once I got to college, I didn't have to hide. I'd known Riley didn't deserve the punishment he would have gotten if I'd told his dad about catching him in the barn. I'd known Riley needed encouragement, but I had no idea it had meant that much to him. I stroked his back and hugged him tightly. Thank you for telling me that. It's... My voice caught as I got choked up. You're so good to me, Blake. You always have been. I try to be decent to everyone, but you've always seemed to need some special care. He sighed. I don't mean to be such a pain. You're not. Well, sometimes you are, but so am I. So is everyone.
You're doing better. And I know when you act out, that doesn't change who you really are.
How come you see that, but my father doesn't?
Because Lawson was a fool and a cruel bastard who didn't care how he made others feel. He doesn't see much. He's too busy thinking about himself and what people can do for him.
I can be really selfish too.
But you know it's wrong. That's the difference. He tilted his head up to look at me.
Isn't it selfish to want to get as much out of my dad as possible?
Do you really want that?
I thought I did. I resent him so much, but I guess I just want what's been promised to me so I can make my own life.
A life that makes you happy and has purpose? Not just lying on your ass and judging other people? Riley laughed.
I thought I wanted to just do nothing like that. But when I tried it, I hated it. And I hated myself.
I gave him a gentle kiss, hoping he never had a reason to hate himself again. If you learn anything from me, learn that doing something you love, that means something to you, will make you a lot happier than wasting your father's money, no matter how much of an ass he is.
I know, Daddy. Thank you for taking care of me.
I couldn't possibly do anything else. And right now, if I'm going to take care of you, I should feed you. He frowned.
We already had dinner.
I shook my head. You hardly ate.
You noticed?
Did he really not understand? I always notice.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I do. Caring for you feels natural to me. The color in his cheeks deepened, and he gave me a soft smile.
I like when you take care of me, even when I act like I don't.
I smiled at him. I know, baby. Rest for a bit, and I'll bring you something to eat.
Don't you need to rest?
Not as much as I need to take care of you.
Chapter 18.
Riley.
I watched Blake as he walked toward the kitchen. I didn't think his broad shoulders would ever stop making me sigh. My eyes drifted down to his ass. Damn, it was fine. So were his thighs, which were muscular and powerful from all the hours he spent atop a horse. He was so damn gorgeous, and he was mine, at least for now. Casey was right. Blake needed to take a break. He worked himself way too hard. I wasn't saying that because, prior to coming back here, I was used to doing nothing but lying around most of the time. I saw how hard everyone at the ranch worked, and I knew how exhausted I was every evening. Sometimes I nearly fell asleep in my dinner. Blake worked even harder than the rest of us. I needed to spend as much time as possible learning how to run the place. But if I was only going to have this short time with Blake, I wanted us to spend some of it having fun together, not necessarily in bed. I wanted to enjoy having a daddy when he wasn't disciplining me or giving me more pleasure than I'd ever expected to feel. I stretched, and my ass reminded me how Blake had disciplined me earlier. I reached behind myself and ran my hands over the welts on my still warm skin. Yup, that still stung. I had a feeling it would for quite some time. Riding tomorrow was going to be interesting. Blake had been careful, though. He hadn't broken the skin, and I knew that as much as my ass would be uncomfortable, I would be able to ride and do everything I needed to. Had he ever had anyone think as carefully about him as he thought about others? I wanted to be that person for him. I wanted to show him that I was learning to be the kind of person I wanted to be, instead of the person my father expected me to be. Blake came back a few moments later, carrying a platter he'd filled with fruit and sandwiches. In his other hand, he held a folding table, the kind you might set in front of the couch and eat off while watching a movie. He set the table up by the side of the bed where I was lying and put the platter on it. I started to sit up, but he shook his head.
Just lie on your side. Sitting won't be comfortable for you right now." I did as he asked, and he sat on the edge of the mattress.
"Ham and cheese or chicken salad?"
"Ham and cheese." Blake lifted a half sandwich and held it up to my mouth. I stared at him. "Are you going to feed me?"
"Yes."
He gave no further explanation. It felt a little strange, but I decided to go with it. He fed me bites of sandwich, apple slices, and grapes. He'd also brought me a glass of orange juice with a bendy straw, and he offered me periodic sips. By the time I'd finished the sandwich, I realized I absolutely loved being taken care of like this. Wow, that was really nice. Blake smiled.
"I thought it might relax you."
The killer orgasm you gave me was pretty relaxing too.
"I know, but I wanted to give you something more gentle."
"What can I do for you? What do you find relaxing?"
He frowned. "You don't have to."
"You know how I have a hard time believing I'm capable of things?" He gave me a skeptical look.
"Yes?"
"You have a hard time thinking about yourself."
"The whole reason I'm still here is because I'm working toward having a ranch of my own."
"And that's a good thing, a very good thing. But it's okay to want something for yourself right now, not just in the future. It's okay to occasionally let someone else take care of you."
He frowned. "You really are getting wiser."
"Not about everything. But maybe I understand you like you understand me."
"I know it's good for me to get away from the ranch occasionally. As much as I'm happy with the crew here, I always enjoy the place some more when I've been away for a few days."
"How long has it been since you've taken a vacation?"
He laughed. "I didn't say I got away on vacation. Well, I go to cattle markets or into Houston to meet with the attorney that does work for the ranch or take care of other business. I occasionally visit some of our suppliers. I went to a trade show. When was that? Probably about 6 months ago. And I visited my mother at Christmas."
"Blake, I know I've never been accused of having an excellent work ethic, but I really do think you need to learn how to relax a little more." He grinned as he took another bite of his sandwich.
"You might be right. I'm sure you could also stand to have a little bit of time away from your father."
"I sure as hell could. Do you have a plan?"
"Well, I've been needing to get to Houston to see your dad's lawyer, Mr. Grayland, so we can take care of some paperwork for the ranch."
"I thought my father dealt with all that."
"He used to, but when I negotiated a raise for myself, I agreed to take on more of the business aspects."
I didn't know what my father paid Blake, but I was sure it wasn't enough, especially with Blake doing all the work. "What exactly does my father do for the ranch?"
Blake snorted. "He tells me, and sometimes the rest of the crew, what we're doing wrong."
"He should be thankful he has you." He seemed to consider that.
"There are some days when I think he might be. At least he gives me more freedom than other bosses I've had."
"He damn well should. You're doing all the work."
"Technically, he's still supervising my work. Some of the time he pays close attention, but other times he doesn't. It really just depends on what else he's got going on."
"You mean how many women he has to keep his lies straight with? Or how many society parties he needs to attend?"
Blake shrugged. "Something like that."
"So, a trip to Houston?"
"I was thinking, since you need to learn everything about running the ranch, you should learn about this side of it too. Would you like to accompany me to Houston?"
I looked at him from under my lashes and used my most seductive voice. "What exactly would such a trip entail, sir?"
"I'm afraid we'd have to share a hotel room. Maybe one with only one bed."
I grinned. "Good thing I'm not worried about my virtue." He laughed and reached out to run his hand down my still naked body.
"That
is a very good thing.
I like this idea. It will be good for us. I realized how that sounded and backtracked. I mean, good for you.
It would be good for you too, and for us.
My heart hammered wildly. He wanted this time away. He cared about what was good for us as a couple. Why the hell did he have to work in the one place I couldn't stay long term?
When would we go? Friday morning. We can take care of our business early and then have the rest of the day and night to ourselves and make our way back slowly on Saturday. I'll cut the ranch work down to just the basic necessities. We're at a good point for a short break, and everyone could use one before we head into calving season.
So the other hands will get the time off too?
Well, obviously someone will need to be here to feed the animals, but I'll make sure everyone has a chance to get away from the ranch for a bit if they want to.
I'm going to be counting the minutes until Friday.
He laughed.
Are you now? Yes. All that time to talk to you, to go out with you where no one knows us, a whole night in your bed. This sounds like heaven.
Chapter 19.
Blake. Having Riley to myself for a whole night would be heaven. I wonder if Casey will go into Houston this weekend too.
Huh? I'd been lost in thought and wasn't sure I'd heard him clearly.
He told me we should go out together sometime.
I tensed.
Was Casey trying to move in on my boy?
Riley laughed.
Oh my God. You're jealous.
No,
You totally are.
You're mine.
I didn't even care how high-handed that sounded, and, based on the huge smile on his face, neither did Riley. I don't want anyone but you. If I went out with Casey, I would be there as a friend, and I wouldn't be looking for anyone else. I'm yours, Blake.
I closed my eyes and exhaled slowly. I don't want anyone but you either, baby. If I had to take this trip by myself, I wouldn't even go out. I'd just stay in my hotel room and jerk off thinking about you. The whole fucking just for physical release thing is nowhere near as satisfying as having a boy I care about.
Have you been a daddy to someone like this before?
Once, before I worked here, but it ended badly. We had different ideas about where things were going.
Is that why you said you didn't want me to call you that if I was only playing?
Yes, and I wasn't sure exactly how much I wanted to reveal.
Every time I was with Riley, I fell a little harder for him, and the more I opened up, the faster I seemed to fall. Riley laid a hand on my arm. You said I could tell you anything.
I nodded, knowing where he was going.
You can tell me anything, too.
Thank you. I took his hand and squeezed it. I'm not good at talking about myself or how I feel.
I know you're a big, tough cowboy, but I don't think that's all you are.
Riley laid a hand over the center of my chest, and my heart began to beat even faster than it already was. I was supposed to be figuring out what he needed, taking care of him, but he was seeing me at least as clearly as I was seeing him. And if I were being honest with myself, and believe me, I didn't like to be honest about anything that made me vulnerable, I needed him at least as much as he needed me. I hadn't realized that before he'd come here and drawn me in. I pushed away any longing for more than succeeding at my job and working toward running my own ranch one day. I told myself that was enough. A good job, decent savings, a plan for the future. It was more than most men had. For a gay cowboy pushing 40, it seemed like hoping for more was asking for disaster. But Riley showed me that telling myself I didn't want more didn't make it true. I loved taking care of him and being the daddy he needed. I've tried to do the daddy thing casually, I explained. I've hooked up with younger guys who like to call me daddy, and I'm not saying it wasn't fun having them obey whatever I told them, but knowing it was all pretend just wasn't satisfying. Riley nodded. You want something real? Yeah, I do. Nothing in my life has ever been more real than this. I swallowed against the lump in my throat, not trusting myself to speak. Riley brushed his thumb over my cheekbone. I want to be real for you, Blake. You are. You really are. I pulled Riley against me and held him tight. The words we'd both left unsaid seemed to echo around us, reminding us of the things we couldn't have without one of us giving up our dreams. That was the damnedest thing about love. If you really cared for another person, you wanted them to have everything that would make them happy, even if that meant they couldn't be with you. Eventually, all our tension channeled into desire. Riley began to tease my neck with his lips, tongue, and teeth. I pushed him to his back, rubbing our cocks together with rough thrusts of my hips. Please, need you, he begged. I grabbed a condom from the nightstand, rolled it on, and slicked my cock in record time. Then I was driving into him, filling him up, giving him all of myself. I let him feel the things I couldn't bring myself to say. We were wild, slamming against each other, grasping, clinging, and finally letting all our hopes and dreams spill into and onto each other. I collapsed on top of him, careful not to crush him with my full weight. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me close. Stay right here. I buried my face against his neck and breathed him in. I had no desire to move, even though I needed to send him back to his own room. I woke around 3:30 in the morning, still wrapped around Riley. I debated about the risks of keeping him there, but ultimately decided against it. It wasn't easy to wake him, but I finally got him up and into his clothes. Mary Ellen often woke up even earlier than I did, so we didn't have long to sneak him up to his room before she would be heading down to the kitchen. Once I made sure he'd gotten into the house in his half-asleep state, I knew I wasn't going to fall back asleep. I went ahead and put on a pot of coffee in my small kitchen. When it was ready, I filled a mug and took it out on my porch to enjoy a few moments of peace. I loved these moments in the hours before dawn, when hardly any creatures were awake. The world was still, and there seemed to be so much potential in the day. But that morning, all I could think about was Riley. He also had so much potential. Despite all his frustrations, he was doing a damn good job. He was a quicker learner than most other inexperienced hands I'd attempted to train in the past. But he'd made it clear that life on a ranch was not what he wanted. He also made it clear he didn't really know what he wanted. Maybe not, but he wanted to live in the city. He deserved a chance to go to school and study something he chose, so he would be motivated to succeed. And I belonged on a ranch, riding horses and working cattle. It was the only thing I'd ever wanted to do. I would be willing to look for a job on another ranch, even though I had a good situation here. But it wasn't fair for me to ask him to stay if I wasn't just as willing to go where he wanted. I let out a long sigh. What was I doing trying to plan my future around a relationship that had only been going on for a few weeks? Did it really matter how long it had been? I knew what I felt. We don't really know each other. Don't you? Don't you know the essence of each other? Isn't that the most important thing? Maybe. Ask him if there's a way you can compromise. I would think about it. Maybe the time away together would make everything clearer. Chapter 20. Riley. I was jittery Friday morning when it came time to leave for Houston.
The trip seemed monumental somehow. I hadn't left the ranch in weeks, and I was excited to get away, but I was also worried about what it would be like for me and Blake to be together somewhere else. What if everything felt wrong when we weren't on the ranch? What if after spending concentrated time alone with me, he realized I wasn't who he thought I was? He saw something in me that I really wasn't sure was real. Not that I'd dare say that to him, since my ass would pay for it. I wasn't sure I'd really mind that much, but Blake had told me if I wanted to be spanked, I should ask him for it, instead of disobeying to get it. I wanted to be a good boy for him. I more or less knew how to do that on the ranch, but I felt unsure of what he expected of me on this trip. Ask him. Why did that seem so scary? The last night we spent together, I'd said a lot of things I should have been afraid to say. I came so close to begging him to find another job, telling him I'd follow him wherever he went. I didn't really know if I could be happy like that. And where the hell were we going to find a ranch that would hire a foreman and his boyfriend? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask the guys at the KC. They might know of some more gay-friendly ranches, but I wasn't sure they'd take me seriously. They probably thought I was the irresponsible, spoiled brat I'd basically been until Blake. I didn't say much as we got into Blake's truck and started down the road. I wasn't usually talkative early in the morning, and Blake didn't seem bothered by my silence. Finally, I got enough coffee in me to find the courage to ask, "What do you want this weekend to be like?" Blake glanced at me before focusing back on the road. "I get the feeling you mean something more than a list of activities for us to do." "Yeah, I'm feeling kind of nervous." "Riley, I just don't want to fuck this up." He reached for my hand. "The rules I've given you are the same, no matter whether we're on the ranch or somewhere else. I want you to be honest with me, to listen to me, and to not put yourself down. As far as what else I expect, I'm hoping we can have some quiet time together. I like the idea of being able to be out in public with you where we aren't likely to run into anyone we know. But mostly, I want to spend some uninterrupted time with you. As long as we're together, talking, and," he glanced at me again, "enjoying each other, I'll be happy." "You do mean fucking, right?" He chuckled. "Yes, boy, I do. If there's one thing you should expect, it's that the ride home is going to be very uncomfortable for you." "I'm counting on it." Blake seemed so sure we'd have a good time. I wished I could be that certain of things. "This weekend is about having time and space to enjoy being together, in bed and out. You told me I had to relax, remember?" I had. I did want that. But now that we were headed away from the ranch, I wasn't sure he'd be able to relax when he had to deal with me. "Riley, are you worried I won't enjoy being with you if I'm not teaching you how to work cattle or disciplining your ass when you refuse to listen?" Fuck. How did he read me so well? That's awfully close to putting yourself down. No, Do you think you're not likable? Is this a trap? If I say yes, does that mean this trip's going to start with me over your knee? He glanced at me again, and I saw the heat in his eyes. "I wouldn't say that would be a bad way for the trip to start, unless I felt the need to discipline you in Grayland's office. That could be problematic." I nearly choked on my coffee. "You wouldn't." "No, I would never do that. But I would take you straight to the hotel afterwards and give you what you needed to remind you of our rules." "Okay, Riley, something drew me to you the moment I saw your fine ass in the barn as you leaned into Ginger's stall." His words made my cock swell. You noticed?" "Damn right I did. I wondered why the hell your dad hired someone without telling me, and how I was going to keep my hands off his delectable ass." Spoiler alert, you weren't. The laugh that burst from him was bright and joyous. I wanted to ask him to pull over right there so I could kiss him and feel his arms around me. I suppose my ass will look just as good in Houston as it does on the ranch. Maybe even better, considering the pants I brought. Blake reached down and adjusted his jeans. I couldn't help but smirk at the realization he was as affected by our conversation as I was. Are you sure we have to go to the law office first thing? Yes, we do. And I expect you to learn and listen and conduct yourself like a professional. I can do that. Good. Because if you do, I have a surprise for you afterwards. My mind whirled as I imagined exactly what Blake would do to me when our meeting was over. I'll be extra good, Daddy. See that you are. And don't think I didn't notice that you tied your likability to how fine your ass is. I said I noticed it, not that it was what made me willing to take this risk with you. The way you looked at me, challenging but also vulnerable. The way you wanted to do a good job but fought what you needed to make that happen. Those things made me realize you needed someone to keep you in line, and I wanted that someone to be me. But do you know what really made me sure I wasn't just feeling a protective urge or noticing how well you'd grown up? I shook my head. No. What? It was seeing you with the horses. The way that no matter how pissed off you were at me, your father, or yourself, you took the time to make absolutely sure the horses didn't suffer for any of it. Not one time did you ever shirk any duty you were assigned that had to do with caring for an animal. That was how I knew there was a beautiful, caring man underneath that bratty exterior. And I wanted to get to know him. My heart slammed against my chest. I had no idea he'd seen any of that in me. I told you I loved the animals. That was the one thing about the ranch that had helped me get through the years after my mom was gone and my dad was so damn hard on me. You did tell me that, but telling me was not the same as seeing you show that level of care. The knowledge that Blake had been watching me that closely warmed me. I had no idea how I'd managed to intrigue a man like him, but I was glad I had. He pulled into a parking space in front of the law office, and I braced myself. Whatever reward he had planned, I wanted it. But even more, I wanted him to be proud of me. I wanted him to feel like he did when he saw me care for the horses. I was going to listen closely no matter how bored I got, and I was going to be a professional and not stare at Blake's ass in those goddamn gray dress pants. Chapter 21. Blake. Riley was more attentive at the law office than he'd ever been when I'd tried to explain anything to do with the business side of the ranch. He listened to me and Mr. Graylin like what we had to say was the most fascinating thing he'd ever heard. It had been all I could do to keep my expression neutral. Telling him I had a reward for him had certainly done its job. I wondered what he was going to say when he realized what that reward was. I was damn sure he hadn't guessed. When our meeting was done, we all rose. Mr. Graylin shook my hand, and then Riley's. I hope I'll get a chance to talk with you again, he said to Riley. Riley glanced at me like he was unsure what to say, and I just nodded, hoping he understood that I trusted he knew how to handle himself. I'm not sure I'll be at the ranch much longer, but if I am, I would enjoy that. Graylin handed him a business card. Call me if you ever need anything. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. As soon as we exited the building, I pulled Riley to me in a one-armed hug. You did good in there. You can be quite the charmer when you want to be. Most spoiled brats can as long as they get their way. I snorted. I have a feeling you could have your way with Grayland any time you wanted to. Riley's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open. You don't mean? I thought he just wanted my business.
He wants some kind of business with you for sure.
He's gay?
I can't say for sure, but the way he was looking at you, I'd give that a hell yes.
Riley grinned. I guess that's an advantage if I ever need a lawyer.
Be careful. He is a lawyer after all.
I really like this jealous side of you. I'd never considered myself a jealous man, but with Riley I couldn't help myself.
I'm only protecting you.
Okay, but remember, you're the only man I want. Those words hung in the air. We stared at each other until someone nearly ran us down. I heard them grumble about assholes blocking the sidewalk.
Come on, it's reward time.
When I walked past the entrance to the garage where I'd parked, Riley grabbed my arm. Didn't we park here?
We did, but we don't need the car right now.
He tilted his head, studying me. We're not going to the hotel?
Nope, not yet.
You really do get a lot more daring when you're away from the ranch. Staying out in public would be daring if Riley's reward were what he'd likely imagined. I did feel braver here, though. I reached out and took his hand, interlacing his fingers with mine. I decided I didn't give a fuck what these people on the streets of downtown Houston thought of me and my boy. A few blocks down, we reached a small park where several food trucks were parked. As usual, there was a long line at the taco truck that had a spot right by the fountain. I stopped when we reached the end of the line, and Riley gave me a questioning glance. Stopping for food?
I said you deserved a reward, so I'm buying you the best tacos you've ever had in your life.
Riley's eyes went wide. This is what you meant?
It is.
You told me you wanted a chance to do. I felt the need to be cautious about what I said, since we were standing in the middle of a crowd. Different things than we do on the ranch. Yeah, I did. I do. He was so cute, all flustered like that.
I come here for lunch every time I'm in Houston. I wanted to share it with you.
I lowered my voice, leaning in close to him.
We've got the whole weekend. Keep being a good boy, and you'll be very well rewarded in a lot of different ways.
He shivered. I can do that?
I know you can.
He squeezed my hand. Thank you for sharing this with me.
I've never wanted to share it with anyone else. As you can see, too many people know about it already. I just hope they don't run out of beef tongue before we get to the front of the line.
Riley grimaced. I'm not sure.
Trust me, I'll order a variety of things for you to try.
I could see the surrender as his shoulders relaxed. Then he mouthed the words, "Yes, Daddy." I placed a double order of all my favorites, and we took them to a park bench. I was grateful for the milder than expected weather. I didn't want to chance the tacos getting cold on the way to our hotel. The last time I'd been in town, I was so impatient for them, I'd stood there in 100-degree heat, sweat dripping off me, enjoying every bite. I picked up one of the tacos and handed it to Riley. Try this one. He studied it carefully. What's in it?
Just try it.
He still hesitated, so I pitched my voice very low.
Boy, eat your taco.
He grinned and took a big bite. A second later, he moaned, and my body liked the sound way too much. That's incredible, he said as soon as he finished chewing.
I told you.
How many of these did you get?
4, but 2 of them are mine.
He smiled at me, that bright, boyish grin that threatened to make me melt every time. Maybe I could pay you for them with special favors.
Maybe you could get your ass in line to buy some more for yourself.
He gave me a mock scowl. You'll enjoy the other ones too, trust me. He polished off the rest of the taco, and as hungry as I was, all I did was watch him. The joy on his face was almost as satisfying as the amazing food. "This is tongue, isn't it?" he asked when he was done.
"It sure is."
"How is it so fucking fantastic?" he asked, after taking a sip of his soda.
"The family that runs this truck are geniuses."
"What's in the other ones?"
"Carne asada."
I pointed to the paper tray that held them.
"And carnitas."
As I'd hoped, Riley liked those just as much as the ones made with tongue, and it made me even happier than I expected to have shared my favorite food truck with him. When we polished off every bite, we tossed the paper tray and napkins in a nearby trash can. I suggested we take a walk since it was such a nice day.
"That sounds perfect," Riley said.
I can't believe I was nervous about this trip.
"You want to know a secret?"
Of course. This time, it was easier to be vulnerable with him.
I was nervous about coming into the city too.
You were? He sounded so surprised. Did I really have him that fooled?
I don't do time off, remember? I don't relax or take things slow. I wasn't sure if I even knew how to anymore.
Trust me, you do. As we started to walk, Riley brushed his fingers against mine. I sensed he was asking if I was willing to hold hands again, so I reached for him.
"I would do this back on the ranch, if it weren't for your father."
"You would?" I could hear the shock in his voice. "I'm out, Riley. I don't hide who I am. Sure, some of the men I work with don't like it, but they respect me. And if I think they don't, I send them packing." "Did you always want to work on a ranch?"
"Yeah, pretty much. I went through a short phase of wanting to be a firefighter when I was probably 5 or 6. And right after I broke my arm falling off a horse when I was 9, I wanted to be a doctor. But I always loved the idea of running a ranch."
"And you never worked any other jobs?"
I shook my head. "Even as a teenager, I worked in a horse barn part-time, and once I graduated high school, my first job was as a ranch hand. My mom wanted me to stay in school, but she knew that was my passion, so she supported me in it."
Riley sighed. "That would be awesome, having somebody that wanted you to do what made you happy."
"It is. I'm sorry you don't have that from your family, but..."
It was hard to say the next words, when all I could think about was how much I wanted him to stay with me.
"I want you to do what makes you happy."
"Even though that means me leaving the ranch?" I squeezed his hand and tugged him closer to me.
"I don't want you to leave, but your father's not really giving you a choice, and I'd rather you leave and be happy than stay and be miserable."
"Blake?" He stopped walking, and I maneuvered us off the path before I turned to face him.
"Yes, Riley?"
"I'm not miserable. I don't know how I could be miserable when I'm with you." It was all I could do not to kiss him. I wanted to badly. But while I was brave enough to hold hands with him on the streets of Houston, that was as far as I thought we should push things.
"I'm glad I've been able to make this time all right for you."
"It's a lot more than all right. I think maybe..."
Riley stared at me, his eyes full of uncertainty.
If he was about to say what I thought he was, I both wanted him to and didn't. I knew I was falling for him, but I also knew I'd have to send him on his way much too soon.
"Come on." I tugged on his hand. "Let's keep walking, and you can tell me about what you wanted to be when you were a kid."
Riley seemed reluctant at first, but once we'd walked a little ways, he said, "When I was really little and my mother was still alive, I wanted to run the ranch." His words knocked the breath out of me.
"You did?" We lived in Houston then, and we only went out there on some weekends. My granddad still lived out here then, and my dad was focused on growing his company. The ranch was just a weekend house to him, but I always wanted to stay longer. My mom loved horses, and even though she explained the reality of what happened on a ranch, she let me pet the baby calves and watch them frolicking in the fields. My best memories of Mama are of us standing by the pasture fence in the warm sun with her holding my hand, while we gazed at the cows and listened to the birds sing. I was so sad that he'd lost her.
Your mother sounds amazing.
She was.
What happened later, after she was gone, to make you stop wanting to run the ranch?
My dad didn't want to live in the house I'd grown up in anymore after she was gone. He was different then, and I truly believe he loved her. Looking back, I realized he was struggling with depression, and things weren't going well with his company during the real estate crash. We moved to the ranch, and at first I thought that was going to be awesome, but my dad grew more and more bitter and wouldn't let me do anything to help with running the place. He was always sending me away, telling me I was underfoot. He harped on me to focus on schoolwork instead of lazing around outside. As he became more and more obsessed with rebuilding his company and making money, he tried to make me care about those things too. He wanted me to be just like him.
Riley sighed, and before I could respond, he continued.
Eventually, instead of feeling like the ranch was a great place to get away and have some space, I started to feel trapped there, confined despite all the open land around me. I longed to be around more people, different kinds of people, especially once I realized I was gay. But most of all, I needed to be as far away from my dad as I could get.
You're not like him at all, I assured him.
Thank you. Even at my brattiest, I don't think I was ever as mean as him. But the more he tried to force me into a box, the worse I behaved. None of the people who worked on the ranch liked me. I was doomed already by being my dad's son. But I was always on the defensive.
That's not true. He frowned.
What do you mean?
I liked you. Not like I do now. You were way too young, but I could see, even then, that you had a lot of good in you.
But I don't remember you being around the barn much.
Riley laughed, but the sound was bitter.
Every time I did something wrong, my dad would take away my riding privileges, so I mostly stopped riding so he couldn't hold that over me. I often imagined what it would have been like to grow up with horses in my own backyard. My mom couldn't afford a horse for me, but she'd done everything she could to provide me with lessons, including working at the stables to earn tuition credit. The hours I'd spent on horseback as a teen were some of my favorite memories.
That was wrong of him to take away something you loved like that, Riley. There were other ways to change your behavior.
He should have done a lot of things differently. But I should have too.
That may be so, but you were a kid, and you were just reacting to the way he treated you.
Riley nodded. I guess I was. For a while I thought if he was going to force me to major in business, I'd take it seriously and start a company that would do even better than his just to show him. But after taking my first business class, I realized how much I would hate that and decided I'd never be able to do it anyway. So instead, I chose to do nothing at all besides spend as much of my dad's money as I could. But you know what?
What, baby?
That wasn't much fun either. So now I don't know what to do. I keep telling myself if I try school again, I'll find something I enjoy. But what if I don't?
I wished I could fix all Riley's problems, but all I could do was guide him.
Forget about narrowing it down to jobs or majors. Why don't you just tell me what makes you happy? Chapter 22. Riley. You're what makes me happy. I shook my head, laughing at myself. God, that sounds so cheesy. Blake smiled. Doesn't mean I don't like it. My heart sped up, which made it damn hard to concentrate. The animals make me happy. I don't know what else. I think I'd forgotten what it even felt like to be happy until I found you. For a while, we didn't say anything else. We just walked. I loved being out in public with Blake, holding his hand, feeling like we were a real couple. We got some assessing looks and a few sneers. I wasn't sure if it was our age difference or the fact that we were both men, but I didn't care. With Blake there, nothing could ruin the day for me. We circled back to the car. I've got an idea to help you figure out what you want to do. Okay. I knew I needed to figure out what the hell I was going to do once my father kicked me off the ranch, but I didn't want to think about being apart from Blake. I wasn't sure anything would sound good if it didn't involve having him in my life. Tell him that? No. He wants to teach me how to be on my own, how to trust myself. He's not going to want me clinging to him. Clinging to him and loving him aren't the same thing. But he wants to be at the ranch, and I can't be. You can't find a solution if you don't try. He'd seen so much of me. I felt like he peeled layer after layer from me, seeing deeper than anyone else, which was scary as hell. Every day I waited for him to realize I wasn't who he thought I was. I couldn't go any further. If I told him how I felt and he didn't feel the same way, I didn't think I could stand it. He would try so hard not to hurt me. He'd tell me he wanted the best for me, but it would tear me apart. It was better not knowing. Blake thought I was capable of anything, and maybe when it came to learning how to run the ranch or choosing a major and sticking with it, I was. But I wasn't capable of surviving rejection from him. It would be easier to leave when I was forced to, than to know it was what Blake wanted. When we were seated in the truck, Blake frowned at me. You seem to be thinking hard about something. Are you worried about how I plan to help you? Oh, no. You can just surprise me. He reached for my hand across the console. We can figure this out, Riley. Things are going to be so much better for you when you leave the ranch. What if you what? I shook my head. Nothing. I know there's something you aren't telling me, baby. My heart pounded. If he pushed me, I might just blurt out, I love you. Don't make me say it, Daddy. He let go of my hand and brushed my hair back from my face. I won't. But just know I'm here to listen. I did, but I couldn't risk how he would respond. As he drove, he pointed out a few more restaurants he enjoyed, and I pointed out the club I used to try to sneak into when I was home on breaks from boarding school. I'd only gotten in a few times, and I'd acted like an idiot, offering myself to basically anyone. I was lucky nothing worse happened than me waking up in a strange guy's apartment, not sure how I got there and having to figure out how the hell I was going to get back to my car. He growled, Don't even tell me about the stupid stuff you did back then. I grinned, loving that he was both jealous and annoyed that I'd been reckless with myself. I was sure he'd heard rumors about how wild I was, or heard my dad yelling at me. I won't. I needed a daddy to keep me on track back then. He patted my thigh. Well, you have one now. But for how long? Did you at least take better care of yourself in college? Yeah, I was safe. I got tested and everything if you're worried. His warm hand squeezed me. I wasn't. You'd have told me if there was anything I needed to know.
How do you know that? I saw his lip quirk, but he kept his gaze on the road.
I just do.
The hotel was nicer than I expected. The lobby was all white tile and gleaming gold. I hoped Blake was charging it to the ranch, but I suspected he wasn't. When he opened the door to our room and ushered me inside, my mouth fell open. It wasn't just a basic room. We had a sitting area and a gorgeous view over the city. There was an ice bucket on the coffee table with a bottle of champagne chilling in it, and a plate of chocolate truffles on the table in front of the sofa. Oh my God, Blake. This is gorgeous. But you didn't have to...
Riley, if I want to give you something nice, then I will.
I spun around to look at him. The way he was watching me, the intensity in his eyes, melted my heart. Thank you, Daddy. Before he could respond, I launched myself at him. He must have anticipated that because he grabbed me around the waist and picked me up so I could wrap my legs around him. I kissed him, wishing I knew how to show him how much it meant to me that he was treating me like I was special, like I deserved all this. He nibbled my lower lip, tugging on it and making me gasp. Want you, Daddy.
I want you too, boy. I meant to have the champagne first, but...
He cut himself off by kissing me again. I worked my hips, rubbing our cocks together. He growled and walked with me until my back hit the wall.
You're so fucking sexy.
His warm breath made me shudder as he trailed his lips along the side of my neck, and I groaned when he thrust his hips, pinning me in place. Please, Daddy, need you inside me.
I know you do.
But instead of taking me to bed, he teased the edge of my ear, then ran his tongue along my collarbone as he rutted against me. If he kept it up, I was going to come in my pants. He pulled back and looked at me, holding my gaze as he used one hand to take out my cock, while supporting my ass with the other. Never once did I doubt his ability to hold me up. He was so fucking strong from all the work he did.
Unfasten my pants,
he ordered. I scrambled to obey, using shaky fingers to slide his zipper down. I pushed his briefs out of the way and reached for his cock, but he took over, closing his large hand around both of us.
Hold on, boy.
I clasped my hands behind his neck and looked up at him. Feels so good. I'm already close, Daddy. He smiled.
You don't have to wait, boy. I want to watch you come apart.
But
We both need to take the edge off, because I intend to lay you out on that big bed and explore you slowly, every fucking inch of you. I can't do that when I'm wound this tight.
Come for me, Daddy. I want to watch you too. Blake held my gaze as he worked us faster and faster. I bit my lip, but he shook his head.
Don't hold anything in. I want to know how this affects you.
What about the other guests?
I don't fucking care.
I dropped my head back and whimpered, trying to thrust into his grip, but barely able to move. Please, more. He tightened his grip and I groaned. Yes, just like that. He kept going, using rough, almost painful strokes and teasing my head with his thumb. He knew exactly how to touch me, how to bring me off so quickly and so good. Don't stop. Please don't stop. He squeezed my ass with the hand that was supporting me.
I've got you, boy. Let go.
I worked my hips frantically, pushing my cock along his. My pulse whooshed in my ears, heart beating so fast I worried it might give out. Need so sharp it almost hurt made my lower body clench. My balls tightened. I tried to say something, but I couldn't. I just gave a desperate cry as I came, spilling my seed over Blake's hand, over our cocks. Blake groaned. "That's it, baby. So perfect." He kept moving his hand, pumping us. My cock was overly sensitive now, and his strokes made me shiver. But I didn't want him to stop. I wanted him to come too. I wanted to see the pleasure on his face. "You're so hot, Daddy. You know just what I need. I want to please you too."
"Fuck, baby. You do."
I laid my hand over his, helping him work his cock. "I want to watch you come, Daddy. Want to feel it." He gave a harsh shout, and cum shot from his cock with enough force to hit my chest. I slid my hand over his head, capturing some of the sticky fluid on my fingers, and held his gaze as I brought them to my mouth and sucked.
"Fuck, boy. At least let me catch my breath before you get me ready to go again."
I laughed. "There's never a time I don't want you." He raised a brow.
"Are you saying I'm not satisfying you well enough?"
"No. I'm saying you satisfy me so well. I want to feel that good all the time."
"Then it's a good thing we have all weekend."
I nodded slowly. "Yeah, it is."
"Let's find out how big the shower is."
I grinned. "Bigger than yours at the ranch, I bet."
"I'm coming in with you no matter what size it is."
"I wouldn't have it any other way." His grin made me shiver.
"Good. Because I like to help my boy get nice and clean."
After Blake made sure every part of me was squeaky clean and let me do the same for him, we pulled on the fluffy white robes the hotel provided and settled on the sofa. Blake opened the champagne expertly. Damn, I had no idea how sexy that could be. He grinned at me as he filled our glasses. I didn't think cowboys drank champagne.
I don't, other than maybe a glass at New Year's. I'm usually in bed way before midnight, though. The cows don't give a fuck if it's a new year or not.
But you got champagne for me? He shrugged.
Seemed like the right thing for the moment.
It's perfect. I picked up one of the flutes and waited, wondering if we should toast. Then Blake said,
"To new beginnings."
He clinked his glass to mine, and we both took a sip. I giggled when I saw him shiver.
I always forget how it tickles.
That is so fucking adorable. He glared at me.
Don't you dare tell anybody back at the ranch I said that, or that I drink champagne, or
I don't intend to tell anybody about any of this. This is our time. It's not for anyone else. He smiled, and I watched him as I took another sip of champagne. My head was already spinning because I was half drunk on need for him. There was no telling what I might say if we finished the bottle. We both set our glasses on the table, and Blake pulled out his phone.
I thought I'd look up some career quizzes. I know they can be silly, but who knows what we might come up with that inspires you.
Damn, could he be any fucking sweeter? Okay, but chocolate first.
What if I said you had to wait?
Then I'd flutter my eyelashes at you and do everything I could to get my way. Blake gave me a stern look, but I could tell he was fighting not to smile.
That would earn you a spanking.
Then I'd be almost as happy as if I got chocolate. He rolled his eyes.
You're a brat, but this weekend is about giving you what you want.
I smiled as I picked up the plate of truffles and held it out to him. You pick first. The truffles had labels by them, letting us know whether they were caramel, mocha, chili pepper, or raspberry. We had 2 of each. Blake chose a chili pepper one, popped it into his mouth, and I watched as his eyes widened and then fluttered closed. He groaned a deep, rumbling sound I'd only heard during sex. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. I don't know how I'm going to concentrate on a career quiz after watching you eat that. He grinned at me.
I can't help that they're so fucking good.
I picked up a raspberry one and bit into it. As the flavor exploded in my mouth, I understood his reaction. It tasted almost as good as sex with him felt. Almost.
I take it you like them too.
These are incredible. We ate one more each, and Blake poured some more champagne before handing me his phone.
Try this one.
I took a quiz as I sipped champagne. Blake wrapped an arm around my shoulders and snuggled against me, watching me choose my answers. When I clicked to get the results, a stock photo of a brown-haired man in a lab coat holding a kitten popped up. The caption said, "You should be a veterinarian." Did you see me after I had my hand in that cow? I almost threw up. Blake dismissed that with a wave of his hand.
I'm sure that happens to a lot of people starting out. You like working with animals, you're caring, and you like variety. It could be a good path for you.
I wasn't so confident. Maybe, but that's a lot of school to get through. Blake raised his brows.
I hope you're not implying you wouldn't be capable of finishing vet school.
I shook my head. No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Not saying it, or not thinking it?
I tried to look away, but he caught my chin and turned me back to face him.
Riley, you can do anything, remember?
He could almost make me believe that. Okay, Daddy.
Here.
He took his phone, tapped on the screen a few times, and handed it back.
Do this one now.
The next quiz gave a few different options, and they were more general. Biologist, working with animals, lab tech.
Veterinarian still fits. What do you think?
I didn't know what to think. There had been a time as a kid when I'd wanted to be a vet, but wasn't that true for most kids? I'll think about it. I do like working with animals.
You have plenty of related options, like being a lab tech in a veterinary clinic. You'd be inside, but doing varied things that have purpose.
I'll keep that in mind, too.
I want you to get some concrete goals. I grimaced, and Blake scowled. Boy, you're not leaving the ranch without a plan. Thinking about options is fine, but you need to take action.
I knew he was right. If I didn't commit to something, I was going to ass around contemplating all my options, get overwhelmed, and end up wasting a lot more time. All right, but I'll probably need some help.
That's what I'm here for.
Blake talked me through creating a plan that included learning more about the requirements needed to become a vet, learning about other careers in veterinary medicine, researching schools, and learning about other lab work jobs and the degrees I would need to do them. I had to finish all of this in the next 2 weeks. What happens if I forget to do all this? Blake raised his brows.
I'll sit you down and have you do it with me watching over you.
And then?
I'll remind you how important it is to follow through with promises you make to me.
Without even thinking, I reached down and rubbed my ass.
Blake chuckled. I have other ways to discipline you.
But you said you wouldn't.
I said I wouldn't keep you from getting the comfort and pleasure you need. And I will never take away your time with the animals. That still leaves a lot of other options.
I'll get all this done, Daddy. I swear.
I know you will, boy. And if you need help, you can ask me. I just want you to try on your own first.
I will. I can do it. Blake drew me to him, and I buried my face against his neck. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I still didn't like thinking about leaving the ranch, but Blake was right. It would be a lot easier for me if I had a plan and a new direction. Maybe, if I did go to vet school, I could focus on large animals, and when Blake had a ranch of his own, I could find a job nearby and... I was getting way ahead of myself. By then, he'd surely have found someone else. I would never expect him to wait all those years for me. He deserved to find someone, settle down, and be happy.
Chapter 23. Blake. When Riley sat back and looked at me with his bright blue eyes, I knew without a doubt I was in love with him. Maybe once he'd found his own path, we could... Or maybe he'd find someone else along the way. Riley reached for the plate of truffles. Which one do you want to try next? You pick. He selected a caramel one, bit into it, then brought the other half to my lips. Caramel had dripped onto his fingers, and I licked it off before using my tongue to draw the chocolate into my mouth. He sighed as I chewed it. It was as delicious as the other varieties had been. Riley smiled at me, and my heart tripped over itself. This was such a good idea, Blake. The room, the champagne, the chocolate. You make me feel, I don't know, cherished? That sounds cheesy, but no, that's how I want you to feel. I picked up one of the mocha truffles and did the same thing he'd done, biting into it and offering him the rest. He took hold of my wrist after deliberately smearing chocolate on my fingers. He ate the truffle and then cleaned me up. When he'd finished, he looked like he wanted to ask something. What is it, boy? You said we should take the edge off earlier because you wanted to slowly explore every inch of you. Riley nodded. I was just wondering if you were ready to do that now. More than ready. What about the champagne? He glanced at the half-full bottle. It will go flat. I shrugged. I'd rather have you in my mouth. Riley grabbed my hand and stood. I can handle that. I surprised him by scooping him into my arms, bridal style, and carrying him to the bed. I dropped him on the mattress, and he laughed, positioning himself closer to the head of the bed and opening his legs to invite me between them. When I settled there, he reached for me like he wanted my weight on him. I shook my head as I yanked at the tie of his robe and spread it open. Arms over your head, and keep them there. Riley did as I asked. He looked a little nervous, so I brushed my hand over his cheek and along his neck and down his chest, stopping well before I reached his cock. I just want a chance to explore, relax, and enjoy it. He let out a long breath, and his eyelids fluttered closed. That's it, boy. I ran both my hands along the same path, stopping this time to tease and tweak his dark pink nipples. When I pinched them, he shifted his hips and arched into my touch. You like that, don't you, boy? Yes, Daddy. I sucked at one of the tight buds while teasing the tip with my tongue. My other hand roamed over his ribs and rested against his hip, stroking the thin skin there. He gasped when I bit down on his nipple and slid my hand lower, teasing the crease of his leg, but still not touching his cock or balls. You're so beautiful, Riley. I love how responsive you are. Don't hide any of it from me. He shook his head. I won't, Daddy. I promise. I slid my lips along his side and brushed my hands over his thighs, then all the way down his legs to his feet. I took a moment to massage his arches, watching him sink deeper into the mattress as the tension that had built as I teased him melted away. That's perfect, boy. Relax and feel. You're so good to me. I sat back and kissed the arch of one foot before setting it back on the mattress. When I leaned over and blew warm breath against his cock,
Riley shifted his hips and spread his legs wider. A tiny moan escaped his lips as I traced the length of his cock with a single finger. "Please." He lifted himself into my touch. "Not yet." I scooted back, propped myself on my elbows, and nuzzled his sack. Need you, Daddy." I gave his thigh a light slap. "Be patient, boy. Stay still and let me tend to you." His only response was a whimper. I glanced up and saw Riley's teeth biting into his lower lip and a pained expression on his face. "You can handle it, boy. That's why I took the edge off first." "It already feels like I haven't come in weeks." His petulant voice made me smile as I returned my attention to the warm skin at the crease of his leg. I licked and sucked him there, then drew one of his balls into my mouth. He arched his hips, but I pushed them back to the mattress as I continued to tease him, sucking on the other taut globe before nipping at his perineum. I let go of his hips and pushed his legs up double on his chest. When I blew against his hole, he gasped. Are you really going to?" Instead of answering him with words, I swiped my tongue over his tight pucker. He moaned and wiggled his ass. "Please." I lifted my gaze to meet his. "Riley, what did I ask you?" He sighed. "To be patient, but—" "I expect you to listen." "Yes, sir." I teased him with the tip of my tongue. He whimpered, and I felt the tension in him as he fought to stay still. He lost the battle when I pushed into him, working his hips and trying to push toward me to take me deeper. I held him mostly still as I tongue-fucked him until he was whining, panting, and muttering nonsense. When I finally stopped, he drew in a ragged breath. "I thought I was going to come just from your tongue." I grinned at him. "Turn over." He looked like he was going to question me, but a pointed stare stopped him. He did as he was told. I kissed and nibbled the back of his neck as I slid my hands up and down his back, warming his skin. I squeezed his ass cheeks, pulling them apart, and worked a spit-slicked finger into him while laying a hand at the base of his spine to hold him down. "We're going to take this slow." He glanced back over his shoulder. "I don't know if—" "Do you really want to finish that sentence, boy?" His eyes widened, and he shook his head. "Good. Put your head down and focus on feeling." I added another finger, stretching him and pushing deeper. His thighs were rock hard with tension as he fought to stay still. I thrust my fingers in and out slowly before pushing deep enough to press against his prostate. He cried out, writhing and flexing his hips, struggling against my hold. "Daddy, please, please, I'm going to come if you don't." "No, you're not. You can hold off until I'm buried inside you." I drew my fingers out and brought my hand down across his ass. He yelped, and I couldn't help but smile. "Up on your knees." He did as I said, and I ran a hand over his taut little ass. "Don't move. I'll be right back." He looked at me over his shoulder. "Daddy?" There was a seriousness in his tone that hadn't been there before. "Yes?" Could we not use a condom?" He surprised me, and it must have shown on my face. "It's okay if you don't want to. You probably shouldn't trust me." "Because you're not telling me the truth?" "No, because I'm not." He frowned and bit his lip. "I promise not to punish you for an honest answer. Do you think you're untrustworthy?" Riley shook his head. "No." But everybody else does.
I don't. But you haven't asked me if I've been tested.
I trust you to keep me safe. You would never agree to this if you thought there was a chance.
I get tested regularly, and like I told you, it's been a long time since I've been with anyone else. But I want you to be sure.
I am. I don't want there to be any barriers between us. I want to feel you. Just you. I don't know when or if I'll ever be able to trust anyone else like this.
The thought of him letting someone else fuck him bare, hell, the thought of him with anyone else at all, made my stomach twist. Riley was mine. He was my boy.
Blake, are you all right?
I let out a long breath. Yes, I'm fine. You just surprised me, that's all.
If you don't want to, it's okay. I know it's probably too soon to ask, but we don't have long, and...
I knelt by the head of the bed and reached for him. He turned onto his side and took my hand. What's between us is special. I have gone without condoms before because I was reckless, young and stupid or drunk. I've never done it because I wanted to feel as close to a person as I could possibly get. With you, that's exactly what I want. You're my boy, Riley, not just some guy I'm having sex with. If you want this, if you trust me, then I am absolutely 100% for it.
I do trust you, Daddy. I want you bare inside me.
Okay. Let me grab the lube. He sighed as he settled back onto his knees with his ass in the air. My hands trembled as I slicked my cock. I couldn't remember ever being this nervous about fucking a man before. But this wasn't just any man. This was Riley. My Riley. The heat of him and the clasp of his walls against my bare skin was almost more than I could take. As soon as I'd breached his entrance, I had to stop, hold still, and remember how to breathe. The last thing I wanted was to come too fast. I wanted to fully experience every single slick, hot, tight moment of this. I knew we'd have some more time together when we got back to the ranch, but not enough. Not nearly enough. We wouldn't be able to be together most nights. It was too risky. But I could enjoy Riley right now.
More,
Riley gasped. I pushed deeper, willing my climax to hold off. Inch by inch, I drove into his tight heat. Nothing had ever felt this good.
It's so warm. I can't wait to feel you come inside me, and then feel your cum run out of me.
I gripped the base of my cock and squeezed. Fuck, Riley. You can't say things like that. This is going to be over way too soon.
I don't ever want it to be over,
Riley said. Neither do I. Finally, I was all the way inside him. I paused long enough to take several deep breaths before pulling back. As I began to thrust into him faster, Riley shoved himself back, meeting every stroke. Our rhythm grew fast and rough. There was a desperation to our fucking that hadn't been there before. It was as good as it had always been, better even, but I felt like we were both trying too hard to hold on. I forced myself to pull all the way out. Riley whimpered.
Don't stop.
Turn over. I want to see you. He did as I said, and when our gazes met, the intensity I saw there frightened me. Riley had said he wanted there to be no barriers between us. I'd wanted that too. But now, looking into his eyes, feeling what I did, I almost flipped him over again. I wasn't sure I had the courage to take him like this, to let him see what I was feeling, to see my emotions mirrored in his eyes, and know this wasn't going to last.
Fuck me, Blake. I need you.
I need you so much. Blake this time, not Daddy. It felt even more intimate somehow. I drove back into his willing body, and he wrapped his legs around me. I rode him hard, and he clung to me, encouraging me, begging for more. Yes, Riley, I'll give you everything you need. I'll take care of you. You're mine. Mine. Riley cried out, pulling me to him for a ferocious kiss, as his cum shot between us, adding stickiness to the slick sweat where our bodies touched. I was so close. I'd been holding back, wanting to bring Riley off first, but now I still held out. I felt like when this ended, something would have changed. It no longer mattered if I admitted how I felt. My love for Riley was in my eyes and on my face as I fucked him. He groaned and squirmed against me. I need it, Daddy. I need you to fill me with your cum. His silky voice begging for my seed did me in. I thrust into him one last time and let go. Coming in him bare was sloppy, messy, and the best thing ever. When I finished, he pulled me down on top of him. I'm too heavy for you. No, I like it. I want to feel your weight on me. I didn't have the energy to protest more, so I laid my head on his chest and let myself sink against him. I'm not sure how long we stayed like that, but by the time I felt capable of moving, I had to peel our sticky bodies apart. Riley just laughed when I frowned at the mess we'd made. Then his eyes widened. I can feel it. Feel what? Your cum sliding out of my ass. He rolled and rose up on his knees. See? Holy God. Could he be any hotter? My cock twitched even though it should have been incapable of doing anything but lying there limp. I shifted position so I could see his stretched hole and ran my finger through the spunk that dripped down his leg. He reached back, took my wrist, and tugged until I brought it to his mouth. Damn, if I didn't get half hard watching him suck my cum from his fingers. You've got a wicked side, boy. His cheeks turned pink. Don't worry, I like it. A lot. I imagined all the things we could do if we had more time like this. Chapter 24. Riley. There were so many wicked things I wanted to do with Blake. I'm glad wicked isn't against the rules. Blake laughed. God, I love that sound. He was so serious most of the time when we were working. So focused. When he finally relaxed and just enjoyed something, he had the warmest laugh and the brightest smile. It was even sexier than him all poised and confident on a horse. After the long walk and the wild sex, we'd thoroughly worked off our tacos. Blake took me out to dinner. It was nice to be out with him in public without having to worry about who was going to see us. But while the food was good, and Blake was his usual considerate self, I was anxious to get back to the hotel room, where it was just the two of us enjoying each other. We snuggled on the couch and watched a movie. Then Blake laid me out on the big comfy bed again, and this time I took the opportunity to explore him until I couldn't stand it any longer. I straddled his lean hips and rode his bare cock until we both came so hard it wrecked us. Then I lay on top of him as he wrapped his arms around me and held me tight. I couldn't remember a time I'd ever been happier. I was warm and sated, and there wasn't anything for me to be afraid of there in our hotel room. I had everything I needed. I wished we could stay forever. When I woke the next morning, Blake was still sound asleep beside me. I must have really worn him out for him to sleep later than I did,
I eased from the bed, trying not to wake him. I wish there was something I could do for him, some way I could care for him the way he did for me. Breakfast, maybe? It was such a small thing, but based on how much he usually ate first thing in the morning, I guessed he woke up starving. I considered calling for room service, but I worried the sound of my voice on the phone would wake him. Instead, I dressed as quietly as I could, left a note on my pillow, and tiptoed out of the room. I almost forgot to take the key, but I grabbed it at the last minute. Daddy would be proud. I'd noticed a bakery across the street from the hotel. I could get us some pastries there, then stop by the concierge desk on my way back and arrange to have bacon and eggs sent to the room. I didn't know for sure what pastries Blake liked, so I ordered a plain croissant, a chocolate croissant, a raspberry Danish, a cinnamon Danish, an eclair. Don't tell me that's not breakfast. If you can eat a donut, you can eat an eclair. A strawberry tart, a piece of crumb-topped coffee cake, and a sticky bun. "Taking treats into your office?" the cheerful young woman behind the counter asked as she completed my order. I laughed. "You'd think that, but I'm taking all these to my—" I froze for a second. Did I dare call Blake my boyfriend? Yes, I did. My boyfriend. You sure about that? That he'll eat them all, or that he's my boyfriend? She laughed. Either. I'll probably eat at least a few, and it's complicated. I laughed. It actually is. I added 2 coffees to our order, and she rang me up. Enjoy, she said as she handed me the bag. I grinned. I will. I smiled as I crossed the street and entered the hotel. I arranged for the rest of our breakfast, then headed up to the room. Balancing the bag of pastries and the coffee while trying to quietly slip back into the room proved challenging. Blake stirred as the door clicked closed, but I couldn't tell if he was awake. When I set the drink tray and the bakery bag on the table in front of the couch, Blake rolled over again. This time he stretched, opened his eyes, and smiled at me. Do I smell coffee? I nodded. And cinnamon rolls? I held up the bag I brought back with me. There is a cinnamon roll in here, and a lot of other goodies. Bacon, eggs, and grits are on the way from room service, too. You went out and got pastries for me? You don't have to sound so shocked. I'm only shocked because you're always so groggy first thing in the morning. People are supposed to be groggy at 5 a.m., Blake snorted. You always take care of me, so this morning I wanted to take care of you. You were sleeping late, well, late for you, and I didn't want you to wake up and be hungry. Thank you, baby. Blake rose from the bed and grabbed one of the robes we discarded on the floor. I wouldn't object to you leaving that off. He laughed. Didn't you say there was room service on the way? If I were the delivery person, I wouldn't object either. Blake shook his head at my ridiculousness. I still think it's best if I put something on. If you actually want a chance to eat your breakfast, it probably is. What all have you got in here? His eyes widened as he opened the bag. One by one, he laid his choices out on napkins on the table. Wow. Did you really think I could eat all of this plus a hot breakfast? I got them all because I wasn't sure what you liked best, and I was kind of hoping you'd share these with me. He laughed. Take your pick. No, I got these for you. You pick first. I would happily eat any and all of these, but sticky buns are my absolute favorite. He picked up the large pecan-filled pastry and took a bite. Wow, that's really good. Did you get these at the bakery across the street? You noticed it too? I do tend to keep an eye out for food wherever I am. I ran my hand along his flat stomach. Of course you do. As hard as you work, you burn it all off crazy fast.
That is one of the advantages of working yourself half to death on a ranch. You really can eat whatever you want.
There was a knock on the door that saved me from suggesting I keep doing ranch work, so I had that advantage too. Blake did in fact finish his plate of hot breakfast while also making a good dent in the pastries. I ate nearly as much. He forced me to reveal my favorite pastry, chocolate croissant, and insisted I eat it, but I made him try a bite. We both agreed that the next time we were in Houston, we would go back to that bakery. Of course, we might not ever get the chance to do it together. When we finished eating, Blake brushed my hair off my forehead and gave me a gentle kiss.
Thank you for this, my sweet boy.
I want you to know how much I appreciate you, Daddy. If it would make you happy, I'd bring you breakfast every day. I'd even get Mary Ellen to teach me how to cook so I could make you breakfast. I'd do anything for you.
Blake pulled me to him and kissed me softly. I would be very happy to have you cook me breakfast, but you make me happy just by being you, and you make me even happier when you believe in yourself.
I believe I could bring you cinnamon rolls and sticky buns every single day. Blake laughed and tickled my sides until we nearly fell off the couch. When we righted ourselves, he pulled out his phone and sighed.
It's 9.
I don't want to leave here.
Me either. I want more time with you too, Riley. But let's make the most of what we do have. We can take the back roads home, make a few stops, and enjoy the scenery.
Maybe fuck up against a tree? He raised his brows and gave me his "you better behave yourself" stare. I'll be good, Daddy.
You're damn right you will, boy.
I put the few pastries we hadn't eaten back in the bag so we could take them with us. Then I joined Blake in the shower and continued to show him my appreciation for the getaway by going to my knees and giving him a mind-altering blowjob. All too soon, we had to pack up and check out. I had 3 weeks left with this man who changed my life, and I intended to make the best of every moment.
Chapter 25. Blake. The week after we got back from Houston, there was a seriousness about Riley that hadn't been there before. He seemed more determined than ever to learn everything he could about the ranch. I began coaching him on how to respond if his father interrogated him again. Riley continued to dutifully look into school and career options, but I could feel sadness rolling off him whenever he talked about his research. He didn't want to leave the ranch, and I didn't want him to. I'd started to consider making a deal with him, that after he'd taken a certain amount of time to pursue something for himself, if he still wanted to be with me, I would look for another job. Maybe we could find somewhere to live that would satisfy us both. But as the days passed, I had less and less time to consider our dilemma. Calving season was fast approaching, and things were getting busier as we prepared for the babies, and I worked with Riley to solidify his knowledge of the ranch. I hadn't gotten more than a few hours of sleep for several days, and as tends to be the case when everyone is busy and stress levels are high, we had one of those days where absolutely nothing went right. First, a pipe leading to one of the watering stations in the furthest pasture ruptured, and the repair wasn't something we could do on our own. Then one of the cranky pregnant cows got aggressive with Angelo. He sprained his wrist as he fled over the fence. I tried to get him to go to urgent care, but he insisted he'd be fine and just wrapped it. Next, the air conditioner in the bunkhouse decided to call it quits. And then there was Riley. He'd been doing great, mastering everything I'd shown him, and remembering the answers when I quizzed him. I even had him creating spreadsheets on his own. But for some reason, on this one day, when all the hands were hot and cranky, and I'd spent my morning wrestling with the watering system, he seemed to forget everything he'd learned.
I sent him to check on some of the cows that were ready to give birth, and he forgot several of the things he was supposed to look for. I needed to order feed, and when I asked him to log it for me, he ended up erasing the data for the last several months. I'd barely been able to hold my temper and ultimately had to walk away. With the day going like it had, I never should have tried to quiz Riley that afternoon. Neither of us was in a good mood, but he had so few days left, and I wasn't going to let there be any chance his father could deny that he'd learned all he needed to. As I fired questions at him, Riley got almost as flustered as he'd been with his father a few weeks before. "Stop! Just stop!" he finally yelled. "This is pointless. I've worked so hard, and now I've forgotten every fucking thing you've taught me." I took a long, slow breath before I spoke. "Riley, you're just having a bad day." "What if I have a bad day when my deadline is up? I'll lose everything, and all your work will be for nothing. I never should have agreed to any of this. I should just leave now." He tried to push past me, but I gripped his upper arms. "Riley, don't do this." I thought he would struggle and try to pull away, but instead he stilled in my grasp and shuddered with a silent sob. "It's all too much. I need you. I need your hands on me." He kept his voice low, and I was thankful he still had the presence of mind for that. I didn't think there was anyone else in the barn to hear us, but we needed to be careful. "Riley, are you asking me to spank me, discipline me, punish me? I just can't seem to get myself together." "It's okay, Riley. That's why I'm here." He needed me right then, but if neither of us turned up for dinner. Then I remembered about the air conditioning. No one would want to eat in the bunkhouse kitchen. The idea that Riley would eat at the main house and I would bring my food back to my cabin wasn't far-fetched at all. And if they saw Riley with me, hopefully they would assume we were reviewing everything we had to learn. It was a small risk, and I really didn't have much choice, not when Riley was falling apart. I brushed the tears from his cheeks. "Take a few breaths, baby. It's going to be okay. I want you to go to my cabin, lie down, and relax for a few minutes. I'll get us some dinner and bring it over." "I don't want to eat." "You don't have to eat before your spanking, but you will eat later." He looked away but nodded. "Okay, Daddy." I started to maneuver him out the door, but he turned back to me, fresh tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean... I know I'm not supposed to call you that when we're here." "You're having a hard day, and we're alone." "But you are too, and I'm just making it worse." "Some days are like that, okay? Go on, and if someone asks you what you're doing, tell them we're going over ranch business in my place, because the air conditioner is out in the bunkhouse." "Oh, okay." He looked younger than I'd ever seen him. A few minutes later, I entered my cabin carrying plates of food for each of us. I left them on the kitchen counter, covered in foil so we could warm them up after I disciplined Riley. I was hungry, but my boy needed me first. Riley was lying on the couch. He opened his eyes when he heard me. "I'm so sorry, Daddy." "You're forgiven. Now kneel in front of the couch and bare your ass for me. I want you over my lap like the first time." "Yes, sir." He slid to the floor. "I want that too." As upset as he was, I had a feeling he needed to be held against me and to feel the intimate contact of my hand smacking his ass. He also needed something different, something to really force him out of his current mindset. He settled into position, and I stroked his ass, helping him relax. "Riley?" "Yes, Daddy." "I'm going to spank you 20 times.
Then you're going to tell me 20 things you know about this ranch. Do you understand?
Yes, Daddy.
I leaned down and kissed the back of his neck. That's my good boy. Before he had a chance to worry that he wouldn't be able to do as I asked, I brought my hand down hard against his ass. He jumped and cried out. I brought my hand down again. I didn't want him thinking in between each blow. You're doing so good, baby. Another smack. Yes, that's it, baby. I kept up a steady rhythm. The tension in his body increased, and I knew he was fighting not to pull away or struggle. I gave him 10 hard slaps on one cheek and 10 on the other. By the time I was done, he was panting. All right, boy. Now tell me what you know about this ranch. I'll count off for you.
Our calves are born in the fall.
Good. That's 1.
We let the bulls in with the cows for 30 days.
2. You're doing great, baby. I used the tips of my fingers to tease the handprints on his ass.
Rollo is the best horse for working cattle.
That's 3. Keep going. He did. He slowed down when he got about halfway, but with me encouraging him, he managed to tell me 20 things he knew. When he was finished, his breathing had slowed, and he seemed a lot calmer. You did it, Riley. Even after a bad day, and with your ass hot and stinging, you were able to tell me 20 important things about the ranch.
But they were all jumbled up. Just random stuff.
That doesn't matter. You know them, and the more you remind yourself what you know, the better you'll be able to explain it all to someone else.
Thank you, Daddy.
Do you need more? I squeezed his ass cheeks, and he sucked in his breath.
No, sir. I think I'm okay now.
You've learned so much, and I'm so proud of you. He wiped his eyes, and I bent and kissed his reddened ass. What do you need now, Riley?
I'm not sure.
I picked him up and carried him to the bed. Once I had him settled, I pulled his pants all the way off, stretched out between his legs, and sucked his cock until he spilled down my throat. Then I crawled up his body, straddled his shoulders, and he did the same to me. When he'd licked every last drop of cum from me, and I'd stretched out beside him, he looked at me with darkened, sex-drunk eyes.
Please don't send me home yet. I need more time to be with you. Just being around you settles me.
Don't worry. I'm not ready for you to leave. And I told you I'd make sure you eat. Let's get cleaned up, and you can find us something to watch while I heat up our dinner.
Okay, I can do that.
When I joined him on the couch, I saw that he'd queued up Thor Ragnarok. Did you remember it's my favorite?
Yeah.
I loved the shy look he gave me. You're a good boy, Riley, and you're good at working this ranch. What your father is expecting of you is crazy. Most people work years to learn all the things you're trying to learn in a few months. If nothing else, this should prove to you how capable you are. If you can learn about the ranch this fast, there's nothing you can't succeed at. You can go to school to become a vet or whatever else you want.
You really believe that?
I do. He started the movie, and we laughed and quoted lines as we ate our dinner. Then he settled against me. When the movie finished, I realized he was sound asleep. I'd nearly fallen asleep myself. I needed to wake him and send him back to the main house, but he looked so peaceful. I shifted him so he was supported by some pillows and went to look out my front window. His father's car wasn't in the driveway, and if Mary Ellen was following her usual pattern, she would be in her room watching television. I picked Riley up, slipped out the door, and made my way through the dark to the main house. My luck held,
and we made it to his room without running into anyone. He stirred when I laid him in bed. I tried to soothe him back to sleep as I slipped off his shoes, socks, and jeans, leaving him in his t-shirt and briefs. But as I started to pull the covers over him, he rolled onto his back and opened his eyes. "Stay with me." "Riley, you're back in your room at the main house. I can't stay here." "Just for a little while, until I'm back asleep." He was still half asleep as it was. Surely it wouldn't take long for him to be settled again. All right. I kicked off my shoes, climbed onto the bed, and pulled him into my arms. "Just for a few minutes," I said again. "Then I have to go back to my cabin." "I know. Thank you, Daddy." I kissed his head and drew him tightly against me. I didn't mean to close my eyes. I meant to just listen to the sound of his breathing until it got steady. But the last few days had been so long, and the stress of it all had kept me from sleeping. Riley was warm, his bed was comfy, and I was so tired. Chapter 26. Riley. "Riley? Riley!" I rubbed my eyes. Who was calling me? "Mary Ellen?" The word came out as a croak. Wait, where was I? And who was... Oh, fuck! I was in my room at my father's house, and Blake was in bed with me. The sun was up, and we were fucking late. I disentangled myself from Blake, intending to answer the door and get Mary Ellen to cover for us. Blake had told me she knew about us, and even if she disapproved, I knew she wouldn't tell my father. But before I could get out of bed, I heard the man himself.
"This is no time to be nice, Mary Ellen. The boy is probably passed out drunk."
I tried to wake Blake to get him out of bed so he could hide, but it was too late. The door burst open and banged against the wall. Blake jolted awake, and I sat there frozen as I watched my father's face turn red.
"What the fuck is going on in here?"
"I'm sure there's an explanation," Mary Ellen said, though she looked doubtful.
"An explanation? Goddamn right there's an explanation. The man I paid to run my ranch is in here fucking my son instead of doing his job."
"He's fully dressed," Mary Ellen pointed out. My father snarled at her to go back to the kitchen where she belonged.
"That's way out of line. Don't talk to her like—" "You keep your goddamn mouth closed. And your legs too."
My father snarled before turning back to Blake.
"You've got 10 minutes to pack anything that's yours and get the hell off my ranch. I don't ever want to see you on my property again, and do not expect to receive another cent from me."
"Yes, sir." Blake stood and picked up his shoes. I'd never seen him look so defeated.
"This is as much on me as it is on him,"
I said. Blake looked at me and shook his head. This time I wasn't going to listen to him. No way in hell would I let him take the blame. I'd wanted him, and I'd gone after him.
"You're a kid, and he's your boss."
My father chose now to be protective of me? I'm 21 years old. I'm an adult by all possible measures.
"I might deign to consider you an adult if I'd ever seen you act like one."
Those words made Blake turn on my father with fury in his eyes.
"Your son is an incredible man. Maybe he hasn't always been responsible, but he has learned how to be over the last few months. He knows how to do any job on this ranch."
My father took a step toward Blake, and I thought he was going to punch him. I rose to my feet like I could intervene when they both had over 30 pounds on me. Blake seemed to grow even taller, his shoulders broader. My father dropped his hands to his side.
I don't want to hear one more goddamn word about my son from you.
My father focused on me again.
Get dressed, get your ass out to the barn, and ask Angelo what you can do to help him out. He'll have to be in charge until I can find a new foreman.
I'm leaving too. I glanced at Blake, and he shook his head. Was he saying he wanted me to stay?
Humph. I should have known you'd give up.
Give up, sir?
You claimed you'd work this ranch for 2 months, but now you're going to walk away like you always do.
At that moment, everything seemed surreal. When I'd imagined how things might go if my father caught us, my predictions had been all wrong. I didn't think you'd want me to stay. I assumed the deal was off. My father noticed me looking at Blake and turned to him again, fists clenched.
I told you to get out. If you're not off my property by the time I'm done talking to this little shit, I'm calling the police to remove you.
Blake looked at me again, mouthed, "I believe in you," and left. Mary Ellen was still hovering in the doorway. He took her arm and led her away as well.
I'm out of foreman and calving is about to start. If you walk away now, you walk away with nothing. I need every hand I can find working this place for the next few weeks, even someone as questionably qualified as you.
You're saying if I stay through calving and prove I know what I'm doing, you'll follow through with our deal? My father snorted.
Yes, though it's not like that will happen, especially now that you can't fuck your way through your lessons. But I want you here where I can keep an eye on you, not off somewhere causing God knows what other trouble.
So you admit this wasn't Blake's fault?
I never said you weren't to blame. I'm quite sure you thought sleeping with him would get him to vouch for you, but he was in charge. I'm already paying him more than he's worth. Then he had the nerve to fuck my son in my own house? When I agreed to hire a gay foreman, I thought he could manage to keep his hands off the men who were working here.
I'm gay too, in case you didn't notice.
You think I didn't know that? It's just one more way you can embarrass me.
I bit back all the things I wanted to say. Maybe Blake had taught me some maturity after all. I want it in writing. My father scowled.
What?
I want it in writing that if I stay through calving season and prove I can run the ranch, you'll release half my trust fund.
Fine, but I expect you to work full days, every day. I don't know how much use you'll be, but at least you can ride a horse, and you seem to know one end of a cow from another. It'll be interesting to see how much you can do when Blake's not babying you through it, or don't go there. That's not how. You want a chance at this? Then keep your mouth closed.
I grabbed my clothes and headed for the bathroom. I needed to hurry. I would check in with Angelo, but I was going to talk to Blake before I did anything else. I wasn't even sure how the fuck this had happened. I had a vague memory of Blake tucking me into bed and me asking him to stay. Shit. If I did that, then that made the whole situation all my fault. I texted him, "Don't leave without saying goodbye." I didn't want him to leave at all, but at least I only had to stay here another month. Then I would have money to live on, and I could go wherever he was. It felt like forever before I could tell that he was typing a response. "Meet me on the road where we found the stray bull. Be there as soon as I can." When I found Angelo, I told him I needed to be as far away from my father as I could, so I would check the fence lines. Luckily, he seemed to understand. I saddled Ginger and rode out to meet Blake. He was leaning against his truck when I reached him, looking down at his feet. His Stetson hid his expression from me. I slid from the saddle and left Ginger to enjoy the tender clover, knowing she wouldn't stray. "Blake?" When he looked up, the pain in his eyes knocked the breath from me.
I was supposed to take care of you. And I fucked up.
I shook my head. I asked you to stay.
But I'm supposed to be the responsible one. I could have said no. I could have not fallen asleep.
You were exhausted. And if my dad wasn't such an asshole, we wouldn't have been caught.
I should have set an alarm.
I pushed his hat back so I could see his face better. You didn't mean to fall asleep, and you're normally up with the sun. But you've been working yourself too hard, trying to take care of me, the ranch, and everyone else.
It's my job, Riley, and I'm usually good at it.
I couldn't stand the way he'd lost his usual confidence. Is this how he felt when I put myself down? You're always good at it. And you're also always telling me I'm capable, and I can be responsible. I didn't set an alarm either.
You were half asleep. I put you to bed. You wanted a daddy, and I...
You are the best daddy any boy could ask for. He pulled me into a hug, and I wrapped my arms around him. I want to go with you.
You don't even know where I'm going.
Do you? He rested his chin against the top of my head.
I'm going to go visit my mom in Tulsa, and then try to find a job somewhere without a reference.
This isn't fair. You didn't do anything wrong, and...
Yes, I did.
He took hold of my shoulders, encouraging me to lean back so he could look at me.
I was your boss, and...
But you weren't. Not really. I wasn't actually working for you, not like one of the other hands. You were teaching me about running a ranch. There's no reason...
We both knew it was wrong. If it wasn't, we wouldn't have needed to hide.
Plenty of men have to hide that they're gay, and that doesn't make it wrong.
Blake let out a long, exasperated breath. Riley, you know what I mean. And you know...
I knew my father wouldn't want us together, but you never took advantage of me, and I never felt like what we did together had any bearing on you teaching me about the ranch. You wanted to help me. You weren't trying to, blackmail me or some shit like that. You would have taught me everything even if I'd never been the least bit interested in you. It wouldn't matter if I was straight or if I was...
True. But I knew your father wanted me to treat you like any of the other ranch employees, and that meant keeping my hands off.
You didn't even try to defend yourself. He's acting like you're some kind of criminal or...
I did exactly what he accused me of. I'm not going to lie about it.
You didn't fuck me in his house.
Riley?
Blake glared at me. And even though I knew he was annoyed because I was being a brat, the dynamic between us felt right for the first time that day. I know. The location doesn't really matter, but I just don't want to be here without you. Blake laid his hands on my shoulders, and their warmth calmed me.
You are not going to give up your chance to win your freedom because of this. You work so hard, and you've learned so much.
But without you here...
You've learned everything you need to from me. Go over it, practice it, talk to Angelo, talk to Vic, talk to Casey. You don't have to have me here to do this.
Could that possibly be true? You really believe that?
Yes, Riley. I do.
I need you, Daddy. The thought of not having him to comfort me or scold me when I needed it made me queasy.
You needed my support. You needed to know someone believed in you. You needed someone to teach you. But now, you can do this on your own.
But I don't want to.
I managed not to actually stick my lip out in a pout. And I don't want to go. But I took a risk.
We took a risk. This is just as much my fault as yours. And it's all wrong because I can stay here and I can do this. Blake's face lit up in a gorgeous smile, and I realized what I had said. I can do this, but you've lost your job, a job you loved, a job you needed. I would be okay no matter what, but you... I will be okay too, Riley. I'll find another job. I'll start over if I have to. You shouldn't have to. It's not fair. I don't think your father is very interested in fair. But I'm going to be fine, Riley. I can call you, right? I mean, you're not just going to walk away and not... Riley, I'm not sure. No, don't do this to me. I know I can practice what I know without you, but I still need your support because I don't think my father's going to... My voice broke, and I pressed my hands to my eyes, trying to stop the tears. Come here, boy. Blake pulled me to him again. I want you to see what you can do on your own. But you have my number, and if you call me, I'll answer. Just remember that you have everything you need right here. He tapped the side of my head. And right here. He laid a hand over my heart. But if I need you, if you really need me, no matter what, and no matter when, I'll come for you. I would do anything for you, boy. I love you. Thank you, Daddy. Chapter 27. Blake. My breath caught as I imagined Riley finishing the sentence he'd started. I love you. I longed to say those words to my sweet boy, but it would be the worst timing ever. He needed to know he could be okay without me. He could do this on his own, knowing I was there if he needed me. It was probably good I'd be over 400 miles away, so I couldn't run to his rescue on a daily basis. As I'd waited for Riley, Andy from the KC next door had texted to ask if we needed any help during calving. In the past, we'd borrowed one or two of their hands. I wrote back, giving him a brief rundown of what had happened. He'd offered me a place to stay on their ranch, but I'd known that would be too hard, on me and on Riley. Calving would be over in a month, and Riley would have to leave, but then I wasn't sure where I would be. I couldn't hide out with my mom forever, even though right now I just wanted to curl up by her big fireplace and hide under some blankets. I knew people made mistakes, but this was a fucking big one. It was going to be hard as hell to find a job as good as this, with no reference from Lawson. Ken and Andy would likely give me a reference, but I hated to ask since I'd never actually worked for them. Blake? How long had I been lost in thought? I shook my head, trying to clear it. I'm sorry. This is all just... Riley traced my cheekbone with his thumb. Are you going to be okay? Really? Because once this is done, if I get my money... No, Riley. I'm not going to take your money. I have a lot in savings, and I will ultimately find a job on another ranch. I might have to work my way up again, but I've got the skills to do it. You're incredible, Blake. In every possible way. I slid my hands into his hair, holding on to him as I lowered my lips and brushed them over his. He leaned in, obviously wanting to deepen the kiss, but I didn't let him. I should go. You have work to do. I don't want to say goodbye. I don't want this to be the end. I kissed his forehead gently. It's not the end, Riley. It's a new beginning. Not for us. It's... I laid a finger over his lips. Boy, believe in yourself. Do this, and we'll see what the future brings. Do you mean we could... I mean, don't let all the work we've done go to waste. Get what you deserve. Find your direction, and I'll support you.
Riley took a shaky breath.
I'm scared I'll never see you again.
The thought of that made me feel sick. You will see me again. I'm not going to say exactly when or where or how, but I promise you that. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Riley sniffled. His eyes shone with tears, and I knew he was fighting hard not to cry. I wanted to pull him into my arms and tell him I'd take him with me after all. But there was no way in hell I would take away his chance to be self-sufficient. Tell me 10 things you know about this ranch. That made Riley smile.
Just 10?
Just 10. But they all have to be different things than what you told me last night. He closed his eyes, and I watched his chest rise and fall for several seconds. Then he did it, naming facts about roundups and things about the paperwork he hated. He didn't pause even once. That's my boy. You can do this, and if you start to feel like it's too much, pause and do exactly what you just did. Think of 10 things you know, and remind yourself how capable you are. He looked only slightly less sad.
But I won't have you here to discipline me when I fuck up.
You'll just have to imagine it for now. His eyes lit up then.
If I keep track of everything I do wrong, will you?
I promise we'll see each other again. I don't think we should say more than that.
Yes, Daddy.
I wondered if that would be the last time I'd ever hear those words from him. I would see him again. I wouldn't break that promise. But by then, he might be a very different person. One who no longer believed he needed a daddy.
Chapter 28. Riley. For the next few days, I worked on autopilot, avoiding my father as much as possible. Angelo seemed overwhelmed by my father's expectations, and other than taking over some of the paperwork, my father seemed to be doing little other than yelling at all of us, especially Casey. Did he think I was sleeping with him too just because we were both gay? I told myself I couldn't text Blake more than twice a day, first thing in the morning and at night. I kept to that, even though I wanted to call him at least once an hour. He continued to encourage me and say how proud he was, and even that little bit of contact helped. Once the calves began to drop, I was so busy I sometimes went hours without thinking about him. A week after the first calf was born, we got so busy even my father had to get his hands dirty. One day, during what I hoped to hell was the peak of calving, Casey and I were working to soothe one laboring cow and standing ready to take her baby to be tagged once it was born. My father was in the pasture with another cow, an especially cranky one he insisted I wasn't competent enough to work with. Instead of focusing on his own charge, he kept watching and criticizing what Casey and I were doing. When it seemed as if the calf we were waiting for might be stuck, Casey donned a glove and got ready to reach in and assist.
"No!"
my father yelled, startling the cow beside him. He ranted at Casey, but I didn't hear his words because I was focused on the cow my father should have been watching. He took a step forward, moving closer to her face. He was waving his arms and shouting. I saw what happened next as if it were in slow motion, yet there was no time to warn him. The cow slammed her massive head into his chest. He flew backward and landed on the ground. I thought the cow would trample him, but Casey distracted her, while Vic hopped over the fence and walked slowly toward my father who lay there, not moving. I swallowed, pushing down fear and panic.
"Is he?"
"He's alive," Vic said. "Call 911. As I talked to the operator, explaining what happened, Vic and Angelo moved my dad out of the pasture. He'd be in more danger from the cows if he was left there than he was from whatever further damage might be done by moving him. I couldn't stay on the line while waiting for the ambulance, because 2 calves were being born, and Casey and I were the only ones to take care of them. I was thankful to have something to focus on, though. No matter how much I hated my father, I didn't want him to die. The paramedics arrived, and I debated whether to follow the ambulance to the hospital. It wasn't like the work on the ranch would stop while we waited to find out the extent of his injuries. "Go with him," Casey said. "I'll call over to the KC and see if they can spare someone to help. We should call what's-her-name, too. Leanne? Oh, fuck. Yeah, we've got to tell her." The last person I wanted to talk to was my father's girlfriend, who wanted nothing to do with me. I found her number in my father's office. When I called her and explained what had happened, she started sobbing hysterically. I couldn't understand anything she was saying, but then another woman came on the line and said she was Leanne's sister, Katie. She and Leanne were going to meet me at the hospital. The hours I spent at the hospital were pure hell. I texted back and forth with Blake, and if it hadn't been for his reassurance, I might have lost my fucking mind. He'd offered to come if I needed him. I'd been so tempted to say I did, but I knew that, as hard as it was, I had to prove to myself that I could handle this on my own. Katie was pleasant enough. Initially, she tried to keep up conversation, but I just wasn't up to making small talk. Leanne would hardly look at me. She'd convinced herself it was somehow my fault my father had been injured. I kept quiet as I sought comfort from Blake, checked in with Casey, and tried to keep my mind from playing out all the different scenarios that could result from the day's events. Finally, a doctor came out to speak with us. "Your father is out of surgery. We've taken care of the internal bleeding he was experiencing, and his prognosis is good, but his recovery time will be lengthy. He'll be here for several days. Then he'll need to spend a few weeks in a rehab facility." My pulse pounded in my ears. I'd known my father wouldn't be coming home the next day or anything, but the reality of weeks being without him on the ranch hadn't hit me until that moment. Someone was going to have to take over the business side of things. Angelo knew all there was to know about calving, but he'd never had a reason to learn any of the indoor work. For a moment, I considered asking Blake to come back, but if my father found out, there'd be a lot more trouble. I could ask Ken and Andy for help, but theirs was a horse ranch, not a cattle operation. They didn't know our business either. "But you do." I heard the words in my head in Blake's voice. "You know everything there is to know about how to run this ranch." A sense of calm settled over me, one I hadn't felt since I'd fallen asleep on Blake a few weeks ago. "Thank you, Doctor. Is my father where we can see him now?" "Yes, but only one person can go in at a time. He's in recovery."
"It should be me," Leanne whined. "I'm the one he'd want to see."
I couldn't argue with that. I was sure my father would much rather see her than me. I turned to Katie. "Let my father know everything is under control back at the ranch. He probably won't believe it, but I've got this." "Do you have any other questions?" the doctor asked. "No, thank you. The hospital has my number if you need me." Without another glance at Leanne, I walked away. As soon as I located my car in the hospital parking garage and cranked the engine so I wouldn't boil in the hot interior, I called Blake. He answered almost immediately. "Riley, how are things?" "My dad's going to make it, but he'll be in the hospital for a while, and then in rehab for weeks." "Did you talk to him?" Before answering, I finished the last of the bottle of water I'd gotten while waiting. Only one person could go in, and Leanne was going to pitch a fit if it wasn't her. He'd rather see her anyway, so I'm heading back to the ranch. "What's your plan?" "I told Leanne and her sister to tell my dad I'd take care of things at the ranch, so that's what I'm going to do." "I couldn't be more proud of you, boy." Hearing Blake call me that had me sagging back against the seat. some of my tension finally draining away. Thank you, Daddy. There really isn't anything else to do. I'm the only one who knows how to run things.
Some people would walk away and let Lawson get himself out of the mess he created.
My dad did bring this on himself in more ways than one, but none of the other people at the ranch are to blame. If I leave, they'll all bear the burden of it.
You told me once you weren't as good a person as I thought. Look at yourself now, Riley, because you are fucking amazing.
Warmth spread through my chest. I always feel so much better when I talk to you.
I'm glad. But remember, you came to the decision to take all this on by yourself. This was all you.
I heard your voice in my head, though. Did you now? His low chuckle made desire stir in my stomach. I'm sure I'll have a lot of questions.
I'll be here. You can ask me anything.
I fiddled with the air conditioner, turning it down now that the car had cooled. I wanted to ask you to come take over again, no matter what my father said, but I knew that wasn't right.
No, it's not. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to support you.
I sighed. I should head back now.
Hang up so you can focus on driving. You're already distracted and probably more tired than you should be.
Yeah, it's been a long 2 weeks.
And you've got more coming, but you'll make it.
I pulled on my sunglasses and put the car in reverse. You know what?
What, baby?
I actually think I will. Despite Blake's admonishment to stay off the phone while I drove, I called Angelo, assured him we'd get through this, and asked him to pass on the word about my dad. Things were crazy when I got back. I jumped back in and let muscle memory take over until finally there was enough of a lull that most of us could break for dinner. Once we'd all taken the edge off our hunger, I glanced around the table. I was nervous about trying to give everyone a pep talk and afraid they wouldn't trust me to try to run things. I was just the boss's brat after all. But most of the hands had come to accept me and even appreciate the fact that I was willing to work. You can do this. I pushed my chair back and stood. If I could have everyone's attention for a few minutes? My pulse raced as they all looked at me. I guess you've probably heard that my dad is going to make a full recovery. He'll need weeks of rehab, though, so he won't be back here for a while. Blake won't be back either, so we've got to get through these next few weeks without them. Angelo, I know my dad asked you to take over as foreman in the interim, so tell me if any of this is out of line, but knowing your expertise lies with the cattle, I was thinking you could make sure calving is running as smoothly as it can, and since Blake taught me how to keep up with the office work, I'll take care of that as well as assigning other chores. Angelo smiled. Well, I wasn't sure about you when you first got here, but you've proven you know how to work. I'm happy to share the running of things with you. The other men nodded, and Casey grinned. Phew, with the crew on my side, I really could do this, couldn't I? Once everyone had rinsed their plates and Mary Ellen had shooed us out, Casey clapped me on the shoulder. Remember when you thought you couldn't learn how to manage everything? Wait until you see how things go before you congratulate me. You're going to do great, he assured me. As the last of the calves hit the ground over the next few weeks, I felt like I was living in the center of a whirlwind. I often didn't know what day it was, or even what time of day, but somehow we all got through it. There were some dicey moments, like when I almost forgot to run payroll, and when the air conditioner went out in the bunkhouse again, and the HVAC company told me it would be 2 days before they could send someone. Fortunately, Rusty, Ken's nephew who'd been sent to help us, was handy with all things mechanical. Despite knowing absolutely nothing about how an air conditioning unit worked, I helped him by holding parts and doing exactly what he told me. The wires he instructed me to reconnect might as well have been connected to a bomb, I handled them so carefully. But the two of us got it working again. I wasn't sure how long it would last, but it was holding for now. My biggest trial came when there was a cow in trouble. Everyone else was busy, so I put my hand right up inside her, turned her calf, and helped her bring that little baby into the world. I hadn't even felt sick afterward, but I sure as hell wished Blake had been there to see me. I'd been so busy, I hadn't texted him for a few days, but that night, after almost falling asleep in my dinner, I took the time to share my story. Finally, after what seemed like an endless stretch of sore muscles, gallons of sweat, and very little sleep, Angelo announced that the last calf had been born. We had a record number of healthy babies, and we were more than ready to celebrate. Mary Ellen made her award-winning chili that night, and I made sure there was plenty of beer and had a cake delivered from a local bakery. I never thought I'd feel like I belonged on the ranch the way I had when I'd been a little kid, spending time there with my mom. But that night, I felt the kind of camaraderie I'd only ever dreamed about. Casey found me after I cut the cake and served it to everyone. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me into a sideways hug. You did it. There's no way in hell your father or anyone else could deny that you can run this ranch now. You've been doing it for 2 weeks. I had. I really had. So, what are you going to do now? Casey asked. I hadn't thought about that in days. I don't know. We'll all miss you here, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm going to miss you too. I'd have to go see my dad the next day. I needed to tell him what I'd accomplished, and give him the figures I'd worked up since profit was all he really cared about. Casey was right, though. He couldn't deny that I could run the ranch, and while he might be an asshole in many ways, I didn't think he'd try to go back on our bargain, though I was glad I had it in writing. I should be thrilled. That was what I wanted, wasn't it? My freedom from my dad, money to strike out on my own, a chance to do whatever the hell I wanted. So why did I feel let down? As exhausted as I was, I should have fallen asleep the moment I lay down, but the adrenaline rush of conquering what had seemed impossible kept me from relaxing. Long after everything had gone quiet on the ranch, I slipped from the house and headed out to the spot where I'd often gone as a kid, the one where Blake had convinced me to conquer my lack of faith in myself instead of running away. How long ago had that been? A few months? It felt like another lifetime. The moon was full, giving me just enough light to see out over the pastures. What would happen to this place after I left? The one time I'd visited my dad since the accident, he told me Leanne had convinced him the ranch was too dangerous for them, and they would be living in Houston. Leanne was already shopping for a house. My dad hadn't made any progress toward hiring a new foreman, and I'd started to wonder if he was considering selling the place. I thought of Angelo, Casey, and all the others. If my dad sold the ranch, would they get to stay? I wasn't supposed to be worried about that. I was supposed to be focused on my own future. I would talk to my dad tomorrow. He'd give me the money like he'd promised, and my time at the ranch would be over. I never had to come back again. Months ago, I thought that would be a victory. Now, I'd grown attached to the place and the people there. The only thing missing from my life for the last few weeks was Blake. I had everything else I wanted: purpose, people who trusted me, and a sense of peace. I stood there for a while, enjoying the quiet, gazing up at the stars, looking out at the cows in the distant pastures, and I made a decision. I knew what I wanted after all. Chapter 29. Riley. When I stepped into his room, my dad was bitching at one of his nurses. I needed to do something for them to apologize for having to put up with the old bastard.
"Shouldn't you be at the ranch?"
he asked. "Nice to see you too." He snarled and started to say something else, but I interrupted him. "The last of the calves was born yesterday."
"How many did you lose?"
"One was stillborn. The rest are all healthy." I took my backpack off my shoulders, pulled out a portfolio, and handed it to him. "The figures are all there." As he glanced through the spreadsheets and graphs I'd worked up, his eyes widened.
"Damn. This is the best year we've had."
"Yes, sir. It's a record number of calves, and our projected earnings are way up." He gave me an assessing glance and frowned.
"I was wrong about you. Apparently you can learn something after all."
"Do I take that to mean you're prepared to agree I know how to run the ranch?"
"It appears you do. I'll call the bank once I finish with this damnable physical therapy they torture me with every morning."
And I chose not to remark on its necessity to his recovery. "Actually, I have a slightly different proposal."
"You're not getting all the money now. You might have proved you can run a ranch short term, but you're not ready to control your whole trust fund."
"That's not what I'm asking for." He frowned again and gave me a suspicious look.
"Then what is it?"
"What are your plans for the ranch?"
"I'm not sure. I might sell it."
"Even though it was your father's?"
"After all this..."
He gestured around the room, and I assumed he meant his injury and recovery.
"I don't really have much interest in living there, but I guess if it's profitable enough, I may keep it."
"I'd like to have it, sir." He tried to sit up farther and then winced.
"You?"
"Yes, me. I spent the last few months learning to run the place, and I'd like to keep doing it."
"You hate the ranch?"
He looked at me like I was a stranger. "Not anymore. Sometimes people change, you know?"
He snorted. "I suppose sometimes they do. Are you offering to buy the ranch with your trust fund money?"
This was it. Once I took this step, there was no going back, though I supposed I could sell the ranch myself down the line. "I am. But I intend to negotiate a good price." He studied me.
"You'd really trade money you could use to flit about drinking and partying for a ranch where you're going to have to work damn hard to keep up this kind of profit?"
"Or hire someone else to do it like you did." I kept that thought to myself. "Yes, sir."
Maybe I really was wrong about you. You'll probably never hear me say this again, but I'm sorry."
I nodded. "Thank you, sir." Our relationship was never going to be easy. I couldn't forgive him for the way he'd treated me or Blake. At least not now. But I appreciated that he'd at least admitted he'd been wrong.
"The ranch is yours. I'll have the paperwork drawn up as quickly as I can so I can transfer the deed."
I frowned at him. "We haven't settled on a price."
"I'm giving it to you. Consider that my apology."
Damn. He didn't apologize often, but when he did, he apparently went all out. "You're saying it will be mine? Free and clear?" He narrowed his eyes again.
"You really have learned a lot."
"I've learned to be careful."
"See that you remember that in the future. And yes, I'll sign it over to you as soon as my lawyers can get the forms together. I know you're probably reluctant to trust me, but my word is good."
He held out his hand, and I shook it. "Thank you, sir. I didn't expect this."
"I didn't either. And don't expect anything else. Your trust fund will come to you as previously planned. But that's it.
I didn't need anything else. It's a deal, sir.
Now get out of here. I'd like a few minutes' peace before I have to be tortured again. I'll call you when the papers are ready for you to sign.
One last thing, sir. He scowled.
What is it?
Do you consider the ranch mine as of now? Meaning I make all the hiring decisions?
You want to bring him back, don't you?
His tone was so cold, I had to repress a shiver. If you mean Blake, then yes, I do, sir.
That's up to you. You're lucky I'm a man who doesn't go back on my word.
I grinned. Yes, I am. I got a few steps down the hall before I pulled the horse trinket from my pocket. It was a good luck charm after all. I'd found my path in life. The ranch was mine. Now if Blake would agree to take his old job back, my life might be better than I'd ever dreamed. Chapter 30. Blake. I'd been anxious since I'd woken that morning. I hadn't heard from Riley in a few days, not even a quick text to check in. I'd thought about texting or calling a million times, but I was the one who'd encouraged him to handle things on his own. He was doing exactly what I'd asked. I should be thrilled. So why was I feeling so sad, frustrated, unsettled? You're in love with him. I was, but dwelling on that was only going to make me feel worse. I'd already had way too much time to miss him over the last month. Hell, I hadn't done much else, including what I was supposed to be doing, finding a new job. The first week I'd spent at my mom's house, I did little but watch TV and play video games, with the exception of starting each day with a run. My mom quickly had enough of that. She reminded me I'd never been that idle in my life, and sent me to volunteer at the stable where I'd learned to ride years ago. Volunteering led me to teaching some lessons, so at least I had something to do for part of each day, and a tiny bit of money coming in. To fill some of the rest of my hours, I'd started some long overdue renovation projects on my mom's house. But even with those things to take up some of my time, I knew I couldn't stay here much longer. I was driving my mother, and myself, crazy, but for the first time in my life, I couldn't seem to pull myself together. How could I even think about continuing to be Riley's daddy, when I couldn't act like an adult my fucking self? And yet, every time I started a serious search for jobs, my stomach churned, my head pounded, and I closed my laptop and walked away. Maybe once Riley had his money and was settled somewhere, this block would clear, and I'd get off my ass. That had to be coming soon. No way would calving season last much longer. I was gathering the supplies I needed to paint my mom's bathroom when my phone rang. I grabbed it the second I saw Riley's name on the screen. Hi, Blake. Hi, baby. How are you? I'm fine. But you know how you offered to come when my dad had his accident? He didn't sound fine. He sounded guarded and unsure. Of course. And I told you I didn't need you then because I needed to prove to you and myself that I could handle things on my own? My pulse raced. I needed to know where he was going with this. I told you that you didn't need to prove any of that to me because I already knew it. But I didn't know it. I do now, though. I can run the ranch on my own, and it feels damn good. But I need you here now. What's wrong, Riley? Nothing is wrong. I just need you as soon as you can get here. Please tell me what happened. Riley sighed. It's okay, really. It's a good thing. But I can't tell you about it until you get here. He was not acting like his normal self. He'd never been this cagey with me. What will your father say if I show up at the ranch? He knows you're coming, and he's okay with it. Or
okay enough at least. You won't see him. He's still at the rehab center.
What would have happened that Riley couldn't tell me over the phone? What if I ordered you to tell me what's going on, boy?
Please don't. I really want this to be a surprise.
If it was something good, why did he sound so scared? It's a 6-hour drive at the best of times, and I have to talk to my mom and find someone to take my classes at the stable, but I'll leave as soon as I can. There was never any question that I was going to go.
Thank you, Daddy.
His words warmed me, but his voice was still shaky. I wish you'd tell me more.
I know, but just trust me, okay?
I knew how much that trust meant to him. All right. I glanced at the time. It was already after 4. It was going to be a long evening on the road. It will be late when I get there.
I'll be waiting for you.
Just like I'd been waiting for him, waiting for his call, waiting to start the next phase of my life until I knew he was where he needed to be. It was nearly 1 a.m. when I knocked on the ranch house door. Riley yanked it open and pulled me into his arms before I could even set my bag down. Riley, you've really had me worried. What's going on?
I told you I was fine. See?
He stepped back to let me get a look at him. Dear God, he did look good. More tanned, arm muscles more defined, and something, the secret he was keeping, had made his eyes especially bright. You look amazing.
I feel amazing.
So then why did you need me? He took my bag, placed it by the door, and took both my hands in his.
I don't only want to see you when there's trouble.
You insisted I drive all this way, tonight. That implies there's something more than you just wanting to hang out with me. He grinned.
There is. Walk with me.
I followed him through the kitchen and out the side door. Where are we going?
Up there.
He pointed to the hill where I'd found him when he'd run away after his father had berated him with questions about the ranch. I'd never seen Riley in the mood he was in tonight, an odd mix of happiness and apprehension. I couldn't help feeling uneasy as I followed him up to the old oak tree. Once we were there, looking out at the pastures and gentle hills, he turned to face me.
What if you didn't have to get your own place?
I hadn't been sure what to expect from him, but that question hadn't even crossed my mind. What do you mean?
What if you could have this ranch?
I didn't want to think about that. It was too painful. I missed this place every day. Even if your dad wanted to sell, I couldn't come close to affording an operation this size. Riley smiled.
What if you had a partner?
Where was he going with this? Did he know someone who wanted to buy this place? He'd speculated his dad might want to sell. With a partner I trusted, I guess I'd consider it. But Riley, you said you needed me. What's going on?
The last calf was born yesterday. I met with my dad this afternoon, and once he saw the numbers I'd worked up for him, he had to admit I'd done a damn good job running this place.
That's fantastic. I'm so proud of you. Was that it? Did he want to tell me that in person? I didn't need to drive all this way to hear it, but I couldn't be sorry I had. Riley was finally right here in front of me again. I could touch him and smell him. I wanted to kiss him so badly, but I had to let him finish his explanation.
Thanks.
It was hard to tell in the moonlight, but I was fairly sure he was blushing.
Dad and Leanne aren't coming back here. They're going to buy a house in Houston.
Well, I guess that's not too surprising. I never really saw her living out here anyway.
Me either. I just figured he'd break up with her before she moved in.
We both smiled.
My dad offered to give me half my inheritance like we'd agreed.
Offered? Don't tell me you didn't take it. I really hoped he hadn't done something foolish.
I asked if I could have this place instead, and he said yes.
My heart raced. I couldn't have heard him right. You did what?
I offered to buy the ranch from him, since he decided to sell, but in a shocking move, he apologized for underestimating me and gave it to me outright.
Gave it to him? Riley, are you saying you own this ranch now?
Yep. Well, I have to sign the paperwork once it's ready, but my dad said I could consider it mine. That's why I told you it was okay for you to be here. That's up to me now, not my dad.
I stared at him, not quite sure I could process all this. That's incredible. But why would you ask for this place? Something a little like hurt crossed Riley's face. He wanted me to be excited, and I was, but I wanted him to have done this for the right reasons. Riley, you've done an amazing job with the ranch, with taking on all this responsibility, with standing up to your father. I just want to understand, okay? He nodded, lips pressed together. Fuck, I was making a mess of this. Riley,
over these last weeks,
his voice broke, but he cleared his throat and continued.
I've learned something. Well, a lot of some things, but one thing I've learned is that I like it here. It's damn hard work running a ranch, but it's satisfying. I see the work that needs to be done, then I see it getting done. I like how the results are visible. I want to keep improving what we do here. I was hoping you'd run the place with me. I'd give you a real good deal if you want to buy in on it. I would offer to give it to you, but
no. He sucked in his breath and took a step back.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry I made you come all this way. I
grabbed his hands. I meant, no. I won't let you give it to me. That wouldn't be right.
But you'd want to run it with me? Even if you don't own it?
Did I ever? It would be a dream come true. Before I answer that, I need to ask you another question. Riley closed his eyes for a moment, and I watched his chest rise and fall before he met my gaze again.
What's your question?
Would I only be your business partner?
Is that what you want?
I shook my head. I would love to run this ranch with you, and I know ways we can increase our profits. We have a great crew with a lot of experience. It's a dream job. But I can't be here with you if that's the only kind of partnership we're going to have. I need more. Riley exhaled, and his lips curved into a smile.
I need more too. I love you, Blake. I may have figured out how to run this place on my own, but I still need a daddy. I still struggle to keep it together. I get distracted easily, and there are so many times when I question if I can handle all these responsibilities. I need discipline. I need someone to redden my ass when I forget what I'm capable of. I want that someone to be you.
Was this really happening? Was he really offering me everything I'd longed for? I want you to be my boy. I want to stay here with you, discipline you, pleasure you. But I need you to be absolutely sure. Riley grinned.
I am, Daddy.
You gave up the chance to go wherever you wanted for this. If you only did this for me.
I did it for both of us. This is what I want. The ranch, you, I realized that figuring out what would make me happy wasn't about discovering some interest I didn't know I had or some major that would suddenly click and feel perfect. It was about realizing I could choose to do something, work hard at it, and make it happen. Out here, I can see those results so clearly, and it feels good. I'm sure there are other things I could do that would give me the same type of satisfaction, but I don't know of anything else that would make me happier. I don't want to be stuck in an office, and I've always loved being around the animals. I know my father pushed me into working here, but I'm choosing to stay. I made the decision to step up and take charge after his accident. I saved our asses during the last few weeks. Me, not my dad, not you, not anyone else. And I've never been happier. I hadn't thought I could love my boy more, but he was proving me wrong. I'm so proud of you for that. I know I said that already, but I'm never going to get tired of hearing it. The ranch needed someone calm and level-headed who could motivate everyone, and they got me. I gave him a mock scowl. You became the person they needed. I actually was fairly amazing. I want to keep doing that, being amazing, being the person I was meant to be. But I'd like to do it with you here guiding me. I could do it on my own, but having a daddy to push me would make it a lot easier and a lot more fun. Riley, I've asked around for weeks, hardly even looking at job listings, because the thought of being somewhere without you was too painful. His eyes went wide. Really? Yes. There is nowhere else I would rather be than right here with my boy on his ranch. On our ranch. Because no matter what the deed says, this place is as much yours as it is mine. Our ranch. Our home. I couldn't wait any longer to kiss him. I pulled him to me, and as our lips met, I knew he was right. We were home, and nothing was going to separate us again. Epilogue. 6 months later. Riley. I stared at the ceiling, not feeling the least bit sleepy. As far as I could tell, Blake had fallen asleep the second his head hit the pillow. He lay beside me, body splayed out as if he'd finally relaxed after weeks of going nearly non-stop. I was glad there was room for him to stretch out now that we shared a new king-size bed in the master's suite that had once belonged to my father. I'd insisted we redecorate before we moved into the room so it would feel like our own. It had been well worth the expense. We could lie in our big bed and enjoy a gorgeous view, and when we'd finally taken over this space, it had felt like Blake and I were truly staking our claim as ranch owners. I should be as exhausted as Blake. We just finished the annual cattle roundup. I thought calving was the most exhausting thing I could do, but I'd been wrong. Roundup was worse. But it was over now, and just like the night after the last calf had been born, I was too charged up to sleep. For days, I'd been running on caffeine and desperation. But the one thing that had made it way better than calving season was having Blake by my side. The work was hard as hell, but I'd enjoyed it more with him there. I didn't want to disturb him with my nervous energy, so like I had that night 6 months before when I'd made the decision that this place needed to be ours, I slipped from the bed and pulled on some clothes. Before heading out, I left Blake a note. He barely twitched when I laid it on the pillow. I didn't walk up to my favorite spot. Instead, I went to the barn. One of our horses had recently given birth, and I wanted to see Cassie, the foal. Selling all those adorable calves had been hard on me. I knew it was a part of running a ranch, and Blake assured me the first year was the hardest. But having another baby animal, one I could love on and pet, was helping to ease the sting. I hadn't been in the barn long when I heard the door creak and turned to see Blake enter, wearing nothing but a pair of jeans, which he hadn't bothered to button, and his ever-present boots. He looked so damn good, I wanted to get on my knees right there.
Boy, you should be sleeping. Just because we're done with Roundup doesn't mean there's no work to be done tomorrow.
I know, Daddy, but I couldn't sleep. I'm all wound up from the excitement of finally sorting the last of the cattle. He glanced into the stall at Cassie.
She sure is cute, isn't she?
She is. I turned to him, and our eyes met. The heat in his gaze made me wonder if I could get him to help me work off some of this excess energy. I ran a hand down his chest, teasing one of his nipples, before continuing to his waistband and toying with his buttonhole. Am I a bad boy for not sleeping?
Riley, are you trying to piss me off?
Maybe I'm trying to see if we should christen this barn, really make it ours. He raised his brows.
That would be bad.
Would it? Would Daddy have to punish me for suggesting it?
Be careful, or Daddy's going to punish you by making you do all the office work tomorrow.
I spent so much time in the saddle this week, I might actually welcome it. He laughed and rolled his eyes.
No, you wouldn't.
I considered it for a moment. No, you're right. You could go ahead and give me whatever punishment I deserve right here. We don't have to worry about anyone catching us now that the place is ours. Having Blake with me every night for all these months had been glorious. He'd not hesitated to discipline me when I needed it, whether that discipline came in the form of a spanking, chores I dreaded, or forcing me to wake up an hour earlier to get the day started. He always kept me in line. Sometimes, though, we played around with punishment just for fun, and this wasn't the first time I'd hinted that I'd like him to take me in the barn. I loved when he released his wild side the way he had on our first trip to Houston. What do you say, Blake? Do you want to punish me right here? Take me in the barn because I'm such a bad boy you can't wait?
Riley, you are...
He paused and gave me a slow once-over.
The hottest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Likewise, especially dressed like that. Blake growled as he grabbed my arm, tugged me across the barn, and spun me to face an empty stall.
Brace yourself on the door.
I did as he said, practically vibrating with excitement, my cock as hard as it had ever been. He shoved down the sleep pants I'd pulled on. I hadn't bothered with any underwear, and he groaned in appreciation as his hand skimmed over my ass.
Good boys are supposed to stay in bed.
I'm sorry, Daddy, I said in a tone that said I was not sorry at all.
I don't believe you. I think you need to be punished.
I arched my back, sticking my ass out and wiggling it. Please. He spanked me hard enough to sting, but not as hard as he would if he was really punishing me. This was all play. He kept going until my ass felt like it was lit up, and I knew it was a nice dark pink. You like having me like this, Daddy? Bent over for you?
Damn right I do, boy. This is where you belong. Open for me. Ass red and ready to take my cock.
Yes, Daddy. I was sure my cock was dripping pre-cum. I wanted to reach down and stroke it, but I wasn't about to do anything that might make Blake force me to wait longer.
It's a good thing I've taken to carrying lube in my pocket, since I never know when my boy is going to need a good hard fucking.
I listened as he tore open a packet and slicked his cock. I loved that wet sound as his hand slid along his shaft. He ran 2 slippery fingers down my crack and circled my hole. I pushed back against him, groaning. "Take me, Daddy. I need it. I need your thick cock inside me."
"You're such a slut, aren't you? Offering yourself to me in the barn."
"Yes. Need you, Daddy. I'm a slut for you."
Blake made a sound that might have been muffled laughter. I turned to look over my shoulder, and we both cracked up. "You're trouble, Riley Lawson. And you're exactly who I need to keep me in line." He gripped my hips and pushed into me then, taking away my ability to speak. His cock was so damn big that even after all these months, I had trouble taking him with no prep. I loved the stretch, though, the way he filled me up so good. He bottomed out and rocked against me.
"You ready to be ridden hard?"
"Yes, ride me, Daddy. Fill me with your cum."
Blake growled as he pulled out and drove back in, shoving me against the stall door. He reached around and gripped my cock. This was going to be hard and fast, and I was absolutely okay with that.
"You like this?"
he asked, mouth trailing along the outer edge of my ear.
"You'd let me have you anywhere, wouldn't you?"
"I would, Daddy. Anywhere at all."
"God, I love you so much, Riley."
I turned my head so I could kiss him.
"I love you too. You're the best thing that ever happened to me."
"Show me just how much you appreciate me."
I did, working myself back against him, taking everything he gave. We were so worked up we couldn't last. The slow strokes Blake had been giving my cock grew faster and more insistent, and seconds later I cried his name and shot my load against the stall door. He drove into me one last time, and I felt the heat of his cum deep inside me. A few moments later, he pulled out, and I winced. Blake stroked my back.
"That was a little rougher than I meant it to be. Are you all right, baby?"
I sighed. That was exactly what I needed. How do you always know?
"Your body just tells me."
"Think you can sleep now?" I pondered that. I don't know. I suppose it would be really awful to admit I'd love to sit outside with you and watch the sun come up. That's not really practical when sunrise is the time you need to get to work.
"Yeah, it's not practical, especially when we're exhausted from Roundup. But if that's what my boy wants as a reward for all the hard work he's put in this week, I'm more than happy to give it to him."
"Really? You'd stay up all night with me?" Blake grinned.
"I would."
"What about tomorrow?"
"It's a light day. Ken and Andy offered to let Rusty stay a few more days. I get the feeling Casey wouldn't mind that one bit."
"No, the way they've been dancing around each other, I don't think either of them would object."
"You want to go up to your favorite spot?"
"Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks for doing this." We both pulled up our pants, and I considered our disheveled states. By the time the sun was up, most of the ranch hands would be stirring. As if reading my mind, Blake said,
"Let's stop by the house and get more clothes and a blanket to sit on."
"And some snacks." We said those words at the same time, which brought on a fit of laughter. When that died down, Blake's expression turned serious.
"I will never stop being thankful that you offered to buy this place. I thought it would be years before I had a place of my own."
"I will never stop being thankful you finally agreed to let me officially make you part owner."
"Sometimes I can be just as stubborn as you."
He took my hands in his, and I could tell he wanted to say something, but he seemed hesitant. "What is it? You know you can tell me anything." A few more seconds passed before he said,
"I was wondering." Yes? Do you have any plans for July 12th? That was unexpected. Not that I know of. Isn't that the day I first had to report to you for work? He smiled. It is. Why are you asking about it? Did he want to have some kind of anniversary party? Well, I thought maybe that could be our wedding day. Our what? My heart raced. Was he serious? He dropped to one knee and pulled a ring from his pocket. Riley Lawson, will you marry me? Tears stung my eyes. I wiped them away as fast as I could. Yes, 1,000,000 times yes. It's not too soon? No, not too soon at all. You are my forever, my daddy, my business partner, and I absolutely want you to be my husband. Come here, boy. I opened my arms, and Riley came to me. I kissed him, knowing he was absolutely right. This was our forever. This concludes Ranch Daddy by Sylvia Violet, narrated by Chris Chambers. Copyright 2020 by Sylvia Violet.